My wife demanded a divorce at my mother's funeral, but I signed the papers without hesitation. Now, she begs for forgiveness. After I inherited $2 million. Hello Reddit. After my mother's funeral, my wife served me with divorce papers. Perfect timing. She said. Exactly. One less thing to worry about. I was still in my funeral costume when I signed them in the parking lot. She was unaware that I recently received a $3.5 million bequest from my mother. She also received absolutely nothing as a result of the prenuptial agreement she had insisted on 3 years prior. Even her attorney was giggling uncontrollably. Allow me to reiterate how we arrived at this point. I'm James, a 3-4-year-old 4th grade elementary school teacher in Minnesota. I adore the kids and my job, but the compensation is terrible. Although I make enough to get by on $45,000 a year, I'm not exactly rolling in it. I've been a teacher for 8 years. Margaret, my mother, was a saint. After my father died when I was 6, I was left to raise my sister Emily and myself. For the majority of my youth, Mom worked 2 jobs. Cleaning offices at night while working as a secretary during the day. Never once did I complain. Made sure we had everything we required, even if it meant she didn't. Emily and I were the only people who knew about Mom's financial prowess. Since the 1,980 seconds, she had been investing every dime she had while doing those jobs. Consistent, modest amounts, nothing out of the ordinary. In the 1,990 seconds, when rental houses were inexpensive, she purchased them. Bought tech stocks before to their explosion. She had subtly amassed a sizable portfolio by the time I started college. But she never displayed it. Still operated a vehicle that was 15 years old. Coupons are still clipped. She continued to reside in the small home she had purchased in 1987. Let me now tell you about Sophie, my ex-wife. I first saw her at a friend's wedding 4 years ago. She worked as a real estate agent for upscale properties, and had a gorgeous smile and long dark hair. She earned a respectable salary, possibly $110,000 annually on commission. I was a fool who thought with portions of his body that aren't the brain, even though the warning flags were there from day one. Her family was the first warning sign. This enormous home in a wealthy area was the residence of her parents. Her mom didn't work and spent her days at country clubs, while her dad ran a series of auto shops. They had a old money mentality, demeaning anyone who performed a routine job. Her father asked me what I did for a living over our first family meal. The room became around 40 degrees colder when I stated primary school instructor. Teaching? Her mother asked again, as if I had mentioned that I cleaned sewers. Sophie stepped right in and said, "How noble of you," adding that teaching was only a stepping stone and that I was about to transition into administration. I was attempting to create a good impression, so even though I hadn't planned anything like that, I chose to ignore it. Ryan, her brother, was much worse. He earned 6 figures while doing essentially nothing at their dad's dealership. Boasted about his downtown condo and Audi on our initial meeting. He genuinely chuckled when I told him that I drove a 2009 Honda Civic, saying, "That's cute, like a starter car." However, Sophie didn't seem like her family, or at least I believed that she did. She would tell me that she didn't give a damn about money, and that what was important was that I enjoyed and excelled at my work. She said that her family was materialistic, but she wasn't. In hindsight, all of the statements were false. After a year of dating, we became engaged. It was an easy suggestion. I took her to the park where we went on our first date, and proposed with a ring I had saved for 6 months. I could afford it. Even though it wasn't much. Perhaps half a carat. When she spotted it, her smile momentarily wavered before she was able to correct it. It was only a split second, but I saw it. I ought to have focused on that particular moment. Should have understood that a simple engagement ring disappointed the money nomad woman. The planning of the wedding was a nightmare. This large, 250-person country club event was what her parents intended. I wanted something more reasonably priced and smaller. We made a deal, which meant that since her parents were already covering the majority of the costs, I gave in on everything. 200 of the 250 guests were friends and business associates of her family. This crazy mansion with a price tag that made me sick was the venue. My automobile was less expensive than her clothing. Everything needed to be outstanding and flawless. 3 months prior to the wedding, my mother approached me with an offer. In order to prevent me from feeling totally wooed by Sophie's parents, she wanted to offer me $25,000 to help with the wedding costs. I was surprised. That was far more than I had assumed my mother could afford. "It's my money," And I want you to have a wedding you can be proud of. Not simply something her parents plan. I spent 12,000 of it on the rehearsal dinner, and my portion of the wedding. Mom, that's too much. I can't accept that. Save the remaining 12,000. I kept the entire sum my mother gave me a secret from Sophie. I felt compelled to keep that to myself. The prenuptial discussion followed. Sophie brought it up at dinner, 3 months before the wedding. We were asked to sign a prenuptial agreement that her family's attorney had prepared. She said, "It's just to protect both of us," and moved the paper across the table. I read it and saw. My parents think it's smart given the family business and everything. The vocabulary was rather simple. In the event of a divorce, each person's contributions to the marriage remained theirs. Unless the marriage lasted more than 10 years, there would be no alimony. Inheritances remained distinct property, but assets earned during a marriage would be divided 50/50. I was impressed by how much it favored her. It was obviously written with the assumption that she was the one having property to safeguard. There were provisions protecting her commission income, her trust fund, which I was unaware she had, and her future inheritance from her parents. "Your parents really think we need this?" I responded. "It's just smart business. In any case, we will never get divorced. It's merely a formality." This is where I made a choice that saved my life. I informed her that before I signed, I wanted to have it reviewed by my own attorney. She instantly became defensive, claiming that I didn't trust her family's attorney was offensive, but I refused to back down. I wanted someone to protect my interests, if we were signing a legal instrument. He discovered a family law specialist named Robert through a teacher buddy. He offered me his evaluation after going over the prenuptial agreement. "This document is designed to protect wealthy people from gold diggers. Your fiancé's family clearly thinks you're the gold digger. To be honest, though, this also protects you because of the discrepancy in your salary. You owe her nothing if you get divorced. Additionally, any inheritance you get remains solely yours." That final sentence stayed with me. Any inheritance remains distinct property. I put my signature on it. Sophie was overjoyed that I had changed my mind at last. Her parents appeared happy that I had made the correct decision. Everything went according to plan for the wedding. For the first 6 months of their marriage, everything went well, nor outstanding, nor awful, simply adequate. Our combined income allowed us to live in a respectable 2-bedroom apartment. I continued to teach, and Sophie continued to work in real estate, but gradually things began to change. My income was the subject of Sophie's remarks, which were slights with a hint of humor. She would gripe that my teaching pay prevented us from taking more luxurious trips. She would point out homes that her clients were purchasing, and lament that we would never be able to purchase such a thing. It was terrible with her relatives. Her parents' Sunday dinners become opportunities for passive-aggressive criticism of my professional decisions. Her father would ask me how the ABCs were going after discussing Ryan's most recent promotion or Sophie's largest commission. Her mother would ask me when I intended to advance in my job, and show me images of her friends' children, all of whom were in the fields of finance, medicine, or law. I began to dread those dinners, and came up with reasons to avoid them. When I failed to attend family gatherings, Sophie would become upset, and accuse me of embarrassing her. I would point out that her relatives insulted my career the entire time. She would accuse me of being overly sensitive. Mom saw how I had changed. Although she had misgivings about the family, she had always liked Sophie. After a visit, she drew me aside around a year into our marriage. She inquired frankly, "Are you happy?" "Yes," was what I wanted to say. I wanted to think I was content. I couldn't lie to my mother though, as I sat there staring at her. I don't know. At times, it seems like Sophie married me for what she believed I could become rather than for who I am. Mom gave a slow nod. She was obviously correct when she said, "That's not a marriage, sweetheart. That's a disappointment waiting to happen." Mom was right about people all the time. In the second year, things worsened. Sophie began discussing my career change more seriously. Unable to purchase a home in the desired community. Unable to join her buddies on their vacation in Europe. Unable to join the country club that her parents belonged to. We were doing well financially, I might add. We weren't hurting. We had savings, and the only debt we had was my tiny school loan. For Sophie, however, achieving well was insufficient. She desired more. Around this time, Mom's health began to deteriorate. She had been diagnosed with early-stage heart disease, at the age of 68. It's not life-threatening, but it's enough to frighten us all. In order to assist with appointments and errands, Emily and I began sharing weekend stays. Sophie detested it. Said that I was staying at my mother's place too frequently. Said that mom could care for herself. Sophie rolled her eyes and accused me of being overly theatrical, when I explained that after raising us for decades, it was now our responsibility to assist our mother. About 6 months ago, shortly after our 3rd anniversary, our marriage reached a breaking point. Sophie had been working longer hours, receiving calls in the other room, and becoming more and more aloof. I missed the pattern because I was too preoccupied with mom's concerns. Mom's heart has gotten worse. She was monitored in and out of the hospital. Her heart was weaker than expected, according to the doctor. And surgery might be necessary. I was scared, as was Emily. Sophie was already dismissing her when I made the statement. Well, she lived a good life. At least she's had time to get her affairs in order. Mom wasn't dying, she was sick. There's a difference. I started looking for the receipts at that point. Costly meals at eateries I had never visited. Sophie justified the hotel room expenditures on our joint credit card as client meetings. I bought flowers but never got them. I'm not a moron. I was aware of the situation. However, I was too preoccupied with my mother to address my failing marriage at the same time. I simply allowed it to occur. Stopped posing inquiries. Lost interest in Sophie's whereabouts and companionship. Before I could say anything, Mom noticed. She's cheating on you, isn't she? She asked me across the kitchen table one weekend when I was staying with her. I didn't even try to deny it. She simply nodded. Mom said, "What are you going to do about it?" Mom leaned across the table and grasped my hand, saying, "I don't know. Deal with it after you're better." I can't handle both crises at once. I have something to tell you, James. My estate lawyer has been meeting with me, arranging everything in case something goes wrong. Over the years, my investments have performed well, better than you think. You and Emily will be taken care of when I'm gone. Incredibly well cared for. She refused to give me precise figures. Simply stated that we shouldn't worry about money when the time came, because she had accumulated a decent sum. I thought she was referring to a split of perhaps 200,000 or 300,000 between Emily and me. Not revolutionary, but sufficient to be beneficial. I didn't know. Mom underwent the procedure 3 months ago. She never fully recovered, but it went as smoothly as could be anticipated. Her heart simply wasn't strong enough. Emily and I worked turns at the hospital, while she was in and out of consciousness for 6 weeks. Sophie came twice. She spent less than an hour on both occasions, primarily using her phone to check work-related emails. The nurses mistook her for Emily's friend rather than my wife. She was so cut off from my family. On a Tuesday morning, Mom died. When she left, I was holding her hand. She gave my fingers a final squeeze before leaving, whispering, "You're going to be okay. Better than okay, trust me." The sorrow was overwhelming. Sophie was upset with me for taking a week off work because I was pouting. She wanted me to return to normal as soon as possible so we could continue living our lives. As if her routine was disrupted by my mother's death. The following Saturday was set aside for the funeral. I wrote the eulogy, made arrangements, and selected the music that Mom would have liked over the week. While coping with her own sadness, Emily did her best to assist. Her spouse was very helpful, looking after their children so she could concentrate on the plans. Sophie was not there at all. Claimed to have crucial client meetings. Weir stated that she was unable to reschedule. Mom would be aware that work comes first. I was trying to fall asleep in bed on Friday night before the funeral, when Sophie arrived late from another alleged client meal. I sensed something was about to happen, as she sat on the edge of the bed. Her words, "We need to talk." Fantastic. The English language's 4 worst terms. I'm not happy. I haven't been happy for a long time. This marriage isn't working. I think we should get divorced. I was simply staring at her. 4 days ago, my mother passed away. She was currently requesting a divorce, and the funeral was scheduled for tomorrow. "Can this wait until after the funeral?" I replied. "I think it's better to be honest about where we stand. I've already spoken to a lawyer. The papers are being drawn up. We can make this quick and painless if we both agree to the terms." The terms? The prenup is pretty clear. We each keep what we brought in. We split the joint savings 50/50. The apartment is a rental, so we just need to figure out who moves out. I gazed at her as I sat up. Observe her closely. The night before my mother's burial, this woman I had married 3 years prior was requesting a divorce. I said, "Who is he?" She was polite enough to appear shocked. "What? The guy you've been seeing. Who is he? I don't know what you're talking about. Sophie. I've known for months. She sat silent for a long time before saying, I just didn't have the energy to deal with it while Mom was dying. So, who is he? She then gave a shrug. His name is Jason. He's a commercial real estate developer. We met through work. How long? Does it matter? How long, Sophie? About 8 months. 8 months, in fact. While my mother was dying. She had been unfaithful to me for 8 months. He treats me like I deserve to be treated. He's ambitious. He's successful. He's not content being a school teacher for the rest of his life. And then it appeared, the actual problem. I wasn't successful enough for her, not because I had done anything wrong. It wasn't enough ambitious. Wasn't earning enough money. Fine. I said plainly. If you want a divorce, we'll get divorced. But can we please wait until after I bury my mother to discuss the details? I think it's better to have everything out in the open now. Better for who? You. Because it's sure not better for me to be dealing with this right now. She rose up. I'll sleep in the guest room tonight. I've already told the lawyer to have the papers ready by Monday. We can sign them next week. She went out. I sat there in the dark, wondering how my life had gone apart so thoroughly in less than a week. The next morning was the funeral morning. I put on my suit, made some notes for the eulogy, and headed to the church where the event was being conducted. Emily was already there with her family, greeting guests as they arrived. The church filled up soon. Mom had a lot of friends from her years in the neighborhood, her former co-workers, neighbors, people from church, my fellow teachers who'd heard about her passing. It was standing room only by the time the service started. Sophie showed up 15 minutes late, slipping into a pew in the back. Didn't sit with me, didn't acknowledge me, just sat there checking her phone. The service was lovely. The priest spoke of Mom's generosity and kindness. Emily offered a heartfelt statement about what a great mother she'd been. Then it was my turn. Didn't even pretend to care enough to come to the graveside service. We got through the burial. People came up to give condolences, share memories of Mom. Tell me what a fantastic woman she'd been. I was on autopilot, thanking everybody mechanically while my brain fought to process the reality that my wife had walked out of the funeral. After the burial, there was a reception at a local restaurant. Emily had organized it, and it was great. People dining, exchanging tales, celebrating Mom's life. I was standing at the buffet table when my phone buzzed with a text from Sophie. Sophie was leaning against her car with a manila letter in her hand as I stepped outside and said, I'm in the parking lot. We need to talk now. She appeared agitated, as if I were preventing her from doing something crucial. Sorry to interrupt your day, she remarked cynically. She handed me the envelope and said, but I need you to sign these. When I opened it, I discovered fully completed divorce paperwork. I only need signatures. You couldn't wait one more day. You had to bring these to my mother's funeral. Perfect timing. Actually, one less thing to worry about now that your mom's gone. You won't be distracted by taking care of her anymore. We can both move on with our lives. I was just staring at her. My mother's passing was a convenient time to file for divorce, according to the guy I had married. You know what? She was correct. Sign them. Let's just get this over with. I took out a pen, leaned against her car, and signed each sheet that required my signature. Why drag it out? I asked. Neglected to read the fine print. I didn't bargain. I just signed. She appeared taken aback by my speedy completion. That's it. You're not going to fight this? Why would I fight it? You clearly don't want to be married to me. You've been seeing someone else for 8 months. You just called my mother's death convenient timing. I'm not going to beg you to stay. I returned the paperwork to her. She accepted them, appearing strangely disappointed that I had not resisted. I'll have my lawyer file these Monday morning. You should start looking for a new apartment. I'm keeping our place since I make more money and can afford it on my own. Fine, take the apartment, take whatever you want, I don't care anymore. She got into her vehicle and left. In my funeral attire, I stood in the parking lot. On the day I buried my mother, I formally divorced my wife. You mean rock bottom? However, I had no idea what was going to happen. On Monday afternoon, Mom's will was supposed to be read. I went to the lawyer's office to meet Emily. David was a man who had spent years managing Mom's estate planning. That morning, Sophie texted me to let me know that she was preparing the divorce paperwork. My marriage was so formally over by the time I arrived to David's office. David was an elderly man with gentle eyes and a nice demeanor. After offering his condolences for Mom, he began to work. Your mother was very specific about her wishes. She made multiple revisions to her will over the years, but the final draft was finished only 3 months ago. Mom realized she might not have much time left following her operation 3 months ago. David started reading after opening a folder. The first things were heartfelt. Emily will receive Mom's jewelry. We will divide her photo albums. And different friends and family members will receive her personal belongings. Then he reached the property. 3 rental properties were owned by Margaret. In the 1,990 seconds, she bought 2 houses as investments in addition to the one she resided in. Together, the 3 properties have a current market worth of about $1.2 million. Both Emily and James are to share these equally. Emily and I looked at each other in disbelief. $1.2 million worth of property. This exceeded our expectations, even though Mom had informed us she had done well with investments. David went on. Margaret also had investment accounts with different companies, equities, bonds, mutual funds, and some recent cryptocurrency purchases. James and Emily will split the roughly $2.5 million total value of these accounts evenly. The room began to swirl. An investment of $2.5 million. My mother, a former janitor and secretary, had amassed $2.5 million. Additionally, a $450,000 life insurance policy, and other bank accounts totaling about $350,000 will be divided equally. David's eyes averted from the pages. The total estimated worth of Margaret's estate is around $4.5 million. You each stand to inherit about $2 million after taxes and legal fees. I was having trouble breathing. I have $2 million left by my mother. Emily was in tears. Tears of gratitude, disbelief, and happiness were mixed together. With an equally shocked expression, her husband wrapped his arm around her. However, my mind was calculating. I was specifically considering the prenuptial agreement I had signed 3 years prior. Inheritances remained separate property according to the prenuptial agreement. Sophie had insisted on the prenuptial agreement to safeguard the fortune of her family. David had much to accomplish. Margaret left detailed directions as well. She knew about James's marital troubles. He produced a sealed letter in my mother's handwriting that was addressed to me. David gave it to me, while continuing to speak. She wanted to ensure that in the event of a divorce, this inheritance would be completely protected. She worked with me to structure everything, so that not a single dollar could be claimed as marital property. The prenup you signed helps, but she went further. Everything is in trusts with specific clauses preventing any spousal claims. I saluted the letter as I opened it. It started, "My dearest James," in Mom's tidy handwriting. "If you're reading this, I'm gone. And I'm so sorry I can't be there with you, but I need you to know something. I've been watching your marriage for the past few years. And I've seen how Sophie treats you. I've seen how her family looks down on you. I've seen you dimming your own light to make her feel brighter. That's not what love looks like, sweetheart. Real love builds you up. It doesn't tear you down for not making enough money, or not being ambitious enough. You are exactly who you're supposed to be. Teaching those kids, making a difference in their lives. That's worth more than any executive salary, or fancy title. I've left you enough money that you'll never have to worry about finances again. You can keep teaching because you love it, not because you're stuck. You can leave that marriage if it's making you miserable. You have options now. Use them wisely. And James, that prenup Sophie insisted on. Best thing that ever happened to you." I read the letter twice and then a third time. Not a penny of this inheritance is hers. I made sure of it. All my love, Mom. My mother had been aware. She had been preparing for this moment, and had witnessed everything. Emily began smiling through her tears as she read over my shoulder. She was correct when she said, "Oh my gosh. Mom basically just gave you the ultimate revenge." That morning, I had signed divorce papers. Documents modeled like a prenuptial agreement intended to safeguard Sophie's possessions. Documents that she had hurriedly filed, presumably out of concern that I would attempt to take part of her money in the divorce. However, Sophie was unaware that my mother had recently bequeathed me $2 million. Furthermore, none of it was marital property because of the prenuptial agreement she had insisted on. I owned it, totally, completely my. David had a small smile on his face. Margaret had foreseen this. She requested that I provide you this additional letter to give to your soon-to-be ex-wife. With a frustrated expression, she replied, "What do you want? We're divorced. You don't get to just show up here." I gave her the sealed envelope containing her name, which had been sent by Mom's lawyer. "I know. I just wanted to give you something." She viewed it with suspicion. "What is this?" "A letter. You should read it." I turned to leave, but I remained near enough to hear her open it. I wanted to see this moment. Call me petty. There was a rustle of paper, quiet, and then what sounded like she had choked on something. Wait, she exclaimed. I turned around and said, wait. What is this? Her face was pale as she stood in the doorway with the letter. Is this real? Your mom left you over $2 million? Yep. Day after you served me divorce papers at her funeral. I found out at the will reading. Sophie's hands were shaking. But you signed the divorce papers. We're divorced. This is all yours thanks to that prenup you insisted on. Every penny is mine. Inheritances remain separate property. Remember, you wanted to protect your family's money from me. I saw her realize. Worked out great. It protected my mom's money from you. She was likely concerned that I would attempt to claim a portion of her commission income, or future inheritance, which is why she hurried the divorce, and pressured me to sign it. Before I could receive any of her money. She had wanted to put an end to the relationship. Rather, she had terminated our relationship just before I inherited a fortune. You knew, she charged. You knew when you signed the papers. I didn't. Actually, Mom never told me how much she had. The will reading was scheduled for Monday, but I signed your papers on Saturday. I had no idea what was coming. Sophie's face turned red instead of pale. You can't do this. This isn't fair. We can contest the divorce. On what grounds? You want it out? You served me papers at my mother's funeral. You made me sign them in a parking lot. There's nothing to contest, but the money is mine. It's protected by the same prenup you insisted on to protect your family's assets. Funny how these things work out. I observed her as she processed this. I saw her realize that she had forfeited more than $2 million, because she was unable to wait another week to file for divorce. I heard you're already living with Jason. Bet he's going to be disappointed to find out you're not the rich, successful real estate agent he thought you were. James. Wait. Let's talk about this. Maybe we made a mistake. Oh. We made a mistake. You made a mistake when you cheated on me. Made a mistake when you walked out of my mother's funeral. Made a mistake when you called her death. Convenient timing. And you made a really big mistake when you pushed me to sign those divorce papers before asking if Mom had left me anything. Her neighbor had came outside to investigate the disturbance. Seeing this, Sophie lowered her voice. Please, James. We had good times. We can have them again. I made mistakes. But we can fix this. We had good times when you thought I might have potential to make more money. The second you realized I was happy being a teacher, you checked out. The only reason you're interested now is because I'm about to have more money than you. That's not true. It's completely true. If Mom had left me nothing, you'd be thrilled with this divorce. You'd be bragging to your friends about upgrading to Jason. But now that I'm actually worth something to you, suddenly you made a mistake. I accessed my texts after taking out my phone. Found the one she'd sent the morning of the funeral. See this? This is what you texted me about my mother's death. That it was perfect timing. You didn't even have the decency to pretend to care. And now you want me to believe you've changed? Sophie was crying uncontrollably. This time, she shed real tears instead of the phony ones she'd used when she needed something from me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about all of it. About your mom. About Jason. About everything. I believe you're sorry. Sorry you're not getting any of the money. Her expression stiffened. The tears ceased. The real Sophie was there. Your mom must have been laughing her head off writing that will. Setting up her son to screw over his wife. Ex-wife. And Mom wasn't screwing you over. She was protecting me. There's a difference. I strolled back to my vehicle. Sophie alternated between apologizing and getting angry as she called after me. I chose to ignore it all. For the final time, I got into my car and left that phase of my life behind. The result was stunning. Within days, Sophie's family learned of her mother's inheritance. ADOT. The invambly nut. Small-town rumors spread quickly. According to reports, her parents were incensed that she had hurried the divorce. In an attempt to mend fences and suggest that Sophie and I look into reconciliation, her brother Ryan actually called me. I informed him that Sophie was living with Jason, and she appeared content with her decision. He ended the call. Sophie made several attempts to call. She sent me lengthy emails when I didn't respond, explaining that she had made terrible mistakes but that if I just gave her another chance, we could overcome them. How she still loved me despite the pointlessness of the situation with Jason. Without answering, I forwarded each email to my attorney. He said they would be helpful if she attempted to challenge the divorce, which she was unable to do, and he thought they were hilarious. It seems that the boyfriend, Jason, also learned about the inheritance. He broke up with Sophie in a matter of days. According to Emily's friend who knew someone who knew him. I guess he didn't want to date a woman who had recently given up millions. A true stand-up comedian. When Sophie's reputation suffered, her real estate company suffered as well. It turns out that serving divorce papers at a funeral makes people not want to work with that person. She was dropped by several clients. According to reports, her parents were providing her with financial support as she re-established her clientele. In the interim, my life significantly improved. I left teaching because I wanted to do it my way. Not because I didn't love it. Used a portion of the inheritance to launch a small tutoring company for children from disadvantaged backgrounds. Families are charged according to their financial capacity. Some pay nothing, while others pay the full price. Without worrying about scores on standardized tests, I'm actually changing the lives of children. Purchased a modest home in a pleasant area. Nothing ostentatious. It's just a cozy 3-bedroom house with a yard, paid with cash, no mortgage. Emily and I established a scholarship fund in Mom's honor, using some of her money. Full-ride scholarships for low-income students seeking degrees in education. That would have delighted Mom. I finally made the trip to Japan that I had always desired, but had never been able to afford. 3 weeks of exploration. End of Yuli. Resumed dating. At a community gathering, I met a woman named Claire. She loves her job as a librarian, and earns about $45,000 annually. I haven't told her yet, and she doesn't know about the inheritance. Sophie's mother texted me 6 months after the divorce. To make things right, she wanted to get together for coffee. Curious about what she would say, I consented to meet her. She started right away, after ordering a complex drink. Sophie deeply regrets how things ended. She was going through a difficult time and made some poor choices. She made a lot of poor choices. I concurred. Starting with cheating on me for 8 months. She pinched her face. Yes. Well, that was regrettable. But people make mistakes. What matters is that she's learned from them. I'm sure she has. Good for her. James, you and Sophie were good together before things got complicated. Maybe if you both tried again? You mean now that I have money? She was graceful enough to appear ashamed. I mean, now that certain financial stresses aren't a factor. The financial stress wasn't ever a factor for me. I was happy with my teaching salary. Sophie and your family were the ones who had a problem with it. She discussed forgiveness inside the family, and tried a few more topics. I listened courteously, and declined everything. At last, she became irate. You're being vindictive. You're punishing Sophie for making one mistake. One mistake? Let's count them. She cheated for 8 months. She insulted my career for 3 years. She walked out of the funeral. She served me papers the day after my mother died. That's not one mistake. That's a pattern of behavior. Everyone deserves a second chance. I gave her 3 years of second chances. I'm done giving chances to people who don't respect me. Sophie tried one last time. She arrived after hours at my tutoring center. She knocked while I was packing. Can we talk? Really talk. No lawyers, no family, just us. I opened the door for her. I'm not here to ask for money. I know that's what you think, but I'm not. Okay. So, why are you here? To apologize. Really? Apologize? Not because I want something, but because you deserve an actual apology. I waited. I treated you terribly. You were a good husband. You were kind and patient and loving, and I repaid that by constantly criticizing you, trying to change who you fundamentally were. That was wrong. You deserved better. Yes, I did. The thing with Jason was inexcusable. I got caught up in this idea of what success looked like, and you didn't fit that picture. So, I found someone who did, but it was hollow. Sophie, I appreciate the apology, but it doesn't change anything. I know. I'm not asking for anything to change. I just wanted you to know that I see now what I had and what I threw away, not your money. You, the person you are, the teacher who cares about kids, the man who took care of his mom. She got up to go. I hope you find someone who appreciates you for who you are. I think I already have. She gave a sorrowful smile. Good. You deserve it. She turned around after making her way to the entrance. Your mom was right about me, wasn't she? She saw through everything from day one. Mom was good at reading people. Tell her I'm sorry, too, even though she's not here to hear it. I think she knows. Sophie departed. I didn't see her again after that. I've heard that in order to start over, she eventually relocated to a different city. Life is nice for me. Excellent. I live in my own home, teach on my own terms, and date a woman who loves me for who I am. My girlfriend went out on a date with another man. To check the market, I locked her out, cut off her access, and left her staring at her bags on the porch. Hello viewers. If you would want to see more stories like this, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel before we start the video. Regards. Her desire to cheat wasn't the most offensive thing, I guess. Humans are dishonest. It's unsightly, but it occurs. The fact that she believed she could arrange it like a dentist appointment, like a regular checkup on her libido, for which I was supposed to wait in the lobby, was the thing that truly shattered me, the thing that turned my mind from unconditional love to complete indifference. You must comprehend the dynamic in order to comprehend why she felt at ease doing this. She is 30, and I am 32. Let's give her the name Emily. For the past 4 years, I have been Kate's pillar of support. She detested her housemates, and was drowning in credit card debt when we first met. It was me who bought the suburban home, had a career in logistics, and paid off her Audi so she wouldn't have to worry about monthly payments while pursuing her master's degree. It didn't bother me. I cherished her. I wanted to provide a secure existence for her. However, at some point, she began to find safe to be very dull. Around 7 months ago, when she reconnected with her college friend Rebecca, the transformation began. Rebecca is the type of single person who makes you value your alone time. She is dissatisfied at the age of 33, and constantly ends up in the beds of men who don't text back. Misery, of course, enjoys company. The fact that Kate had a paid-off automobile, and a devoted fiancé who prepared dinner every night infuriated Rebecca. She then began spraying Kate's ear with poison. I once heard Rebecca say, "You're in your prime," over speakerphone. Instead of shutting it down, Emily began to absorb it. You've been with him since you were 24. How do you know there isn't someone better out there if you've never looked? You're settling for comfort, Kate. Don't be a suburban housewife before you've even lived. The complaints began modestly. I was too realistic. I had work at 8 a.m. on Tuesdays, so I didn't want to go out to clubs. I was in charge of our finances since I proposed that we invest in a Roth IRA rather than have a third trip to Tulum this year. Last week, when I urged her to lock the front door, she rolled her eyes and said, "You act like my dad." It's suffocating. I need excitement. I need a spark. I provide a home, Emily, I managed to say, maintaining a steady tone of voice. She turned back to her phone and whispered, I provide a future. That's not suffocating. That's life. That's your life. I ought to have anticipated it. However, I didn't realize how much fantasy Rebecca had instilled in her. It took place on Friday. I was looking forward to ordering Thai food and watching a movie with her, after a 55-hour workweek. Upon entering, I discovered Emily sitting at the vanity, putting on a red lipstick hue that she often reserved for special occasions like weddings. I got her a dress on our anniversary, and she was wearing it. Black, gorgeous, backless. She wasn't dressed for Thai cuisine. Going out with Rebecca? I said, as I undid my necktie, and attempted to suppress the knot that was starting to grow in my gut. Emily faced me as she turned on the stool. She didn't appear to be guilty. No, she responded quietly, seeming enlightened, as if she were going to impart tremendous insight to me. I halted in my tracks and said, I'm going on a date. A date? With whom? She said. His name is Ryan. We matched on Hinge a few days ago. With such casualness that she could have easily told me she had changed toothpaste brands. I gazed at her. You're joking. I'm not. She declared as she straightened the dress and got to her feet. She approached me without making physical contact. She was standing just beyond my personal space, staring at me with this pathetic, patronizing gaze. She started by saying, Look, I love you, while reading from a screenplay that I knew Rebecca had assisted her in writing. But I've been feeling really unfulfilled lately. I feel like I settle for the first safe option that came along. Rebecca thinks, and I agree, that I owe it to myself to see what's out there, to check the market. Check the market, I said again in a bland voice. You live in my house. You drive a car I paid for. And you're telling me you're going to go FK another guy to see if you like him better? I'm not going to fay him. She insisted, taking offense at my impoliteness. It's just dinner, drinks, a vibe check. I need clarity. I need to know if the spark is gone because of us. or if there's just someone out there who aligns with my soul better. She adjusted an earring, and looked at herself in the hallway mirror. I need to do this for me. She went on. If you truly love me, you'll let me have this night to figure it out. If I come home to you, you'll know I chose you. You won't just be the default option anymore. You'll be the choice. She expected me to plead as she gazed at me. She anticipated that I would yell, cry, and stop her from leaving. She desired the drama. To feel like the winner, she wanted me to stand up for her. I didn't feel angry, though. As I stood there in the house, I paid the mortgage on and watched her as she checked her cosmetics for another man. I experienced the abrupt and brutal demise of 4 years of love. It simply vanished. It was like staring at a guest who had overstayed her welcome, a rude, entitled outsider. Okay, I replied. She blinked. Okay. Yeah, I replied. I went by her and opened the refrigerator in the kitchen. I picked up a beer. My hand remained steady. You're right. You shouldn't settle. You should be absolutely sure. I opened the beer and took a sip. I stared at her with a blank expression on my face. I said, take your time. Have fun with Ryan. For a moment, she appeared perplexed. A glimmer of uncertainty on her face as I didn't pretend to be the desperate boyfriend. However, she ignored it because of her ego, and the vibration on her phone that indicated Uber was arrived. She grinned, a little, arrogant smirk that suggested she had me completely under control. She perceived me as a contemporary, compassionate spouse. I was waiting, she thought. She murmured. Thank you for understanding. And reached for her clutch. I won't be too late. We can talk about my feelings when I get back. Don't worry about it, I replied. She left through the door. The lock clicked, and I heard it. The Uber door slammed, and I heard it. For precisely 15 seconds, I stood in the quiet of the kitchen. After that, I put down the bottle, went to the garage, and picked up a roll of sturdy trash bags. She was curious in the experience of not settling. She was going to learn. I didn't become angry. I didn't burn her shoes on the front lawn, or toss her things out the window. A man who still cares does that. That's passion. I was no longer passionate. All I had was efficiency. I was like a foreclosure agent, cold and methodical in my approach. I began in the bedroom. I went to the closet and got her baggage. The Samsonite opened them on the bed and remarked, I bought her for our trip to Italy last year. I checked her drawers. Her shirts were folded by me. I matched her socks. Her jeans were packed by me. I was so calm it was almost frightening. The actual remains of our relationship were in my hands, and I couldn't stop thinking about how much more room I would have in my closet. The difference in wealth between us became physically apparent as I packed. I wasn't merely packing her belongings. I was gathering my cash. I spent $650 on the Dyson Air app, which she used every morning, for her birthday. She browsed Hinge on the MacBook Pro. When her old laptop died during finals week, I purchased that. $2,500. The never-ending Sephora haul on my MX vanity. I packed everything. Not a single item she utilized was retained by me. I wanted the house to be totally sanitized of her presence, but I also wanted her to have everything, so she couldn't say I took her belongings hostage. Restroom. Next. A box containing a toothbrush, face creams, and partially filled shampoo bottles. Her framed picture of us, her chargers, her trinkets, and her home office. I put it in a box, face down. Her whole existence was packed into 5 sturdy cardboard boxes and 4 suitcases by 10 p.m. The digital eviction followed. To be honest, this felt more pleasant than the actual one. I took a seat at my computer, and launched the dashboard for my smart house. User Emily, please remove your fingerprint from the smart lock. Uninstall the garage door opener app. Take away access. I modified the password for the Wi-Fi. I clicked sign out of all devices. Updated the passwords for Netflix, Hulu, HBO, and Spotify, and logged in. Perhaps it was trivial, but she wanted to experience life without me. My gigabit internet and 4K streaming subscription were not part of life without me. I was perspiring a little by 10:30 p.m., but the mansion had changed appearance. It appeared quieter and larger. I moved the boxes and bags to the front porch. In order to keep them dry in the event of rain, I carefully piled them behind the awning to the left of the door. I wasn't a monster. I had just finished. I wrote the note after returning inside. I didn't pick up a piece of paper. From my desk, I reached for a thick piece of cream-colored cardstock. I wrote using a good pen. I wanted this to be readable. I wanted it to last forever. I hope you refuse to settle. I also made the decision not to. I pinned the note at eye level to the handle of the biggest luggage. After that, I returned inside, locked the door, and switched off the porch light. It was dark inside the house. The doorbell camera's flashing blue ring, and the street lighting were the sole sources of illumination. I poured myself another drink, turned on my phone's live feed of the front door, and sat in the dark on the couch. I waited after that. She returned sooner than I thought she would. 11:50 p.m., I saw the Uber pull up on the screen. She didn't appear to be a woman who had fallen in love. She appeared irritated. She undoubtedly noticed that the Wi-Fi didn't automatically connect when she got out of the car, looked at her phone, and strode up the driveway. When she was prepared to start a battle, she would walk with that particular stomping rhythm. In the drive, she had most likely practiced her speech. She needed more time, but she was going to tell me the date was fine. Alternatively, she might have told me Ryan was a jerk, but that didn't absolve me. To get her back, I still had to take charge. She ascended the stairs. She did not turn her head to the left, the bags were not yet visible to her. She grabbed the handle of the door, and entered her code. Beep. 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 Red flashed on the lock. She scowled. Her acrylic nails clicked violently against the keypad as she typed it in once more forcefully this time. Beep, beep, beep. The light is red. What on earth? Through the camera's microphone, I could hear her murmuring. On her phone, she attempted to launch the app. I saw her frantically tapping the screen. Then she stopped. She realized she was locked out of the system as she gazed at her phone. She noticed the wall of bags as she looked up at that point. In real time, I saw the knowledge dawn on her. It took some time. She initially appeared perplexed, as if Amazon had sent a huge delivery that she had forgotten about. Then she saw that the suitcases were Samsonite. With her hand flying to her mouth, she took a step back. As she approached the bags, she noticed the stock remark on the card. She read it after ripping it off the handle. I sipped my beer while sitting 6 feet away from her in the dimly lit living room across the door. Her face contorted on the screen. Shock gave way to full, unmitigated wrath. She hammered on the door after turning around. "It was Jake!" she cried. I remained still. "Open this door. Is this a joke? Open the ***king door. Once. Twice. 12 times. She rang the doorbell. I didn't flinch when the chime reverberated around the quiet house. She screamed, "You can't do this." Her voice breaking. She was already changing history when she said, "I live here. You can't just kick me out because I went on a date. We talked about this. You said it was okay." I never said, "Come back." She took out her phone and contacted me. I had said, "Take your time." On the sofa table, my phone buzzed. I allowed it to ring. She kept calling. She resumed banging on the door, after realizing I wouldn't respond. My cue was, "I'm going to call the cops. This is an illegal eviction." The door was not opened by me. I didn't shout from the woods. I just hit the Ring app's chat button. My voice was clear and metallic when it came from the speaker on the porch. She started and looked around for the source of the voice before making eye contact with the camera lens. "You don't live here, Emily. You're not on the deed. You're not on the lease. You've never paid a utility bill in 4 years. You are a guest who overstayed her welcome." She yelled at the camera. "Are you serious right now? I went to one dinner and you packed my whole life up. You are so insecure. This proves everything Rebecca said about you. You're a controlling narcissist." I calmly said, "I'm not controlling anything," into the microphone. "I'm setting you free. You wanted to check the market. The market is open. Go find that spark." She cried out, "Where am I supposed to go?" Now the tears were beginning. Tears of anger. Weaponized. "It's midnight. I have nowhere to go," I remarked. "You have Rebecca. She thinks you shouldn't settle. Go sleep on her couch. I'm sure she'd love to hear about your date." "Jake, stop it. Let me in. We can talk about this." Grabbing the doorknob, she gave it a violent rattle. "If you bang on that door one more time," I replied in a lower pitch, "I'm calling the police and reporting a trespasser. Grab your bags and get off my porch. You settled for me, remember? I'm doing you a favor." I stopped the audio stream. I spent an additional 3 minutes observing her. She looked at the camera lens as if she wanted to rip my eyes out via the internet, her chest heaving as she stood there. She gave one of the boxes a kick. Then she saw how pointless it was. The home was a stronghold. There were no lights. The uninteresting, secure man she had made fun of had turned into an impassable barrier. She took out her phone and dialed a number. I thought it was Rebecca. She was acting like the victim, crying now and waving her hands. After 25 minutes, a dilapidated Honda Civic arrived. Rebecca. I saw Rebecca, dressed in sweats and wearing a weary, irritated expression, assist Emily in packing the boxes into her tiny trunk. Not everything fit. The final package had to be crammed into the rear seat. Emily was crying the whole time. Rebecca didn't appear to be a helpful best friend. She appeared to be someone who didn't want to be dealing with this, and had work in the morning. I finally felt it as they drove away, leaving my driveway silent and deserted. Tranquility. I walked upstairs to sleep in the center of the bed, after shutting down the camera app and finishing my beer. She didn't anticipate the immediate fallout. But it did happen. The smear effort started the following morning. Emily claimed to have been abandoned by a domineering narcissist who couldn't tolerate her expressing her truth in a lengthy, heartfelt Instagram tale that was a black screen with white writing. She omitted the date information. Naturally, she presented it as me tossing her on the street in reprisal for her merely requesting some breathing room. Approximately 7 hours were spent as the victim. Rebecca hyped her up in the comments by calling me garbage, insecure, and nasty. Speaking your truth, however, frequently brings the real truth to the gathering. Dude, are you serious? You kicked her out for asking for space. I texted Tom, a mutual acquaintance, a screenshot of the text Emily had sent me just before she left. Going to dinner with Ryan. Don't wait up. I need to see if there's a spark. If I come back, you'll know I chose you. Tom didn't respond to my message. Rather, he openly responded to her Instagram story. Didn't you tell him you were going on a date with another guy to test the market while he paid your rent? Pretty sure that's why your bags were packed, not because you asked for space. 15 minutes later, she removed the story. The story fell apart. Then there was the Ryan case. Ryan, the guy from Hinge who was meant to be her exciting new spark, reportedly witnessed the scene taking place. He wasn't seeking for a homeless woman having a public breakdown and a bitter ex. He was looking for a casual hookup. She attempted to text him for a second date or perhaps simply someone to cry on, as I subsequently learned. Her number was blocked by him. Before the spark ever ignited, it was put out. Rebecca was left. Emily's own hell was living with Rebecca, and I don't feel sorry for her. Rebecca lives in a bachelorette pad with one bedroom that smells like cat litter and incense. Rebecca detests having to share her restroom, but she adores the notion of supporting women. Within 3 weeks, the fissures were visible. I was in the midst of canceling our shared cell phone plan when I received a notification about data consumption. Since Rebecca didn't have high-speed Wi-Fi, Emily was likely using Rebecca's couch to browse TikTok while consuming massive amounts of data. The financial reality check followed. Emily texted me on the 1st of the month. She had not contacted anyone since the lockout. Emily, hey. The payment for the Audi is due on Tuesday. The portal says it's not set to autopay. Can you handle it? I'm in a really bad spot right now, and I need the car to get to interviews, since my job is remote, but Rebecca's internet sucks. I was staring at the phone. In fact, the audacity was astonishing. Since the lease was in her name, she honestly believed that since I had always paid it, I would keep doing so out of habit. My response. It's your car, Emily. Your name is on the lease. I paid for it when you were my partner. You resigned from that position. Emily, OP, please. I literally have $400 in my account. If I miss a payment, my credit will tank. Just this one time. For old time's sake. Me asked Ryan. Her number was blocked by me. Tom informed me 2 weeks later that Rebecca had requested Emily's departure. It seemed that Kate was depressing the atmosphere and was unable to cover her portion of the utilities. Kate was forced to return to her parents' house. She had been attempting to get out of a small house 3 towns over for the past 6 years. She had moved from her childhood bedroom with a controlling mother and a load of debt to a 3,000-foot smart home with a partner who loved her. She hadn't just been hit by karma. It had backed up, parked on top of her, and ran her over. My life didn't simply stabilize for months. Without her tuition, car, Sephora habits, and emotional instability as continual drains, it thrived. Every month, I was saving around $2,200. I joined a gym for boxers. Because I wasn't arriving at work, weary from late-night disputes about my lack of edge, I was promoted. I was getting better sleep. I appeared more attractive. Her voice was gone from my memory. Then she showed up. The night was a Tuesday. I was feeling really fantastic, and a little exhausted as I left the gym with my bag over my shoulder. She was there as I made my way to my car, a brand new pickup I had purchased for myself as a congrats gift for not compromising. She was resting against my truck's panel. She had changed appearance. There was no longer any radiance. A faint vibrating anxiousness has taken the place of the main character vigor she had exuded. She wore her hair in an untidy bun. It's the I haven't washed it sort. Not the stylish kind. I recognized the hoodie she was wearing. She used to paint in it, and it was old. I bought her some fashionable boots, but she wasn't wearing them. Her sneakers were scratched. She straightened when she spotted me. Her lip trembled as she attempted to grin. She glanced at me, taking in the new truck, my obviously fitter physique, and my new clothes. I watched as regret struck her eyes like a blow to the body. "Hey," she murmured. I came to a stop about 6 feet away. The truck was not unlocked by me. "Emily, you're trespassing again." She encircled herself with her arms and murmured. I needed to see you. I've been calling. You blocked me." "Yes," I said. "That's what blocking means." She moved closer to me. "Jake, please, can we just talk?" 6 minutes. I drove 45 minutes to get here. My mom's car. It's a piece of junk. I just need you to listen. I glanced at my timepiece. "You have 3 minutes." After inhaling deeply, she threw herself into it. "The screenplay. I messed up," she said, her voice shaking. "I know that now. These last few months, they've been a nightmare. Rebecca was toxic. She got in my head. She made me feel like I was missing out on something, and I was stupid enough to listen. She gave me that look that used to make me fold at the sight of her huge, teary eyes. But going on that date, it was the best thing that could have happened," she stated. I arched an eyebrow. "Really?" "Yes," she demanded, stepping forward once more. "Because the second I sat down with him, I knew. I knew he wasn't you. I knew I didn't want excitement or drama. I wanted home. I wanted us." She made an attempt to touch my arm. I stepped back. "I learned my lesson," she begged. "I did the research. Jake, I checked the market just like I said I would. And you won. You're the best man I've ever known. I chose you. Doesn't that count for something that I went out there, saw what else was available, and I came back to you?" She honestly thought she was complimenting me, and she smiled through her tears. "I'm ready to come home," she muttered, believing that she was the prize, and that by coming back, she was giving herself to me. "I'm ready to settle down. I won't ever ask for a spark again. I just want you." She waited for me to embrace her as she stood there. The movie moment was what she was waiting for. I gave her a look. I turned to face the woman who had left me sitting on the couch, while she put on a black dress for an unknown person. Telling me I was dull. I had no emotion at all. I said, "Are you done?" Her smile wavered. Between us, the stillness lingered, thick and uneasy. She squinted, perplexed by my voice's lack of warmth. "Done," she said again in a little voice. "I'm pouring my heart out to you." "You're pouring out desperation, Emily," I replied. "There's a difference." My workout bag was moved to my other shoulder. I didn't bend over. I didn't become any softer. "You have this story in your head where you went on a hero's journey," I replied, maintaining a conversational tone as if I were giving a junior employee an explanation of a logistical blunder. "You think that by leaving, failing, and coming back, you've proven your love. You think telling me I chose you is the ultimate compliment." "It is," she demanded, her eyes now streaming down her cheeks. "I saw what else was out there and it wasn't as good as you. I realized I was lucky." "No," I replied. "You realized you were expensive. And you realized that guys like Ryan don't pay bills. They don't pay off a safety." I moved closer to make sure she heard everything I said, not to intimidate. "You didn't choose me, Emily. You were rejected by the market you were so desperate to test. Ryan didn't want you. Rebecca couldn't stand living with you. Your parents are probably driving you crazy. I'm not your choice. I'm your safety net. I'm the path of least resistance." She wailed. "That's not true." And reached for my hand once again. I avoided her. "It is true. If Ryan had been rich, exciting, and willing to commit, you wouldn't be standing here in a parking lot begging me. You'd be with him. You're only here because the gamble failed." She stopped. She was struck by the harsh, unvarnished reality of it. She gave up attempting to play the role of the heroine weary of love. Her face twisted into true sorrow. Please, she muttered. I have nothing. I miss our life. I miss who we were. I can be better. I swear I'll be the wife you wanted. I'll stop listening to Rebecca. Just give me a chance to fix it. Don't you miss me at all? I gave her a look. I searched for it, and gazed at the woman I intended to marry. The hurt, the longing, the wrath, yet nothing. The interruption of my nighttime routine was really a slight nuisance. Sincerely, I don't miss you, I said, and that surprised me. 2. But the last 5 months have been the most peaceful months of my life. My house is clean, my bank account is full, and nobody is telling me I'm boring for wanting a stable future. I opened the truck after taking my keys out of my pocket. Her tear-streaked visage was illuminated by the flashing headlights. To make sure you weren't settling, I said, opening the driver's side door. You said you were going on a date. And you were right to do that. Because it made me realize something. 2. After getting inside the cab, I gave her one final glance. I was the one settling. Emily. I was settling for someone who needed a safety net more than a partner. I don't need a project anymore. I need an equal. Jake, don't. Grabbing the doorknob. She sobbed. Don't leave me like this. You left yourself like this, I replied. You wanted a spark? Go find it. But you won't find it in my driveway. I closed the door. Before it latched, she released her grip. When I pulled out of the parking lot, I didn't check my rearview mirror. She stood there in the exhaust fumes. And I didn't need to see her. I was fully aware of her appearance. A woman who lost everything she had staked on her own ego. I took a car home. I placed an order for Thai food. I didn't have to worry about it being too heavy for her because it was extra spicy just the way I liked it. I ate it in my tidy, peaceful kitchen. I passed the location where her bags used to be at the door later that evening. The room was deserted. The sentiment was still there. But the message was gone. She had no intention of settling. I also eventually quit settling because of her. Thank you for viewing. Be sure to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. How do you feel about this narrative? Post it in the comments. My baby was born premature in the NICU, and my plea for family support was met with silence. When they later needed me because Dad collapsed, I refused. It had been 5 days since her birth. 5 days of wearing alarm tubes and seeing her tiny chest rise and fall behind a layer of glass. Her skin was 2 pounds 4 ounces and so translucent that I could see her veins. I was unprepared for that. Nobody ever is. You believe you will give birth and hold your kid straight away, cry, snap pictures, and text the relatives. Instead, I sat in silence next to equipment I couldn't comprehend, attempting to keep my breathing low so as not to disrupt anything. And I was alone. Not symbolically or literally alone. Nobody had shown up, not a single individual. It did not hit me all at once. At first, I assumed they were simply waiting until the appropriate time. Perhaps they were giving me room. Perhaps they were on the way. But I'd sent the message. I typed it plainly. We're in NICU. Please pray. Simple, honest, and desperate in a modest manner. I stared at the screen after pressing send, expecting it to light up with love. One individual responded, Aunt Kathleen. 3 photos from Hawaii. Her feet in the sand, a pina colada in hand, and a sunset photo labeled best view ever. That was all. No mention of the baby, no queries, no concerns, just vacation photographs and hashtags. I did not say anything. I wanted to shout. I wanted to chuck the phone, but couldn't. My daughter was struggling to breathe, and I needed to remain calm. I was her anchor. She did not need to have a meltdown. She needed me to be steady. The worst part was realizing that it wasn't a one-time lapse. Nobody else in the family followed up. Not my brother, with whom I once drove 5 hours to avoid a lease split. Not my cousin Megan, who grieved on my couch for weeks after losing her job and then allowed me to pay her rent multiple times. Not Kathleen's kid, whom I physically housed in my guest room for a semester while she discovered herself. Days went into weeks. I stayed at the hospital nearly full-time. My husband was in Oregon, trying to finish out a work contract that couldn't be broken without financial penalties. He felt helpless. I assured him not to worry. I was okay. But I was not. I was eating cafeteria food, taking a shower in the hospital family center, changing clothes from a duffel bag, and observing my kid through glass. Her name was Eleanor. Nobody asked what we named her. On day 31, I was sitting in my typical cafeteria corner, drinking a cold cup of coffee and scrolling through photos of Eleanor on my phone. The nurses had helped me take a few. She appeared stronger, a little bigger, and still wired up, but I could see her spirit. Something had shifted. There was hope. That's when I noticed it. My phone flashed up. 84 missed calls. I froze. I hadn't even heard it vibrate before. I didn't feel it ringing. A silent notification screen sprang up at me, as if it knew something I didn't. The majority of the calls were from my brother. His last text was, "This is horrible." And I sensed right away that something major was on its way. But, unlike in the past, I didn't panic. I did not cry. I simply set the coffee down, took a deep breath, and called him back, because if it came to a family emergency, they'd find out what it was like to be alone. The phone barely rang before my brother answered. His speech was loud, hurried, and wobbly, as if he'd been sprinting. I overheard traffic, someone talking in the background, then a car door slamming. He didn't ask how I was. He didn't ask about Eleanor, he just blurted it out. Dad collapsed on the driveway. It happened 1 hour ago. There was no warning, just a drop while pulling the trash containers back after collection. The neighbor saw it, contacted 911, and attempted CPR. My brother arrived at the hospital just as they were bringing Dad into emergency surgery. A brain bleed. They were unsure if he would make it. I said nothing at first. I peered out the cafeteria window to the same sidewalk I saw every morning. I asked who was accompanying him. He mentioned that Mom, Kathleen, and a few cousins had raced over. Even Megan was present. Right. Of course, everyone could make it while he was in the hospital. Then he uttered what everyone expected to hear. "You should come. Mom is falling apart. We need you." Not, "How is your daughter?" Not, "Are you okay? We only need you." I informed him that I had been in the hospital for 31 days. That my baby weighed 2 pounds when she was delivered. That I was here alone, eating from vending machines and sleeping in a folding chair, while everyone else went on with their lives as if nothing occurred. I inquired if he remembered the message I sent in the family group chat. He did not respond to that. Said things had been hectic. Kathleen claimed to have recently returned from Hawaii. They said they assumed I didn't want visitors. I didn't want to feel overwhelmed. I almost chuckled, as if stillness weren't more intimidating than anything else. I did not yell. I did not argue. I just stated I wouldn't leave Eleanor. Not now, not for this. I wished Dad the best and meant it, but they'd have to sort it out without me. Then I hung up. He called back within seconds. I let it go to voicemail. He texted next. A wall of texts, some pleading, some guilt-tripping, and others simply rambling. I sat there reading each one, then gradually began deleting them one by one. It wasn't rage that I felt. There is no longer any betrayal, only a hard, harsh certainty. For years, I had supported this family. I was the go-to fixer, the mediator, the person they relied on when things went wrong. I paid for items without being asked. I remembered the birthdays they had forgotten. I never turned someone down when they needed help. However, they left me alone while my daughter was on life support. They left me sitting beside an incubator day and night, without questioning how I was doing. So that was it. I turned off the ringer, put my phone back in my pocket, and went upstairs. Eleanor was sleeping with her arms slightly spread out, as if she were floating. Her heart rate remained constant. She breathed without the CPAP for the first time. The nurse told me that we'd probably be starting bottle feeding soon. I stood there, looking down at her, and felt it settle within me. I didn't know anyone anymore. They may beg, call, and cry. It wouldn't matter. Whatever storm awaited them next, they'd have to face it alone because I wasn't their safety net anymore. I was my daughter's mother, and I was tired of saving people who didn't show up when it was most important. The following 2 days were like being underwater, still muffled and thick. My phone did not ring. Nobody texted. Not about Dad, nor about anything. After that barrage of missed calls and messages, it was as if someone flipped a switch and severed the wires. When they were not satisfied with the outcome of their actions, it was almost remarkable how quickly they could disappear. I, too, did not make any attempt to contact you. This is not to inquire about whether or not Dad survived the operation. Do not check on Mom to see if she is okay. In the same manner that I had been doing for the past month, I sat in the NICU and watched Eleanor sleep in her cozy nest of blankets and cables while the monitors flashed and hummed. I bided my time. I gave them the opportunity to demonstrate to me that they were serious about what they said. Inquire about her, as well as about myself. Not a single person did. Rather than that, Eleanor gained 4. It was that was important. At last, we were able to wean her off of oxygen treatments. With her eyes widened, she encircled my pinky finger with her entire hand and then opened them wider. I experienced a sense of improved strength each time I saw her fight. It is Julian Parker. A total of 2.5 days passed before Kathleen arrived. I was informed about it by one of the nurses who worked there. She did not telephone in advance. I did not send a text message. To give the impression that she was delivering a present for a housewarming party, she entered the room while wearing her sunglasses and carrying a small shopping bag. She made no request to meet with Eleanor. She did not inquire about my location. I simply smiled and walked out of the room after leaving some expensive cookies with the nurse. That was a massive gesture on her part. My brother sent me another text message later in the day. Now, despite everything that we have done for you, you are simply cutting off everyone by cutting them off. I took a considerable amount of time to read the message. After he was laid off from his job, I recalled the hours that I had spent assisting him in revising his resume. In the event that his vehicle broke down, I offered him a loan, assisted him in paying his tuition, and brought him groceries when his wife was dealing with an illness. There was never any retaliation from me. Never made him feel insignificant for asking for help to be provided. I responded with the following. You left me alone while my daughter was fighting for her life. I'm just doing what you taught me. After that, I blocked him, and something within me began to realize what was going on. In the evening, after Eleanor had gone to sleep, I logged into the account that was associated with my nephew's tuition. We have terminated the automatic payments and cleared the card that was connected. I did not give anyone any warning. I failed to leave a note behind. Let the invoices come in as they come in. Give the school permission to contact him. In addition to launching a new app, I also stopped providing Megan with the monthly rent assistance that I had been sending her since March. Despite the fact that she never directly asked me about her issues, she did hint at them, and I intervened. Not any longer. A message was sent to me by Megan the following morning. Hello there, were you unable to complete the payment? Checking the rents too soon is not enough. I did not give a response. Exactly 2 hours later, Kathleen sent me a text message that included a picture of flowers arranged in a vase and the caption, thinking of you and the baby. After that, there are emojis of a heart and a sun. After reading the rest of it, I decided to delete it. There were 3 unknown numbers that I had received calls from by the time the day came to a close. They were probably cousins that I hadn't heard from in months, but all of a sudden they remembered everything about me. My phone did not pick up. It was already clear to me what they desired. When people become aware that the person on whom they relied has left, they do not engage in introspection. They are in a hurry. They have a conversation. In doing so, they distort the story. They make an effort to change it. Not because they are concerned, but rather because the support that they believed would never end has suddenly disappeared. Causes them to feel frightened. It is not because they miss you that they miss you. Rather, it is because they miss the version of you who says yes every time. However, that version of myself vanished the day that I sat alone in that NICU with Eleanor and read the vacation caption that my aunt had posted instead of a message that said, "We're here. Oh, we adore you." They came to a conclusion on that particular day. We've got you. I simply followed in their footsteps. And now, as they began to scramble, I concentrated on the things that were truly important. Eleanor is controlling her own breathing. She had gained an additional 2 ounces. I was allowed to hold her for an entire hour by the nurse. Additionally, for the first time in a considerable amount of time, the burden that I had been carrying, which was their weight, began to be lifted off of my shoulders. Piece by piece, the hospital was starting to feel like a second home. I knew which vending machines always got stuck, which nurses liked jazz, and which ones gave the best updates without sugarcoating anything. Eleanor was gaining weight fast. Her tiny fingers gripped mine longer each day, and the doctors had started talking about her release in a few weeks. In spite of the fact that there were still a great deal of obstacles to overcome, we had finally settled into a rhythm that did not involve my family. Suddenly, out of the blue, my phone became buzzing with a message that caused me to pause for a moment. The message came from my grandfather. Just give me a call tonight by yourself. I don't need a heart emoji or a prayer chain that has been forwarded. It had been several months since I had last communicated with him. He was never the type of person to get involved in trivial disagreements or problems within the family. Even though he was reserved and traditional, he was respected by everyone. The audience paid attention whenever he did speak. Possessed at all times. On that particular evening, after Eleanor had fallen asleep and gone outside to a bench close to the emergency room entrance, I called him. Not a moment later, he responded. There will be no idle chatter. Apparently, he was well versed in everything. He was aware that no one had come to visit, that Kathleen had gone on vacation, and that my brother was now calling everyone in the family to complain that I had become unfriendly on the phone. He stated that he had seen the messages that were posted in the group chat. I did not inquire about the manner. It didn't matter to me. Then, he made a statement that I was not anticipating. He was revising his will at the time. He did not even make an effort to gentle it. I was just told in a straightforward manner that he was sick of the way that everyone had been acting toward him, circling around him, pretending to care, angling for inheritance, and contributing nothing in return. However, this is what they did to Eleanor and me, despite the fact that he claimed to have been watching it for years. The line was as follows. He informed me that he had already conferred with his legal rep. He was relinquishing everything to Eleanor, including the house, the Vermont property, the investments, and everything else. Not to me, but to her instead. Because, according to him, she was the only innocent member of the family that was still alive. A single individual who was deserving of a fresh start. While I sat there in silence, I watched the street light that was located above the bench. I told him that I had no expectations whatsoever. In no way was I doing any of this for financial gain. He stated that he was aware of that. That was the reason why it was going to her. After that, it seemed as though he was reading my thoughts. They believe that you are in need of them, he said. You, however, were the only person who managed to keep this family together. Immediately after you stopped carrying them, everything began to fall apart. After that, we didn't say much more than a quiet farewell to one another. When I woke up the following morning, the group chat was in a state of unrest. Screen captures, a hazy photograph of a legal document that has been typed. Questioned whether or not it was a joke. Kathleen is freaking out in all capital letters. There are question marks being sent by my brother. Eleanor was not mentioned by anyone. We were not asked how we were doing. Money, property, what is fair, and what she says to him were the most important things at the time. As far as I can tell, my grandfather had called a family gathering at his house without providing any explanation as to why. People showed up, most likely under the impression that he was going to make a statement about reducing the size of the company or distributing gifts ahead of schedule. Rather than that, he went around the room and distributed folders that contained the new will, and then he got up and left. This was not explained by him. He did not inquire about the feedback. Just now, he made it official. Kathleen's anger was through the roof. Megan sent a message that was about honoring family traditions, and it was a passive-aggressive message. 2 times, my brother attempted to call me on FaceTime. I chose not to respond. In its place, I sat with Eleanor in the chair of the neonatal intensive care unit NICU, clutching her tightly while she slept on my chest. Her little heart monitor maintained a steady and slow beeping sound. I was keenly aware of her warmth. When I finally started to feel the weight of her in my arms, it was a real sensation. The true burden that I was carrying was not economic in nature. It had nothing to do with inheritance. It was this quiet, exhausting burden of being the one who showed up over and over again while everyone else took it that was the source of the burden. The weight has shifted at this point. Until now, the family had not yet comprehended. It was believed by them that this was a matter of financial gain, and that I had in some way turned our grandfather against them. It was not a form of retribution. This was the price that they had to pay for it. In addition, it was not yet over. Since I hadn't even told them about the second part, which was what I had planned to do after that, I did not make any statements until after 3 more days had passed. Permit the messages to accumulate. Wait for the panic to take hold. An additional 12 texts were sent by my brother. Some of them were belligerent, while others pretended to be calm, as if he was attempting to reason with me. Kathleen shifted her strategy and sent me a voice memo, expressing her belief that it is essential for the family to remain united, particularly for the sake of Eleanor. Considering that Megan had not spoken a word when I was alone in the neonatal intensive care unit NICU with a premature baby who was struggling to breathe, it was hilarious that she asked if we could talk, just the 2 of us girls. While they were arguing over a will, I was busy planning something completely different. This was something that none of them realized, but it was crucial. I had been quietly gathering the paperwork for something that they never thought I would actually do while I was talking to the social worker at the hospital. Eleanor was getting better and stronger every day. It was not a move across town. Rather, it was a move across nations. My spouse had recently been offered a permanent position at the Children's Hospital in Colorado, where a job opportunity had recently become available. It was a part-time position that offered flexibility, and it came with a relocation package. The best part was that it included a spot in their NICU follow-up program for Eleanor, which meant that we would receive ongoing care from specialists, who were already familiar with how to care for little ones like her. I did not disclose this information to anyone other than my husband and the nurse who had been with me from the very beginning. For that information, I did not owe anyone else anything. I finally responded to the group chat 2 days before our flight was scheduled to depart, not through words, but through a picture. While sleeping in her car seat, Eleanor was wearing a brand new onesie. Behind her, She had 2 suitcases that were packed and zippered. Kathleen was the first to respond. Will you be going somewhere? Following L was done. Now, what exactly is this? Can you move around? In the end, the message from my brother arrived. After everything that has happened, you are still doing this? In spite of everything. As if I were the one who vanished without a trace. As if I were the one who had abandoned another individual in a hospital bed to wait for them outside. I did not give a response. The hospital room was finished being cleaned the following day. After Eleanor was released from the hospital, we boarded a plane. It's just my husband, my daughter, and I talking here. Throughout the entire flight, I held her. No, I did not cry. I did not turn around to look back. My husband opened his phone that evening while we were staying in a hotel close to our new apartment. He then proceeded to scroll through the messages that had been sent to me by my family and asked me if I wanted to block them. I told them that I was not ready just yet because I wanted them to experience what life was like without me. They did in fact. During the subsequent few weeks, I began posting a small number of pictures on social media that were relatively quiet. A video of Eleanor smiling at the ceiling fan as if it were the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, her first nap in her new crib, and her checkup at the new hospital are all things that can be found in this collection. The feedback started coming in like a flood. Certainly not from them, as they remained silent and watched. However, I was able to observe it, including the views, the visits to the profiles, and the quiet surveillance of individuals who were gradually realizing that they were no longer a constituent of the narrative. And after that, it took place. My grandfather had also written a letter, which was delivered to me. According to what I was told, he was pleased with me. Explained that he had made yet another modification, but that he had not yet shared this information with the other individuals. Not only was the trust being divided prior to the will being written, but it was also being divided immediately. It would be necessary to transfer Eleanor's portion in order to make it possible for her to have access to a fund for her education that is held exclusively for her. Neither the co-signers nor any members of the family were permitted to have any contact with it. The following is an excerpt from the letter that he wrote. They took your generosity for granted. Presently, they will have the opportunity to observe what occurs when that act of kindness is transferred to a different location. After reading it twice, I folded it and slipped it into Eleanor's baby box. I positioned it so that it was right next to the picture of her in that NICU incubator. I then proceeded to read it again. The disintegration of the family did not take place all at once, rather, it was gradual, and things started to fall apart as gradually as they could. Megan mentioned in her post that she was in need of assistance with her rent, and she asked for it all. The possibility that Kathleen might sell her condo was hinted at by her. The child of my brother was removed from school in the middle of the semester where they were enrolled. In no way did I feel any kind of joy about any of it. To tell you the truth, I had changed my mind about being angry, and as a result, I did not even bother to respond to what was said. I did not have any limitations. There was a sluggish start first, as well as a few comments on Eleanor's updates that were not particularly specific. There were a few likes on old photos that were posted on Instagram. The information is not specific, but it is sufficient to get a sense of the situation. I was unable to provide a response to your question. Then, however, approximately 6 weeks after we had relocated, Megan experienced her first emotional breakdown. The silence had the ability to speak for itself. In the email that she sent to me, there were a total of 5 paragraphs, the majority of which revolved around the word sorry, as if it were a minefield. By means of her writing, she conveyed the difficulties that have been encountered and the fact that no one had a genuine comprehension of the gravity of the situation. She expressed that she had been thinking about Eleanor and that she hoped that the family would be able to get back together at some point in the future. In conclusion, she made the following statement: I wouldn't mind getting to know her better. According to my point of view, she ought to be aware of where she came from. From where? It was not history that she was referring to. Her goal was to accomplish this. Simply put, she meant that she wanted to be in close proximity to Eleanor and the money. The life that she was able to observe from the outside from the inside of the life that she was living. A response was not provided by me. 1 week later, a package was brought to my front door by the delivery person. In spite of the fact that there was no return label, I was able to recognize the handwriting on the card before I even opened it. A collection of baby clothes that were all too big for the child was found inside the teddy bear that had a gold ribbon and still smelled faintly of perfume. The teddy bear was accompanied by a collection of baby clothes. The message on the card, which was addressed to your great-aunt Kathleen, read, "For my little princess with love from your mother. It is time to get over the past and move on." When I was finished, I put the bear back in the box, resealed it, and then put it in the closet that is situated in the hallway. On the other hand, my brother did not send out a message about the situation. It was not written by the man. It was he who made his appearance. The notification came from the doorbell camera that I had installed, and it came to my attention while I was cleaning bottles. He was just standing there with his hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket, and he gave the impression that he was staring up at the door as if he couldn't believe it was actually real. I had some reservations. There was a part of me that longed to listen to what he had to say in person, despite the fact that I was contemplating ignoring it or not paying attention to it at all. I am the one who opened the door up. It seemed as though he had used up all of his excuses, as he gave off the impression of being rough. He was not unhealthy. Rather, he appeared to be simply worn down. A statement was made by him that read, "I was passing through." Despite the fact that we were both aware that he was not making any statements, I managed to avoid making any statements. When that was over, it showed up. My one and only wish was to have a meeting with you. As a result, I waited. At long last, he articulated the words that he had been preparing to utter. "We are yearning for you." I allowed that to linger in the air between us for a considerable amount of time, for a prolonged period of time. Following that, I informed him that you don't miss me, you miss the version of me who paid your bills, picked up the pieces, and kept everything together. Simply looking down at the ground, he did not engage in any argument. Then, after that, he made the following statement: "Mom has been asking about you." It is not clear to him now. She is of the opinion that everything is a manifestation of a misunderstanding. After Eleanor was admitted to the neonatal intensive care unit (NICU) and no one arrived, I began to wonder if she was experiencing any kind of mental confusion. I questioned him about that, but he did not respond to my inquiry. The way he looked at me gave the impression that he was trying to convey something else to me. On the other hand, he has made the choice to refrain from yelling or begging for what he desires. Afterward, he gave a single nod before turning around to face the woman. Following his departure, I made sure the door was completely shut and locked. During that particular evening, I was sitting in the nursery with Eleanor, who was sleeping on my chest, and I was listening to her gentle breathing. I was watching her as she continued to sleep. The sensation that I felt was one that I hadn't felt in a number of months, and it occurred to me as the room was illuminated by the light of her nightlight. Harmony is achieved. In their investigation, they were able to look into every possible scenario that could have taken place. Remorse, sentimentality, and a phony sense of warmth are all present in this situation. As soon as I realized that I had finally reached a point where I understood what was going on, it became irrelevant. During a time of crisis, it is impossible to make a demonstration of love for someone. In the days that follow, when there is no drama to resolve and no audience to impress, it is demonstrated that this is exactly what started out happening in the first place. What differentiates the individuals who appear from those who vanish is the individuals who appear. Among the many ways in which they demonstrated who they were, one of the ways was that my family did not show up at all. After some consideration, I have decided to stop waiting. Initiating the process of forming a new circle was something that occurred to me. Companions who, in addition to being quiet, offered soup without being asked to do so were also considered respectful. I was able to get assistance from a person I know while I was in the process of carrying groceries up the stairs. My husband's coworker brought over some lovely garments that turned out to be the perfect size for her husband. These garments were of the perfect size for my husband. In this particular instance, the individuals in question did not have any obligations or expectations that were not brought to its attention. The fact that they exhibited a greater amount of love than the people with whom I shared a bloodline was something that took me by surprise. Many months have passed since the last time we spoke. There was no doubt that Eleanor was making positive strides. Particularly noticeable was the rounding of her cheeks. Her laughter was completely natural and hadn't been rehearsed in any way. According to the doctor, she was making encouraging strides in her recovery from her condition. In point of fact, she was the one. My grandfather's voicemail was waiting for me when I woke up one morning, and I was surprised to find it there. His final statement was, "They still don't get it, but that's no longer your problem." He made this statement at the conclusion of his speech. At the same time that he gave off the impression of being exhausted but content, it was as if he had already made his decision and was pleased with it. It seemed as though he was pleased with the choice he had made. During the same week, my husband and I made the decision to take Eleanor on a weekend getaway to a mountain cabin in order to relax and unwind. We did this in order to give her the opportunity to enjoy myself. Each of the mobile devices that we utilized was kept in a drawer that was kept with us. The sun was rising over snow-covered mountains at that precise moment, and I was holding my daughter close to my chest as I watched it through the window. Something came to my attention all of a sudden and I became aware of it. It is not possible to get rid of the desire to return or to return again. They are always going to push the boundaries of what is not only possible but also possible. However, The eerie silence that permeated that NICU room is something that I will never forget. It was a moment that I will never forget. To be more specific, this particular one was not occupied by strangers. Rather, it was occupied by the absence of those individuals who ought to have been present. My life has been enriched with priceless lessons that I will never forget thanks to this experience. It is true that there are some families that do not merit a second chance, and there are some of those families. It is imperative that some of them be terminated because of their level of incompetence. My parents kicked me out for calling 911 on my star quarterback brother, beating his girlfriend. I was 16. And homeless. After accidentally seeing my golden brother mistreating his girlfriend. They didn't know I filmed him for court. Now they're paying up. My parents kicked me out for calling 911 on my star quarterback brother beating his girlfriend. But I had proof he bribed her to stay quiet. I ruined their ideal family forever. I was the family snitch growing up. My brother Ryan was unbeatable. Star quarterback, full Alabama scholarship, town's golden kid. I was his loser little brother who didn't grasp life. That's what my parents told me when Ryan tossed my Xbox down the stairs. Or accidentally gave me a black eye at practice. Stop being sensitive. You'll wreck his career. Last week, I saw something I couldn't ignore. I heard screaming from Ryan's room when I got home early from school with a migraine. He was urged to stop by his crying girlfriend Lily. Ryan had his girlfriend Lily pushed against his bedroom wall with his fingers around her throat as I opened the door. She begged him to release her, crying. Without thinking, I videotaped everything on my phone and called 911. Ryan was arrested overnight and freed on bail in the morning. Next morning, my relatives threw all my possessions into bin bags. "You've destroyed this family?" Mom yelled. "Do you know what you've done to his future? To our future?" My dad stood frozen. "You have 45 minutes to get out. You are no longer our son." I wonder why I reasoned with them. Ryan has injured Lily before. Mom grumbled. "She's a gold digger. You helped her ruin him." I got a call while sitting outside with my waste bags and nowhere to go. Sophia, Lily's older sister. I was crying too much to tell her about the police report, but she wanted to know how much I knew. She probably thought I was kicked out because she told me to submit her my location pin. She came in her hit-up Toyota Corolla 25 minutes later. We drove silently to her apartment. Sophia collapsed as soon as we entered. With tears in her eyes, she hugged her pillow on the sofa. "I'm sorry," she said nearly 100 times. I never heard how horrible it was from Lily. I should have known. Should have protected her. Still holding my waste bags, I didn't know what to say. I was 16 and destitute, witnessing a grown woman cry over her sister. Her phone rang then. Sophia pressed speaker. It was Lily. A terrified Lily said, "Becca, he won't stop texting me. He says if I don't drop the charges, he's going to release our videos. The private ones." Sophia turned pale. "He's what?" "He's already sent me 15 messages. His parents must have given him his phone back. He says," Lily said, "he knows your address. He knows I'm probably there." I froze. Sophia looked between me and her phone. "Lily, listen to me. Ethan filmed him assaulting you. Proof exists." The other end was silent. Lily whispered, "Ethan has a video." I said, "Yeah. Everything. Him choking you. You pleading him to stop." Sophia stood and paced her modest flat. "Always. The lawyer said he required someone from one of these families. Someone who could establish parents knew." She stopped and peered at me. "Ethan, what else do you know about Ryan? About what your parents have covered up?" "Gan. Gan and gan. Gan gan. Gan gan. Gan gan." I thought about all the times things were hidden. Party girls left crying. My mom wrote checks she thought I didn't see. Lawyers whispered calls. Everything. I know everything. Sophia took her laptop. "Then we're going to bury them. All of them," I said. Sophia typed, while Lily shakily breathed on speaker. My phone came out and I scrolled through my footage. Ryan's face was visible. His hand on Lily's throat. Her cries. The time was 4:15 p.m., only 5 days ago. Lily, can you screenshot all his messages? Sophia requested, opening an evidence folder on her laptop. Don't delete anything. We need everything documented. Sophia organized files and subfolders. She now moved deliberately. No more tears. Sophia clenched her jaw with each screenshot Lily sent. Ryan sent bogus apologies, threats regarding the recordings, and promises that his parents would handle it. Sophia asked, Ethan, send me that video. I watched the upload bar as I started the movie. I remembered the images I took of my mom writing checks 3 times I'd seen her in the kitchen, checkbook out, whispering on the phone about solving difficulties. I took pictures because I felt compelled to chronicle it. Holy. Sophia exhaled after opening the photographs. Lily said, Yeah, these checks, Lily, are these the dates when? The first one was after homecoming junior year. The second was last spring. I don't know about the third. I gasped. Girls were around. Sometimes Ryan hurt someone, and my parents paid them off. Sophia's phone rang. It made her pallid as she looked at it. My landlord says he got a call about me harboring a runaway. That's my parents, responded I. They'll try to force me back. Like hell. Sophia typed angrily. Lily. I'm calling David. Remember him from college? He's a lawyer now. Does domestic violence cases? I uploaded screenshots of Ryan bragging in our family group chat about putting some girl in her place. Photos of bruises on my arms from Ryan grabbing me too hard. And a video of my dad telling me to stop being dramatic when I showed him my black eye. Sophia paces while talking to David, occasionally looking apprehensive. No. He's 16. Yes. They kicked him out. He has several assault evidence. Lily went quiet on the other line. Then, oh gosh. Ryan's outside my house. I see his pickup. Don't go outside. Sophia whispered quickly. Who's home? My mom. But she's asleep. She took back pain medication. If he tries to come in, wake her up and call 911. Lily moved and breathed quickly. Sophia finished her David call on. He's just sitting there, watching the house. He says, Ryan's violating the restraining order. Lily, you need to call the police. They won't do anything. Lily cried. Sophia took her keys. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming too. I add. Sophia shook her head. Want did be a C. I want to did be a C. 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 Want. You must stay here and upload everything. David arrives in an hour. She went, leaving me alone in the flat. I kept working, finding more evidence. I collected over the years without meaning to. A tape of Ryan admitting to beating Megan. Again, my mom advised Ryan on what to tell the principal, after a girl reported him for harassment. My phone rang. I almost didn't answer Mom, but I swiped yes. Herselves. You ungrateful little bastard. Do you have any idea what you've done? Alabama called. They're reconsidering Ryan's scholarship. Good. I say. You're going to fix this. You're going to tell the police you lied. That you misunderstood what you saw. I have it on video, Mom. Silence. Then, videos can be edited. You're going to delete it and come home. Now. Then you're going to find yourself in more trouble than you can imagine. We know where you are. Sophia Winters, apartment 4B. Did you think we wouldn't find out? My arms swung. Are you threatening? I'm explaining reality. As we've told you for years, Ryan's future matters more than yours. Come home now or we'll make you regret it forever. She hung up. After staring at my phone, I rapidly backed up to a cloud drive. If they came after me, I needed copies everywhere. Sophia and Lily returned 45 minutes later. Lily moved with purpose despite her red, puffy eyes. Both of us were astonished by her hug. Thank you, she muttered. For believing me. For doing something. Sophia remarked. Ryan departed my arrival. We got images of his pickup outside. More evidence he's stalking her. David came on schedule. A tall black man with a rumbling suit, with a battered suitcase. Strongly shaking my hand. You're gutsy, child. Not many would stand up to their family. We went over everything for 2 hours. David took notes, asked questions, copied. Checks fascinated him. This sets a pattern, he added. Your parents knew about Ryan's behavior, and actively covered it up. That's conspiracy. Maybe even racketeering if we can prove they did this repeatedly. They did, I said. Mom keeps a second set of books for the restaurant. I've seen them. She records the payoffs there. Hides them as business expenses. David was giddy. Can you get those books? Maybe. They keep them in the office safe at home. Don't break the law, David advised. But if you can legally access them, Lily spoke. What about the other girls? The ones they paid off? We'd need them to come forward, David added. Without their testimony, the checks don't prove much. Sophia opened social media on her laptop. I know some of them. Megan transferred schools junior year suddenly. And there was that girl from the volleyball team. Sarah. I can reach out, Lily remarked. Girl to girl, they might talk to me. Casework continued into midnight. David left with a flash drive with evidence, and promised to file motions in the morning. Lily slept on Sophia's couch, afraid to go home. Sophia found a sleeping bag, and I lay on the floor, staring at the ceiling. 5 days ago. I was Ryan's loser brother. For the first time, I felt like I was doing something right while being homeless. The phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. You have no idea what you've started. Drop this now, or everyone will know what kind of person you really are. I showed Sophia. She saved a screenshot in the evidence folder. Let them threaten us, she said. We have the truth, she said. We have the truth. I heard beating on the door the next morning. Sophia turned white after checking the peephole. It's the police. Fearful, Lily sat up on the couch. My heart raced. My parents called the police on me? Sophia opened doors. 2 officers stood there, one elderly with gray hair and one younger. We're looking for a runaway minor, replied the older one. We have a report that he might be here. He's not a runaway, Sophia insisted. He was kicked out by his parents. That's not what they're saying. They say he left after a family argument, and they're worried about him. Into vision I came. I'm right here and I'm not going back. The younger cop seems uneasy. Son, you're 16. Your parents have rights. They threw my stuff in garbage bags and told me I wasn't their son anymore. I add. I have witnesses. Sophia said. He's safe here. And we've already contacted a lawyer. An older officer sighed. Look. I know the Thompsons. Good family. I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding. Maybe tact. Maybe tact. Maybe tact. I interrupted. Is that what you said about all the girls Ryan hurt? The ones my parents paid off. Both officers paused. The younger one looked at his buddy. What girls? The ones Ryan assaulted. The ones my parents wrote checks to so they'd stay quiet. Is that the good family you know? Quote. Older officer's face stiffened. That's a serious accusation, son. It's not an accusation. I have evidence. Photos of the checks. Videos of Ryan attacking his girlfriend. Recordings of my parents coaching him on how to lie about it. Sophia moved up. We've already provided everything to our lawyer. They'll be filing charges today. Police looked at each other. The older one took a notepad. We're going to need to see this evidence. Our lawyer will provide it through proper channels, Sophia stated calmly. After gathering basic information, they left, warning me that my parents may file formal charges if I didn't return home. I cared not. No more Ryan protection. Done pretending our family was perfect. Lily's phone rang. Her face crumpled as she watched the screen. It's Megan, the girl who says she'll talk to us. Sophia instantly put the phone on speaker when Lily answered. Megan seemed unsure in her voice. Lily, first period. I got your message about Ryan. Megan, thanks for calling back, Lily whispered. Are you somewhere safe to talk? I'm in my car. I need to know if what people are saying is true. Did he really hurt you? The voice of Lily cracked. Yes. And I think he hurt you too. Megan finally spoke after many heartbeats. The check your parents gave mine. It was for $30,000. They said it was a scholarship fund. But I knew. My parents knew. Everyone knew. My parents knew. Sophia hastily scribbled on a notepad while Lily talked to Megan. She typed dates, quantities, and stomach-turning details as I watched. My parents did this for years. Would you be willing to make a statement? Lily said gently. We have a lawyer who… I can't, Megan said. My parents would call me. They use that money for my brother's medical bills if we have to pay it back. You wouldn't have to pay anything back, Sophia said. That money was a bribe, not a legal settlement. I have to go, Megan shouted. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm really sorry. The line ended. Lily stared at the phone, crying. Sophia held her sister, as I felt worthless. She'll come around, Sophia added. Once she sees others speaking up, she'll find her courage. The phone buzzed. My sister Ella texted. Mom and Dad are at Ryan's emergency team meeting. House is empty for the next 45 minutes. I showed Sophia. The books Mom keeps. They're in the safe in their bedroom. I know the combination. David advised against illegality, Sophia reminded. It's not illegal if I live there, right? They kicked me out yesterday. But legally, I'm still a resident for 30 days. Sophia chewed her lip, contemplating. Take Lily's phone. Record everything. If anyone asks, you were just getting your belongings. 45 minutes later, I unlocked the front door of my childhood home with shaky hands. No longer friendly. The house felt cold. I rushed up the stairs from Ryan's room, where it all began, to my parents' bedroom. The safe was hidden behind Mom's shoes in their closet. My fingers struggled with the code. Double Ryan's jersey number. Lock clicked open. Inside, 3 leather-bound ledgers were neatly stacked. I flipped over my mother's meticulous handwriting. Dates, names, quantities. Sarah Martinez. $20K. Chen, Megan. $30,000. Ashley Williams. $15,000. There were more. So many more. What are you doing here? Ella was standing in the doorway with her arms crossed. My 4-year-old sister looked tired and older, making my chest hurt. Ella. They told everyone you attacked Ryan, she replied plainly. Said you've always been jealous of him, that you made up lies to ruin his life. You know that's not true. She regarded me intently. I know Ryan hurts people. I've always known. Still holding ledgers. What do you mean? I mean, I have eyes. I have ears. I live in this house too. She entered and closed the door. I heard Lily scream that day. I saw your 911 call. I saw them trash your stuff. Ella, I'm tired of pretending, she sputtered. Tired of acting like Ryan's some hero when I know what he really is. When I see how scared girls get around him. I put the ledgers on the bed and approached my sister. Why didn't you ever say anything? Because I'm 14. Because no one listens to me either. Because. The angry woman dried her eyes. Because I was scared I'd end up like you. Homeless. Thrown away. Well. I'm not discarded, I whispered. I'm free. Her laughter was sour. Free? You're sleeping on some stranger's floor. Mom and Dad are telling everyone you're mentally unstable. Ryan's been showing people edited versions of your video, making it look like Lily was play acting. Blood chilled. He's doing what? His friend Luke's been helping him. They've got some app that changes videos, makes them look fake. I stuffed the ledgers in my backpack. I have to go. Wait. Ella took her phone. Let me help. Don't, I said. I don't want you getting involved. I'm involved, she said. I've been involved since the day I was born into this messed up family. At least let me do something useful. The stairs slammed. Before I could react, voices rose. Ryan, my parents, and others. Parker coaches. They're back early. Lily muttered. Is there another way out? What? Aita. I have no it. Shaking her head. They'll see you no matter what. Unless Unless what? Unless they're distracted. She entered her bedroom. Go to your old room. Wait for my signal. Lily. No. She was already descending. I snuck to my old bedroom down the hall. Empty except for furniture. Sounds came from below. What are you doing home? Mom said suspiciously. You're supposed to be at school. I felt sick, Lily remarked. Threw up in second period. You look fine to me, Ryan added. His smirk was audible. Yeah, well, you look like someone who chokes girls, so I guess looks can be deceiving. Silence followed. Then Ryan's low, deadly voice. What did you just say? You heard me. Lily. Dad's voice boomed. Apologize to your brother right now. Why? Because he's the golden boy. Because he's going to the NFL? Because you've spent years covering up what he really is? I looked out my door and spotted Lily at the top of the stairs facing our family. She was petite but had a strong voice. I don't know what lies your brother has been filling your head with, Mom said. Ethan didn't tell me anything. I have eyes. I have ears. I know about Sarah Martinez. I know about Megan Chen. I know about all of them. And Manger. I know about all of them, Coach Parker. You don't know what you're talking about. Ryan's a good kid, a leader. Sometimes people try to take advantage by letting him hurt them. By being so traumatized, they change schools. By taking money to stay quiet, Lily said on her cell. I know more than you think I do. Ryan climbed stairs. Give me the phone, Lily. No, I answered. Give me the phone. He charged her, and everything went wrong. Lily avoided. But Ryan gripped and twisted her arm. I burst out of my room before I could think. When she sobbed, let her go, Ryan yelled, still holding Lily's arm. You're supposed to be gone. Let her go. Lily stumbled and hit the wall when he shoved her. Ryan charged me with fists. You ruined everything, he growled. My scholarship, my future, everything. You ruined it yourself when you decided hurting people was okay. He swung at me, but I'd studied his moves years earlier. I ducked. His fist smacked the wall. I saw Lily documenting everything on her phone while he cursed. From below the stairs, Mom yelled, Stop it! Both of you, stop it right now. Ryan wasn't listening. He choked me and threw me against the wall. You want to know what I do to people who cross me? Ryan, stop. Dad panicked. Now there are witnesses. I don't care? Ryan gripped. I'm sick of everyone acting like I'm the bad guy. Emma wanted it rough. They all did. They just changed their minds after. Emma. 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 I couldn't breathe. Lily was still recording as spots danced in my eyesight. She's crying. Backing toward the door. Coach. Parker. My parents froze as their precious boy destroyed himself. Ryan's phone rang. He relaxed slightly after hearing the jarring sound. He grabbed it with his free hand, watching the screen. His face blanched. Connor. He answered the call without regard for me. What do you mean you're not? I don't understand. I collapsed against the wall, panting. Connor spoke while Ryan listened. His emotions changing from confusion to wrath to terror. He said, You can't do this to me. We're brothers, man. We're Connor. Connor. He stared at his phone, then threw it against the wall, shattering it. What happened? Coach Parker asked. Connor's backing out. Says he won't edit the videos. Says he's done lying for me. Ryan came at me, eyes wide. This is your fault. You turned him against me. No. Lily whispered. You did that yourself. Ryan turned to her. Shut up. You don't know anything. I know you just assaulted Ethan on camera. I know you admitted Emma wanted it rough. I know you've been having Connor edit evidence. Everyone will know once she held out her phone. Dad caught Ryan's arm as he rushed for her again. Enough. You're making things worse. Worse? Ryan laughed uncontrollably. How can things get worse? My life is over. We'll fix this, Mom begged. We always fix things. We just need to. What? I spoke up. Pay Lily off too? How much is your daughter's silence worth, Mom? Another $30,000. $100,000? Don't overreact, she said. Lily's not going to say anything. She's family. So was I said. Until yesterday. Lily stood alongside me. I already sent the video to Ethan's lawyer and to Sophia and to Lily. The room erupted. Mom yelling at Lily. Dad trying to calm everyone down. Coach Parker exits, grumbling about not participating. And Ryan stood there staring at his damaged phone like it had all the answers. Grabbed Lily's hand. We're leaving. You're not taking her anywhere. Mom barred our way. She's a minor, and you just watched your son assault both your children. I ask, what do you think CPS will say about that? She turned ashy. You wouldn't try me. Dad stepped up. Let's all calm down. Ethan, take what you came for and go. Lily stays here. No, Lily responded. I'm going with him. You're 14, Mom yelled. You don't get to make that choice. Then call the police, Lily. Explain why both your children are trying to leave. Explain the bruises on my arm from where Ryan grabbed me. Explain everything. We rushed past them to the stairs. Ryan grabbed me one last time, but I push him away. It's over, Ryan. No more covering up. No more paying people off. No more hurting people. I'll kill you, he whispered. I swear to God, I'll kill you for this. Ryan, Dad yelled. Shut your mouth. But damage was done. Lily recorded every threat and admission. My parents were yelling when we reached the front door. I had ledgers. The videos were Lily's. For the first time, we supported each other. My departure was blocked by Connor's pickup in our driveway. As we approached, he exited gently. I'm not here to fight, he answered hastily. I need to talk to you. Move your truck, I said. Please, 5 minutes. I have something you need to hear. Lily nodded as I looked. 5 minutes. Connor looked tired from days without sleep. I've been Ryan's friend since we were kids. I've always known he was intense. But I told myself it was just competitiveness. That the girls were exaggerating. That your parents were just protecting him from gold diggers. And now I realize I've been helping a monster. He grabbed his phone. Ryan asked me to edit that video. Make it look consensual. Add some filters to make it seem staged. I said yes at first. I always say yes to Ryan, but you didn't do it. Why? Because I finally watched the whole thing. Really watched it. Heard Emma begging. Saw the fear in her eyes. And I realized, how many times have I seen that fear? How many times have I looked away? Lily stepped up. Why are you telling us this? Because Ryan's been recording things too. Bragging sessions with the team. Conversations about the girls. Discussions with your parents about paying people off. He showed a flash disk. I've been his tech guy for years. I have everything. I regarded the drive. Why would you give this to us? Because last week, my little sister started dating a guy on the team. And when I saw how he grabbed her at a party, how she flinched, I realized I've been enabling this whole culture. Ryan's just the worst of them. I drove. This could end your football career too. You know that, right? Yeah, I know. After moving his truck, he stopped. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. For all the times I stood by. For all the times I chose football over doing what was right. Lily and I stood in our childhood home's driveway as he drove away. Through the window, I saw our parents fighting. Ryan pacing cagedly. We can't return, Lily whispered. I know. Where are we going to go? I considered Sophia's little flat with Lily already in it. Attorney David's advice to stay lawful. Flash disk in hand. Ledgers in backpack. First, we're going to Sophia's. Then we're going to figure out how to keep you safe. What about keeping you safe? Ryan threatened to tell you. Ryan threatens a lot of things, but he's about to have bigger problems than me. There was some silence while driving. Lily holding her phone for survival. Finally, she spoke. Do you think they ever loved us? Or were we just accessories to Ryan's success? I had no reply. I may never do. Sophia's apartment building appeared. I observed 2 more unfamiliar cars as we drew in. I saw individuals in Sophia's living room, via the window. I barely recognized a schoolgirl Lily was talking to. A police-uniformed older woman sat at the kitchen table with lawyer David. Looks like the cavalry is here. I add. Are you scared? Lily said, horrified. You? Yeah, but also, she glanced at me, relieved. Maybe we can stop pretending everything's fine. We collected the ledgers, films, and Connor's flash drive outside the car. Digital and printed truth. As we approached the apartment, my phone rang. Unknown number. Something compelled me to answer. Hello, is this Ethan Thompson? A polished woman's voice. Yes, this is Principal Harris from Westfield High. I'm calling to inform you that you're being suspended pending an investigation into malicious rumors you've been spreading about one of our student athletes. A laugh. I couldn't resist. Malicious rumors? I have assault video. Videos can be doctored. We've seen the edited versions that show this was clearly a consensual roleplay situation that you've misrepresented. And who showed you these edited versions? Ryan? His friend Luke, who just admitted to me that Ryan asked him to do them. Silence. Then that's a serious accusation. It's not an accusation. It's a fact. And I have proof. Regardless, you're suspended until further notice. And if you continue spreading these lies, we'll have no choice but to expel you and pursue legal action. Do what you must, I answered. But you might want to talk to your lawyers first, because what's coming out about your star athlete and your football program is going to make suspension the least of your worries. I hung up. With wide eyes, Lily glanced at me. Did you just tell off the principal? I guess I did. That was kind of badass. Don't get any ideas. We reached Sophia's door. Before I knocked, it opened. Sophia looked exhausted yet determined. Thank God you're okay. We saw Lily's video. Are you both hurt? We're fine, I said, and we have the ledgers and the flash drive Connor gave us. She responded hurriedly. Emma's uncle is here. He's a detective. He's been building a case against the football program for months. We entered the busy flat. Emma held Lily right away. Muttering something my sister cried over. Standing, the older policewoman extended her hand. Detective Patricia Santos, she said. Emma's my niece. I've been investigating complaints about the Westfield football team for 6 months. Your evidence might be exactly what we need. I gave the flash disk and ledgers. There's more. My mom keeps records of payoffs. My dad has connections with boosters who help cover things up. Bye. My mom keeps records. My mom keeps records. Coach Parker knows everything, and does nothing. We'll need formal statements, Detective Santos added. Both of you. I'm 14. Lily said. Don't my parents have to be present? Given that they're subjects of the investigation, and you have video evidence of them witnessing an assault? Without intervening? We can work around that. The investigators' faces softened. We'll make sure you're protected. Lawyer David looked up from the ledger. This is extensive. Your mother documented everything. Names, dates, amounts, even notes about what each payment was for. A bitter, she's always been meticulous, I added. Her meticulousness is going to put her in prison, he said. The girl talking to Emma stood. I'm Madison Martinez. I was one of the first ones they paid off. Sophomore year. First period. I want to help. I want to testify. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. I want to testify. That's brave of you, Detective Santos replied. We'll need to coordinate with the district and multiple victims willing to come forward. How many are there? Softly, Lily asked. The detective frowned. Based on our preliminary investigation, at least a dozen over the past 4 years, possibly more. The phone buzzed. Mom calling. I declined. It rang again instantly. You should respond, David advised. Record it if you can. I use speaker. What? You bring your sister back right now? Mom yelled. I don't care what you do with your life, but you will not drag Lily into your delusions. They're not delusions, Mom. You know they're not. I know you're destroying this family. Your father's business partners are already calling. The restaurant reservations are being canceled. You're ruining us. No, Mom. You ruined yourselves when you decided Ryan's football career was worth more than his victim's safety. They were compensated. They agreed to the terms. Thanks for watching. And plot a clops of the one. They unsubscribed to the one. They unsubscribed to the one. They work into the Ryan's companist. You mean you paid them to stay quiet about crimes? That's called witness tampering. Mom, it's illegal. Don't you lecture me about illegal? You broke into our house. You stole from us. I took evidence of your crimes and I was retrieving my belongings from my legal residence. You have no idea what you started. Hissed. The people who support this team, who've invested in Ryan's future, they won't let you destroy everything they've built. Is that a threat? It's a promise. Bring Lily home. Or what? You'll throw her stuff in garbage bags too? Tell everyone she's mentally unstable. Pay someone to shut her up? Line quietened. Dad spoke. Son, please. Let's talk about this rationally. Come home. Bring Lily. And we'll work something out. We'll get you help for your jealousy issues. We'll make sure you graduate. We'll even help with college. I don't want your help. I want justice for the girls Ryan hurt. Those girls got justice. They got paid. Money isn't justice, Dad. It's a bribe. You ungrateful? Cut himself off. It was frigid when he spoke again. Fine. You want to play hardball? Your college fund is gone. Your car insurance is canceled. Your health insurance will be terminated tomorrow. Your phone will be shut off by tonight. Let's see how long you last in the real world without our support. I'll last longer than you will in prison, I responded, hanging up. The room was quiet. Detective Santos spoke. That was well handled and recorded. I nodded throughout. Good. Now, let's talk about next steps. We'll need to move quickly before they can destroy any more evidence or intimidate any more witnesses. Lily put her hand on my as she explained the strategy. The flat was full with bustle after my little sister stood up when it mattered. Emma and Madison share trauma and find strength. Sophia, organizing possible witnesses. David analyzing evidence and planning legal action. My phone buzzed one more time before service ended. Message from unknown number. You think you've won, but this isn't over. Ryan has friends. The team protects its own. Watch your back. Detective Santos added it to the gathering evidence after I presented him. Let them threaten us, she said. Every message, every attempt at intimidation just strengthens our case. More individuals arrived in the afternoon. Megan Chen, finally brave. Ashley Williams, the coach's daughter, will testify about her Sweet 16 celebration. Words and hushed discussions and secret texts attracted strangers. Over 12 people occupied the one-person unit. Trauma and determination bond them. At the core of it all were my mother's handwritten ledgers, tapes, recordings, and receipts from years of cover-ups. We're going to need a bigger space, Sophia stated, surveying her cramped living room. I might be able to help with that, a doorway voice replied. All eyes moved to a middle-aged woman in a cardigan and decent shoes. She appeared familiar, but I couldn't place her. Mrs. Parker, Lily gasped. What are you doing here? My English teacher entered the apartment and surveyed it carefully. Madison Martinez is my goddaughter. She called me. She stared at me. I've suspected something was wrong with the football program for years. Every time I tried to report concerns, I was shut down, told I was overreacting, threatened with termination if I didn't drop it. She said, Mrs. Parker, I have documentation too. Every incident I witnessed, every complaint that was buried, every time a girl suddenly transferred schools or dropped out. She held up to 4 years of thick folders. Detective Santos leafed through the folder. She seemed more serious with each page. This is comprehensive, she said. I'm a teacher, Mrs. Parker said. Documentation is what we do. She faced me and Lily. I heard what your parents did. Kicking you out. Threatening to cut off support. That's abandonment. And financial abuse of minors. Minors? We'll be fine, I said. No, you won't. Not without help. Straightened her cardigan. I have a spare room. 2, actually. My husband and I never had children of our own. You'll stay with us until we can sort out proper guardianship arrangements. Mrs. Parker, we can't. You can, and you will. I've already spoken to CPS. Given the circumstances, and my standing as a mandated reporter who witnessed abuse, they're expediting emergency placement. Lily looked at me with optimism for the first time since this began. It's not charity, Mrs. Parker insisted. It's what decent people do when children need help. And despite what your parents seem to think, you're still children who deserve protection. Tight throat. My teacher, whom I'd scarcely spoken to outside of class, Offered us a home after my family threw us out. Thank you, I said. Don't thank me yet. We have work to do. She surveyed the witnesses. All of us do. Taking down a system this entrenched won't be easy. They'll fight back. They'll try to discredit us, threaten us, break us apart. Let them try, Emma responded sternly. We have something they don't. What's that? Sarah asked. Emma said, and the truth. Several phones buzzed simultaneously, as if timed. The local news covered it. Star quarterback arrested on multiple assault charges. Westfield. High football program under investigation. Parents charged with witness tampering and conspiracy. The screen displayed Ryan's mugshot. Once the golden kid, now a predator facing penalties. He was arrested without bail for breaking the restraining order and uttering threats. It's beginning, stated Detective Santos. Once the media gets involved, more witnesses usually come forward. This is going to get bigger before it's over. My parents were undoubtedly huddled with their lawyers attempting to spin this. Ryan in a cell instead of a football field. About Coach Parker's empire falling. About those who enabled this system for years. Then I surveyed the room. Find their voices, survivors. At the adults finally standing up to protect us. At my brave little sister, who stood up when it counted. Good. I said. Let it get bigger. Let it all come out. Every cover-up. Every payoff. Every time someone looked the other way. Let everyone see what they've been protecting. Endway. Mrs. Parker grabbed my shoulder. That's the spirit. Now. Let's get you and Lily settled. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Apps Acher. Now. Lily. Apps Acher. Timeside. 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 Times. Sophia drew me aside as we packed up. You did the right thing, stated. Recording Ryan. Gathering evidence. Protecting Lily. Not many 6-year-olds would have that courage. I didn't feel brave. I say. I was terrified the whole time. That's what real courage is. Being terrified and doing the right thing. Anyway. We left the flat in convoy. Mrs. Parker's sedan leads. Detective Santos follows for security. And Sophia follows. People were on their phones, perhaps checking the news. As we drove into town, the truth of Ryan Thompson. Golden boy turned predator. His parents, and the system that supported him, would be revealed tomorrow. Tonight, I was a 6-year-old who lost his family but found something greater. Truth and determination connect survivors and supporters. A teacher who invited 2 needy kids into her house. Courageous sister who rejected comfort. Lily gripped my hand as we entered Mrs. Parker's driveway. We're going to be okay, aren't we? I contemplated our losses. Everything we'd gained. Everything ahead. Yeah, replied. We're going to be okay. Mrs. Parker's residence smelled like cinnamon and used books. Lily and I stood in the foyer with our waste bags, while she turned on lights and adjusted the temperature. Her gentle, kind-eyed husband took our baggage without saying a word and went upstairs. The rooms aren't much. Mrs. Parker let us up. But they're clean and private. Lily, you'll take the blue room. Ethan, the one at the end of the hall. A desk, single bed, and traditional bookcase were in my room. I could see the city lights and Ryan's stadium, where he had ruled days earlier, via the window. Dinner's 6, Mrs. Parker stated. We'll need to go over some paperwork for CPS. But that can wait until you've settled in. I sat on the bed after she went, finally feeling everything. I received texts on my phone, which strangely worked despite Dad's warnings. Most were unfamiliar numbers, probably classmates who saw the news. Knock on my door. Lily looked small in Mrs. Parker's big t-shirt as she glanced in. Can't sleep either? Shaking my head. She sat near me and sighed. We stared at nothing. Do you think Ryan knows we're here? Probably not. He's got bigger problems right now. My phone rang. David. Sorry to call so late, he said as I answered. But I wanted to update you. The DA's office is taking this seriously. With the evidence you provided, they're looking at multiple felony charges for Ryan. Your parents are facing conspiracy and witness tampering charges. What about the other girls? None. One. 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 3 more came forward tonight after seeing the news. Detective Santos is coordinating with them now. After he hung up, I couldn't sit still. I went downstairs to find Mr. Parker pouring tea. Couldn't sleep? He asked, taking another mug without waiting. While sipping chamomile, we sat quietly. Finally, he spoke. My nephew went through something similar. Not the same, but similar. Family chose their reputation over doing what was right. He regarded me over his mug. It gets easier. Not easy, but easier. Next morning was too soon. Mrs. Parker took Lily and me to school, where we were immediately called to the principal's office. Principal Harris sat at her desk appearing 7 years older. The suspension has been lifted, she remarked without explanation, considering the situation. You mean given that you can't suspend me for telling the truth about crimes? Her jaw clenched. There will be an assembly today addressing the situation. Counselors will be available for any students who need support. What about the football team? Suspended pending investigation. All of them. Luke, who'd finally done right, came to mind. About the other players who watched Ryan hurt people and the system that shielded them. The day was strange. I heard whispers in the halls. Others shunned me like a sickness. Several nodded respectfully. Some new girls stopped me to thank me. Mrs. Parker taught English as usual, but she kept an eye on me. She asked me to stay after the bell. The CPS worker will be by the house at 4, said. They'll need to interview you and Lily separately. Will they try to send us back? Over my dead body. I ate lunch alone until Madison Martinez brought her plate. Mind if I sit? I pointed to empty seats. Her food was picked while she sat. I never thanked you, she added, for being the first one to actually do something. I just recorded what I saw. Number. You chose to act when everyone else chose to look away. That matters. More joined. Megan Chen. Ashley Williams. And more new gals. Sitting together was powerful. Even though we didn't talk. No more hiding. The phone buzzed. Unknown number. Something made me answer after I almost disregarded it. Male voice. Is this Ethan? Nervous. Who's this? I'm on the team. Was on the team. Look. I know you don't know me. But I need to tell someone. Coach Parker has been giving us more than just steroids. There's other stuff. Stuff that makes you aggressive, makes you not care about things. Why are you telling me? Because I've been taking them for 2 years. And last week, I almost hurt my girlfriend. Just like Ryan. And I realized, what if it's not just Ryan? What if he's just the worst of us because he takes the most? I left the cafeteria after looking around. What's your name? Alex. Alex Chen, Megan's cousin. Are you willing to talk to the police about this? Then silence. Yeah, I think I am. I supplied Detective Santos's number. I stood there contemplating this new information after he hung up. Not an excuse for Ryan. Many guys accepted Coach Parker's orders without harming others. Another component of the puzzle. Lily was waiting by Mrs. Parker's car with a group of freshman girls after school, saying, "Your brother's really brave. My sister graduated 2 years ago." And she said, everyone knew about Ryan, but nobody would do anything. Lily looked at me and smiled. Maybe she wasn't as alone as she thought. CPS interviews were taxing. They questioned everything. Household life, parents' behavior, house event. Because we were honest, Lily and I were interviewed individually yet had similar stories. Given the circumstances, the social worker concluded, we're approving the emergency placement with the Parkers. There will be a formal hearing in 30 days. But I don't anticipate any issues. Detective Santos called that night to update. Ryan had been denied bail after threatening a guard. My parents made bail but were housed. After Alex Chen's testimony led to a search of Coach Parker's office, he was arrested for drug distribution. We also had something interesting happen, she said. Connor Matthews brought a package of records to the station. It appears he's been chronicling things for years. Believing it was humorous. Until it was obvious. The next few days blurred. School, where I was a hero or a traitor depending on who you asked. Lily and I were slowly learning about normal family life at the Parker residence. David calls concerning legal proceedings. Everything changed with the text. This is Austin, Megan's brother. Ryan's out. His parents posted some kind of emergency bail. Megan's missing. Megan's. He was called immediately. What do you mean missing? She left for school this morning, but never showed up. Her car's gone. She's not answering her phone. Blood chilled. Found Mrs. Parker and presented her the text. We must call the police, she replied instantly. Even as we called, I felt awful. Ryan was always possessive. If he thought Megan betrayed him by talking to us. My phone rang. Lily, Ryan's here, she whispered. At school. He's in the parking lot. Where are you? Library with friends. But Ethan, he's got Megan with him. She looked scared. I ran for Mrs. Parker's automobile keys. Call 911 now. Already did. But you know how long they take to get here. Mrs. Parker approached and took my keys. I'm driving. You called Detective Santos? The school was reached in record time. Megan was in Ryan's truck's passenger seat in the parking lot. Ryan surveyed from the driver's door. Stay in the car, Mrs. Parker said. But I left. Ryan put on an unpleasant smile when he saw me. There he is. My baby brother, the snitch. Let her go, Ryan. She's my girlfriend. We're just talking. Megan looked afraid through the truck window. Unrecognizable words came out of her mouth. The police are coming, I said. You're violating your bail conditions just by being here. You think I care? You've already ruined my life. Might as well finish the job. I spotted Megan's message when he opened the truck door. A knife was Ryan's. Ryan, don't do this. Don't do what? Take my girlfriend for a drive. Have a conversation about loyalty? More automobiles entered the parking lot. I recognized Sophia's Toyota. Truck belonging to Connor. Word spread swiftly. It's over, Ryan. Let her go, and maybe you can still make a deal. He coldly laughed. A deal? You know what my lawyer said? 25 to life. That's my deal. Because of you. Because of what you did. Because of what you did. Because of what you did. I didn't do anything those girls didn't want. Then why did you have to pay them to keep quiet? His face reddened. He pulled Megan partially out of the truck with his arm. She cried, and everything happened at once. Connor's pickup stopped behind Ryan, obstructing him. Sophia jumped out of her car with Lily and other girls. Parents heard what was occurring and drove up. Ryan panicked, thinking he was stuck. His grasp on Megan intensified. Back off, all of you. Ryan, please, Megan pleaded. You're hurting me. I'm hurting you? I bought you jewelry. I treated you like a princess. And you betrayed me just like the rest. Sirens approaching. Ryan split his attention between the crowd and his knife. Connor said, You won't do it, advancing. I know you, Ryan. You're not a killer. You're just a bully who's finally getting caught. Shut up. You betrayed me too. No, I finally stopped enabling you. There's a difference. Police cars screamed into the parking lot. With firearms drawn, officers emerged. Through a megaphone, Detective Santos shouted, Drop the knife. Let the girl go. Ryan gave me one last look. This is all your fault. Then he pushed Megan aside and raised the knife. Not toward her or others. Toward himself. Ryan. No. I ran forward. Police tackled him before he could react. Knife clattered on asphalt. Sobbing, Megan fell into Austin's arms. Cuffed Ryan screamed threats and curses on the ground. He shouted, I'll kill you. I'll call all of you. Still screaming, they pulled him away. Shaken, the crowd remained silent. Everyone needs to clear out, Detective Santos said. This is a crime scene now. I joined Lily, who had appeared from the turmoil, as people scattered. Is it over? She whispered. I don't know. Mrs. Parker came and embraced us. Come on, let's go home. The story dominated the news that night. Ryan's knife. Second arrest. Threats. We saw my parents detained again. This time for witness intimidation. They've called other victims' families. The whole house of cards is falling, Mr. Parker said, shutting off the TV. David called the next morning. Ryan's being charged with attempted kidnapping, assault with a deadly weapon, and making terrorist threats. He won't be getting out again. What about my parents? Their bail was revoked. They're being held pending trial. I should have been relieved. I felt empty instead. Rest of the week was off school. Lily and I spent days at the Parkers processing everything. Lily, Sarah, and Megan arrived as victims. We didn't discuss Ryan, or the case. Finding consolation in mutual survival. We lived together. Connor arrived Thursday looking ragged. I wanted to apologize, he said. For all the years I stood by. For all the times I could have stopped him. You can't apologize to me, I said. I'm not the one he hurt. He nodded. Understanding. The other girls, would they talk to me? I want to apologize to them. You'd have to ask them. He left number. Later some girls called him. Others wouldn't. It was their call. Friday brought another surprise. She introduced herself as Ryan's court-appointed attorney at the door. I need to inform you that Ryan wants to make a deal, stated. He'll plead guilty to all charges in exchange for a reduced sentence. But he has conditions. What conditions? He wants a face-to-face meeting with you in prison with attorneys present. Absolutely not, Mrs. Parker replied. But I considered it. What does he want to say? He says he wants to apologize, to explain. He says, you deserve to know the whole truth. I looked at Lily and Mrs. Parker at this woman providing me one final chance to face my brother. I'll think about it. Left her card. I couldn't sleep that night, debating the choice. Did I want Ryan's input? Did it matter? Detective Santos called Saturday morning with news that swayed me. We found something in Coach Parker's records. Documentation going back years. Your brother? He's been on performance enhancer since he was 16. Substances that are known to increase aggression, reduce empathy. It doesn't excuse what he did, but it explains some of it. Your parents knew. They signed consent forms. They paid for the treatments. Ryan came to mind at 16. Preparing to star. He was already receiving brain-altering medications. Still culpable for his actions. But maybe not the monster I pictured him as. I'll meet him, I said. Monday was meeting day. David and Mrs. Parker insisted on coming. The penitentiary was an hour distant. A gray building that was as dreary as expected. Ryan shrank and turned orange. Thinner. The arrogance was gone, replaced by something new. Fear. Hey, he whispered. Hey. We sat across a metal table. Lawyers both ways. I'm sorry, he began. I know that doesn't mean anything. I know it doesn't fix anything. But I'm sorry for what exactly? For all of it. For hurting Lily. For hurting all those girls. For trying to hurt you and Lily. For being what I became. What you became. You chose. I know. I chose to hurt people. I chose to use my strength against them. That's on me. That's on me. That's on me. But he examined his hands. Do you remember when I was 16, when I started getting the injections? The steroids. Not just steroids. Other stuff. Stuff that made me feel invincible. Stuff that made me stop caring about consequences. Coach said it would make me a better player. Mom and Dad said it would secure my future. That's not an excuse. No, it's not. Plenty of guys took the same stuff and didn't become monsters. But I need you to know the brother you remember. The one who taught you to throw a football when you were 6. He was real before the substances. Before the pressure. Before I let it all go to my head. Early recollections came to mind. Ryan helping me with schoolwork. Ryan defending me from elementary school bullies. When had it all gone wrong? He said, I'm going to plead guilty. Throughout. I'm going to get 20 years minimum. I'll be 45 when I get out. My life is over. The girls you hurt, I know their lives are changed forever because of me. I can't fix that. I can't take it back. All I can do is make sure I never hurt anyone again. Why did you want to see me? His silence was long. Because you're my brother. Because despite everything, you tried to save me from myself that day in the parking lot. Because I wanted you to know that I know what I did was wrong. And because I wanted to ask you something. What? Look after Lily. She's going to need you. And maybe write me sometimes. Not now. Not for a long time, but maybe someday. I rose. I can't promise that. I know. I glanced back as we departed. Head in hands, Ryan sat at the table. My brother, the golden boy, was numbered in a system he never believed would apply. The return trip was peaceful. Finally, Mrs. Parker spoke as we entered town. How do you feel? I don't know. Empty, sad, relieved, all of it. That's normal. It'll take time to process. The trial was 3 months later. Ryan confessed all accusations. My parents were found guilty of conspiracy, witness manipulation, and child endangerment. Mom received 5 years. Dad got 3. The restaurant was sold to cover victim payouts and legal bills. The football team folded. Coach Parker received 10 years for drug dealing and endangering kids. Several coaches were fired. The principal quit. Family joked about my brother wanting my wife. She exposed Mom's affair in revenge. But the harassment didn't stop, so I cut them off and filed a restraining order. In honor of their 25th wedding anniversary, my parents have extended an invitation to my wife and myself to join them for a special dinner this weekend along with other family members. I have conflicting thoughts about going there, even though it's supposed to be a pleasant family gathering. Aaron is the primary cause of my reluctance. You see, despite just being 3 years apart, my younger brother Aaron and I have never been close. Our relationship isn't really strong. The way he feels about me is a major factor in it. Since we were little, he has harbored a great deal of animosity. Our parents, particularly our father, were really rigorous when we were growing up. His years of service in the military undoubtedly influenced the way he brought us up. He constantly encouraged us to compete with one another. Whether it was competing with one another while completing household tasks or running to the school bus in the morning, it didn't matter. Everything seemed to be a competition between us. It was more than just trying your hardest. It has to do with outperforming your sister. I don't think Aaron and I were that competitive at first. Initially, it may have even been healthful. Since we were only children, some rivalry may have been normal. However, things began to change with time. My brother started to lag behind, particularly in school. I've always done well in school. I would do well on tests, receive B's and A's, and bring home report cards that my parents would be pleased with. Regretfully, that merely made Aaron's situation more difficult. My dad was always comparing himself to me since I was doing so well. Aaron would also face severe penalties when he fell short. He was sometimes made to stand in a corner for hours on end until his legs gave out from under him, and other times he was not permitted to eat dinner. I could see that it was emotionally and physically painful for him. Dad continued to use me as an example. "Look at your brother," he would remark. He even made me teach Aaron because he believed that if I helped him study, his grades would improve. "Why can't you be more like him?" he asked. It didn't bother me to assist. There was only so much I could do, even though I wanted to. In actuality, Aaron disliked his studies. He wasn't into it. He was more of a lively, energetic child who enjoyed playing outside and utilizing his imagination. He was simply not interested in sitting motionless with a book. Despite everyone's best efforts to make it happen, as the years passed, it became increasingly clear that Aaron had suffered as a result of the ongoing pressure and comparisons. I can honestly see why he became resentful of me. No matter how hard he tried, he always felt like he was falling short, always one step behind. I'll also confess something that's difficult to express aloud. I neglected to consider the effects that all of that was having on my younger brother because I was too preoccupied with making our father proud. I never gave much thought to what it must have been like for him. Being punished for not being like me and living in my shadow all the time. Then, just before I was going to leave for college, our entire family was rocked by an incident. Aaron took a dramatic action. He finished the entire bottle of sleeping tablets. It was horrible. Fortunately, our parents quickly located him and took him to the hospital. That event altered everything, but I will always be thankful that the medics were able to save him. It seemed as though my dad in particular had been blindfolded. For the first time, they understood the extent of Aaron's agony, which he had been concealing for years. For them to finally notice the harm that had been accumulating inside of him for so long, something that serious and potentially tragic had to happen. Things at home drastically changed after the overdose. To better comprehend Aaron's struggles, my parents began attending his therapy sessions. Since then, they have treated him as though he is made of glass and could shatter at the slightest pressure or incorrect phrase. I've also apologized to my brother several times throughout the years. I've apologized to him for not being more conscious and for not defending him when we were younger. At least between the two of us, I've made an effort to put things right, but it still feels like my parents are still spoiling him, even after all these years. They are always cautious around him. When my dad wanted Aaron to go to college after high school, my brother threatened to commit himself once more, saying he didn't really need any further education and couldn't live away from home. He therefore never went without a valid degree. Aaron has had trouble landing a reliable, well-paying work. Even if he does land a job, he struggles to maintain it. He either skips too many days of work or gets into arguments with coworkers, which leads to his termination. It resembles a recurring pattern. He still resides at home, is completely dependent on our parents, and does not pay rent, bills, groceries, daily expenses, you name it. To be clear, my brother does not currently have a documented mental disorder. He occasionally attends therapy, and aside from the despair he experienced at the time, he is doing well now. He's working. He's not having as much trouble as he once did. He actually hangs out with a good set of pals every day. They go out to parties, drink, and smoke together. It's not as though he's alone and reclusive at home. He is going about his life. The only drawback is that my parents are paying for everything he does. And I believe that's the main thing that irritates me. He is never pushed, challenged, or asked to step up by my parents. They're afraid. And I understand that. They fear losing him once more if they push him too far. He is aware of that. He is skilled at exploiting that dread. There are moments when it seems like he's taking advantage of it. I've always felt terrible for my parents because of all of this. I was therefore unable to turn them down when they began requesting that I send money home to assist them with their daily needs. I am aware that their income has decreased since they retired. And since Aaron hasn't done anything, I think it's the least I can do to help them because they're struggling in this circumstance. Since then, I have given money each month to help out while my brother lives his life as if nothing were wrong. And I feel like I have to take up the slack in the family now. My wife is now fully aware of my family's past. She really doesn't like my brother, and not only because he is my parents' deadbeat son, but also because he has repeatedly caused mom great discomfort. Aaron is always flirting with my wife, you see. He has tried to be touchy-feely around her, acted excessively affectionate toward her, and even made completely improper suggestive remarks since the day he first met her. He pretends to be amusing or amiable when he does it. Additionally, he chuckles, brushes it off, and seems as though I'm exaggerating if I confront him about it. The way my parents react to these circumstances only makes it worse. They fail to recognize its true nature. They completely brush it off rather than confronting Aaron or supporting me. Like it's some innocent schoolboy thing, they claim it's only a harmless crush. They occasionally even make small remarks that seem to be gently supporting it. For instance, it was meant to be a friendly and welcome event when my wife first met my parents. That usual meet the family type of thing, you know. But as we were all sitting there talking, my mother suddenly said to my wife, who was only a girlfriend at the time, "You are hilarious. You know, you'd actually be a much better match for my other son, Aaron. You two have the same kind of humor," she continued, even chuckling a little as if it were a lighthearted remark. My father then joined in, concurring with her. He replied something like, "Yeah, Aaron is a hoot." To my wife, "With someone like him, you'll most likely have more fun." I recall sitting there pondering whether or not I had understood correctly. Why were they attempting to connect my partner and my brother? Who in the world would say such to a person's spouse? Because my wife and I were initially so shocked by their remarks that we tried to laugh it off, thinking perhaps they were just kidding. However, my parents have persisted in bringing up the point that my brother would have been a better fit with my wife over the years. They've never been able to let go of this recurring subject. They have repeatedly made remarks about how my wife and Aaron have such similar personalities, or they have stated things like, "She's so much more like Aaron." As if that meant she had the wrong boy in the end. Even on the day of our wedding, right before the ceremony, my mother grabbed my wife aside and asked, "Are you sure you want to marry him?" As if to give my partner one more chance to change her mind and flee. You have no idea how devastating it was to hear that on our wedding day. Regarding this, I got into a heated argument with my parents and nearly shut them off from my life at the time. They then offered a pathetic apology and pledged never to speak to my wife in such a manner again. But each year on my brother's birthday, they make a special effort to have my wife stand beside him for pictures or movies. No matter how difficult it is for us, it doesn't matter. Subtle but consistent, they will say things like, "Come on, you two look so good in pictures together," or, "Just one photo. Don't be so stiff." No matter how many times we attempt to ignore it or gently change the circumstances, it persists. My parents have dismissed it as if it were nothing every time we've brought it up or attempted to have an open discussion about how uncomfortable all of this is for us. My mother often attempts to defend it by claiming that my brother is simply enamored with my wife because she is so attractive and enjoys standing next to her, because he has never had a decent girlfriend. Not much better is my dad. For example, he asks, "What's the harm in standing next to him for a photo if it makes your brother happy?" As though it were a trivial matter. But it's not. We simply had enough at last. We no longer attend family gatherings where my brother is present after being made to feel uncomfortable and neglected too many times. No gatherings, no birthdays, nothing. We have withdrawn entirely. My wife and I have also completely stopped going to see our parents. All of my cousins and other distant relatives have been invited, so my mother is adamant that we go this time because she doesn't want me to miss it because people might start asking questions. I'm not sure whether I still don't go. One update. I appreciate all of your comments. In all honesty, I still haven't made up my mind about going to the next family gathering. My thoughts have been vacillating over it, and while a part of me thinks that perhaps I should go just for the opportunity to meet other family members, the other part of me keeps thinking about everything that has happened over the years, including how they have treated my wife, how they have always made excuses for my brother, and how they continue to ignore our boundaries as if they don't matter. Should I go and act as though nothing is wrong in order to maintain harmony? Or should I keep my distance in order to safeguard the small portion of ourselves that we have managed to construct? So, yes, I'm still undecided. The second update. Alright, so we made the grave error of going to celebrate my parents' wedding anniversary. My folks were obviously overjoyed to see me at the event. My mother gave me a strong hug and expressed her happiness that I had come, saying that she honestly didn't believe I would. I simply grinned and nodded. Until supper, everything was going pretty well. Around the table, we were all catching up and chit-chatting. Then, in passing, one of my aunts said that, with the exception of my brother Aaron, all of the cousins were either married or in relationships. She chuckled a little and asked him, half-jokingly, why he was still single and whether he was seeing someone he might want to be married to soon. My brother only reddened and grinned awkwardly, as like he was trying to hide something. When one of the cousins jokingly yelled, "Come on, Aaron, spill it, do you have a crush or what?" My mother immediately responded loudly, "Oh, I don't know about a girlfriend, but he does have a huge crush on his brother's wife." She then pointed to my wife and laughed as if it were the most hilarious thing ever. With an even louder chuckle, my dad joined in. I froze, as did my wife. My mother didn't even notice that I was staring up from my plate with my jaw clenched and my eyes locked. She was too preoccupied to stop laughing and chatting to my aunt. She mentioned how my brother had been fascinated with my wife for a long time, as if it were a romantic movie plot rather than a totally inappropriate fixation with your own brother's wife. "Do you have any sisters or female cousins Aaron could maybe date?" My aunt asked my wife loudly and without hesitation, as if that weren't enough. Some of the family really chuckled when they heard this. My brother simply sat there, blushing and smiling a little, as if everything had been perfectly normal. He made no attempt to silence my parents. He made no attempt to change the subject. As if it were flattering, he simply sat there and absorbed the attention. I could feel my face getting hotter. My wife was sitting there looking ashamed and degraded when I turned to face her. This was the final straw. I didn't even consider it. I simply lost it. I spoke up so that everyone at the table could hear me. The entire table fell silent as I turned to face my mother and yelled, "How dare you talk about my wife like this?" A pin drop may have been heard. "You both promised me that you wouldn't cross this line again," I added, glancing at my parents. "You're laughing about my brother having a crush on my wife. You think this is funny? You swore that you'd respect our boundaries and stop putting us in uncomfortable situations. But here we are again." I didn't care that my voice was trembling. "Let me ask you all something," I began, turning to face the other members of the table, which included my cousins, aunts, and uncles. "Do you think it's normal for someone to publicly admit that they have a crush on their own sibling's spouse and for the entire family to laugh about it as if it were a sitcom?" "Scene?" nobody said. The smile on my aunt's face vanished. Some simply sipped their drinks awkwardly. All at once there was no response. I just let everything out when I turned to face my brother. "You've been acting like a creep around my wife for years," I yelled, raising my voice in rage. "You attempt to stand too near to her, touch her when she's obviously uncomfortable, and act like it's all a joke. You've texted her late at night even though she hasn't responded. You flirt with her every time we're together, and you all think this is funny?" I said, glancing around the table as my brother's expression suddenly fell. "Do you honestly believe that someone acting in this manner against their brother's wife is acceptable?" I responded. "And you, too?" As I turned to face my parents. "How many times have you said that Aaron and my wife would make a wonderful couple? This is what you've been doing for years. At our wedding, you even said things like this. Are you even aware of how crazy that is? How blatantly disrespectful is that?" Everyone fell silent, even my wife. I was angry with my aunt for joining in on my mother's joke, so I turned to face her and asked, "Would you ever say this kind of crap about your own son's partner? Might you suggest to your daughter-in-law that someone else in the family might be a better fit for her? Would you permit your son to behave in such a manner in front of another person's spouse?" You could feel the room contracting in on itself as she looked stunned and then slowly shook her head. "Exactly," I said. "So why are you okay when my parents are doing it to me?" Everyone was now uncomfortable not because of me, but because I said what needed to be said, what they all likely already knew deep down but had chosen to ignore. My mother began to panic and attempted to laugh it off, saying in a tremulous voice, "I didn't mean anything by it." My dad, on the other hand, looked like he was going to blow up, his face scarlet, His fists gripped on the table. It's not that serious, come on. It's really a harmless crush. That's how we've always joked about Aaron and your wife. I apologize, but it's just hilarious, and I wasn't really intending to insult anyone. At that point, my wife, who had been sitting next to me the entire evening, embarrassed and silent, finally snapped at my mother, pushing her chair back a little and giving her a hard look. "Oh, I get it now," she replied in a calm but sharp voice that was loud enough for everyone to hear. "I guess cheating on your husband all those years ago was just for fun, too, since everything is just a joke to you," she said. "I mean," my wife added, her voice growing more piercing, as my mother froze, her eyes wide. "I assume you also harbored a harmless infatuation on the neighbor. And I suppose it didn't matter that you chose to sleep with him. Wasn't that just for fun?" The room became silent. My mother looked absolutely devastated and white-faced, while my dad appeared to have been punched in the stomach. It was an ugly little secret that my parents had buried for years and kept from everyone, and I couldn't help but laugh in satisfaction at what my wife had said. My mother had cheated on my father with their neighbor long ago, and when he discovered it, she pleaded with him not to leave. He stayed only for me and my brother, and over time, he seemed to have forgiven her, or at least moved past it. However, my wife is aware of this fact because I told her, and she had kept it for years. Now, after years of suffering, inappropriate remarks, strange jokes, and witnessing my parents treat her more like a prize for my brother than my partner, she had finally used the one thing she knew would put an end to it all. My dad joined in, raising his voice as well, saying that it was disrespectful and needless to bring up the past. My mom, who had just recovered out of her shock, began screaming at my wife, saying that she had no right to throw that old affair in her face and that she had crossed a line. But it didn't sit well with me, so I got up and yelled back, "The minute you made my wife the subject of your eerie jokes, you went too far. When Aaron has been making my wife uncomfortable for years, you continued to defend him as though he were a harmless young boy. You have repeatedly disrespected our marriage, so don't you dare talk about it now." Aaron finally opened his mouth to yell at me for ruining the party. But people were still processing the fact that my mother had cheated on my dad when everyone had thought of them as the ideal couple. My mom began to cry in front of everyone, trying to spin it around like she was the victim now. He shouted, "You always have to make everything about you." And I simply gazed at him, amazed that this was what he learned from it all. "You think I'm the one making everything about me? You sat there and let mom announce your crush on my wife like it was some joke," I stated in a composed yet firm tone. "You said nothing to put an end to it. You flushed as if it weren't repulsive. You allowed them to publicly humiliate my wife and me once more. Oh, please confrex," he said, rolling his eyes and making a dramatic sweep of his arms. "And now you're mad at me for standing up. You behave like the victim all the time." Nobody even made a very negative statement. My wife and I made the decision to leave because my parents and Aaron were clearly not interested in listening to us or understanding our point of view. And the yelling didn't seem to be going to stop anytime soon. Besides, there was no point in staying there any longer. Without saying anything more, we quietly packed up our belongings and left. "We're done," I said as we left. "Don't dare to contact us unless you all grow up and are ready to take some accountability." Ever since that evening, my phone has been ringing non-stop. Angry and guilty tripping. They keep saying that my wife and I had no right to reveal my mother's infidelity, especially in front of the entire family, and that we ruined their supposedly picture-perfect marriage by making everyone aware of my mother's affair. The majority of them are from my mother, and some from my father as well. Specifically, my mother has been unrelenting, claiming that she has been humiliated, that everyone now views her differently, and that we have destroyed her reputation. As a result, my mother now demands that my wife publicly apologize to her for her remarks at dinner, sincerely believing that my wife owes her an apology for exposing her hypocrisy and for bringing up a matter that, in her opinion, should have remained in the past. Update 3. I finally picked up the phone and called my parents after days of mental back and forth. I knew the conversation wouldn't go well, but I also knew I had to say what needed to be said clearly and directly. I told them calmly but firmly that I couldn't continue to act as though everything was fine between us after everything they had said and done. Not just during that terrible dinner but over the years. I said that my wife and I were sick of being treated disrespectfully and that I had been trying to maintain harmony for years, sending them money each month to assist them out not just because they asked, but because I truly wanted to help because I felt it was the right thing to do. Since they are my parents and Aaron was obviously not contributing anything, I wanted to stand by them. However, after witnessing how they continued to treat us in spite of all the humiliation, blatant favoritism, and total lack of accountability, I told them I could no longer support them. My parents didn't take it well at all, And they went completely crazy when I told them that I would be cutting off all communication, no more calls, no more visits, and no more financial support because I felt that this was the only way for my wife and I to move on and live in peace. My dad jumped in and said I was abandoning my family after my mother began yelling, calling me ungrateful, and accusing me of leaving them. They insisted that I was taking things too far over something they still maintained was a joke, and they never once acknowledged their mistakes or offered an apology. They literally cursed me and said I would regret this for the rest of my life when my wife would eventually leave me. It was cruel to hear, but I refused to back down and ended the call. My mom even accused my wife of turning me against them, as if I'm too weak-minded to make my own decisions. Since then, my wife and I have blocked them. Update 4. Nearly 2 months have passed since my last update, and a lot has happened. To start, Aaron has kept sending my wife spooky unsolicited love letters, even after we warned him several times and cut him off. We have even threatened to call the police, but he didn't seem to care. Then, a month ago, my wife and I got the amazing news that we were expecting a baby. We were ecstatic and posted the good news on social media, which was obviously a big mistake because earlier this week, things took a terrifying turn. My wife was shocked to see Aaron waiting for her on our porch when she got home from work. I can't even begin to describe the panic she must have felt at that moment. She called me and I hurried home as soon as I could. He began to get up as soon as she saw him, and she immediately felt unsafe. So she ran back to her car and started driving away while he ran towards the car and begged her to stay and talk to him. We both immediately called the police, but since Aaron hasn't yet broken any laws such as assaulting my wife or breaking into our house, they were unable to arrest him. They claim that he has only been harassing me persistently, which is why they gave him a warning, which is the part that irritates me the most. My wife no longer feels safe in our current home, and I don't want to put her or our unborn child in danger in the event that Aaron decides to reappear. He's crossing so many lines, but the law can't seem to do much until it's too late. Nevertheless, we did speak with a lawyer, and he's helping us file a restraining order against my brother. This situation is out of control, and I'm doing everything I can to protect my wife and child because I can't let anything happen to them. So, before our baby is born, we've chosen to sell our house and relocate to a new place away from all of this crazy. Have you ever been in a scenario like this? Please share your ideas in the comments section while I tell you the tale. We'd love to hear them. At 16, I was framed by those I loved and abandoned in a deadly storm. 12 years later, Dad begged for mercy, while his golden child served probation. My father pushed me into an October storm and locking the door. Leave my house. No need for a sick daughter. I was 16. No coat, phone, or money, just a school backpack with math homework and rain soaking my sneakers. Police called him 4 hours later. His face turned ghostly white when he heard what they said. By then, it was too late. Hi, Claire Walker. I'm 29 and watching rain roll down my Boston apartment window. The letter is on my kitchen table. Shaky handwriting on inexpensive nursing home stationery. Father wants to see me after 12 years absence. Supposes death. Says apologize. Rain always reminds me of that night, the 19th of October 2013. I recall coming home from school like any other Tuesday. My backpack was over one shoulder, full of my recently passed algebra test. I thought about supper, homework, and the band poster I wanted to buy with my birthday money, normal 6-year-old stuff. I had no notion I'd be wandering alone in a frigid blizzard in less than 3 hours, wondering if I'd survive. When I entered that front door, I knew something was amiss. My father stood in the living room like a volcano poised to erupt. Raw flesh color was his face. He held a wad of cash and empty medication bottles with shaky hands. Madison, my sister, was behind him. She was 24 years older than me, and she looked anxious, heartbroken, like a dedicated elder sister who'd just found something dreadful about her baby sibling. I noticed her eyes. I saw that flash she couldn't hide. Satisfaction. Vanessa, our stepmother, stood in the kitchen doorway with her arms crossed and lips pursed, saying nothing. That was her forte. Silence during awful times. My father wouldn't let me drop my backpack. He screamed like I burned the house. I allegedly stole from his wallet for months. I was buying and hiding medications in my room, he said. Madison found the proof, he said. I have cash in my drawers, my closet pill bottles, texts proving I spoke to drug traffickers. Tried to explain. I claimed to have never touched his wallet. Never seen those drugs. Not even sure what he meant. I choked on the words when I realized something terrible. His attention was elsewhere. His decision was made. Madison kept him fed falsehoods like poison wrapped in candy all day. She seemed devastated as she told him she'd tried so hard to help me. Urged me to quit. She didn't want to tell him, but she couldn't watch her younger sister harm herself. It was an Oscar-worthy performance, and my father believed every word. He bruised my arm and dragged me to the front door. My backpack was where I dropped it. It was scooped up and thrown against my chest so hard I fell backward. So he opened the door. Rain was falling in sheets. Distant thunder. Temperature decreased 18 degrees since morning. Father stared me dead in the eyes and repeated those remarks. Leave my house. No need for a sick daughter. I was forced onto the porch. Door slammed. Deadbolt clicked. Suddenly I was 16 and homeless. Maybe 6 minutes. I stood on that porch frozen. Shock, not cold. I kept expecting the door to open, hoping someone will say it was a major misunderstanding. Nobody came. My phone was on my bedroom desk. I couldn't grab anything other than what was in my hands. My backpack included textbooks, a half-eaten granola bar, and nothing practical for a night out. No jacket, money, or helpline. 2013. Payphones existed, but who has quarters? Not a 16-year-old who bought band posters with her stipend. Right, priorities? Top student, poor survival skills. So I walked. I didn't plan where to go. My body moved automatically to the one secure spot I knew. 8 mile away, grandmother Evelyn's residence. Mommy's mom, the only person who always valued me. 8 miles sounds small while traveling. It seems like 800 when you're walking in freezing rain in canvas sneakers without a coat. Route 11 was gloomy and rainy ahead. Without stopping, cars sped by. I was a roadside shadow nobody wanted to look at. After 1 mile, my clothes were soaked to the skin. My fingertips went numb after the 2nd mile. My teeth were chattering so badly after the 3rd mile I thought they could crack. I kept walking. What else can I do? Return and urge my father to believe me? Already decided. I had no choice but ahead. Numb step by step. Hypothermia isn't noticed until it's almost too late. Your body shuts down gradually. Your head fogs up, and sitting down for a minute feels like the finest idea. A brief break to gather your breath. My legs gave up after 5 miles. There was a mailbox ahead. I thought I'd lean against it, collect my breath, and continue. Grandma's house was 4 miles away. It was possible, but my knees buckled before I arrived. The gravel rose quickly, and all went dark. 4 hours after throwing his daughter into a storm, my father's phone rang. The caller was chilly and professional. County Police Officer Brooks. An incident occurred. His daughter was found unresponsive on Route 11 hypothermic. Taking her to County General Hospital. Another thing, sir? Child Protective Services was informed. A caseworker is present. We want to know why a 16-year-old girl was strolling alone in a storm without a coat or phone. We need you to bring your evidence to the hospital. My dad's face turned bone white. I learned from healthcare staff. They thought he appeared like a man watching his life slowly crumble. Madison was right next to him when the call came. First time, her immaculate mask fell for a moment, but it was enough. So about that night. What altered everything? That roadside woman who found me unconscious wasn't a stranger driving home. Child Protective Services employed Diane Harlow for 32 years. She'd witnessed every form of abuse, neglect, and lie parents tell about their kids. When she saw a teenage girl in the rain without a coat, phone, or searchers, she knew what she saw. She wouldn't tolerate it. My father thought he solved a problem that night. Thought he was cleaning house, removing the rotten apples, and protecting his family from a sick daughter who didn't deserve his affection. His real action was lighting a fuse. He had no idea what would explode. Before we continue, if you like the story, please subscribe and tell me where and when you're watching. I see everything. Many thanks for your help. To understand what happened that night and why my sister did what she did, let's go back to when everything fell apart. In 2007, my mother Elaine died. Cancer. 11 years old, Madison was 15. Our mom baked pancakes on Sundays and braided my hair for school portraits. The next day, we stood by a hospital bed watching machines beep slowly until they stopped. My dad handled it poorly. To put it mildly, he collapsed like a dying star. Back from work, he sat in his recliner and stared at nothing. The home may have burned down around him. He may not have noticed. Madison rose to the occasion. At 15, she cooked dinner, wrote permission forms, and made sure I went to school on time. My father could rely on her as a responsible, mature daughter. He lauded her frequently. Madison, what would I do without you? Madison, you're mature. Madison, you bind this family. He probably never asked how she was managing our mother's loss. He expected her to manage everything else. My father had 2 blind spots. He liked his recliner and oldest daughter. He didn't realize they were worn out and coming apart, but they needed to be replaced. Men reclined. No one witnessed what happened when my father wasn't watching, And he refused to see. Madison went beyond stepping up. She built a kingdom. In her realm, I was the peasant she had to subdue. Started tiny, mystery homework that vanished the night before. Field trip permission slips that never reached my teachers. My favorite clothing shrank in the wash. Another, then another. Oops, must have been accident. I sent my buddy's birthday party invitations but they never arrived. Lost classmate messages. A reputation developed without my knowledge. She'd go to my instructors with a sad, worried face and tell them I was struggling after our mother's death, acting out at home, and that they should be patient with me. She portrayed a disturbed youngster, and everyone believed her since she was mature, responsible, and kind. I once sat my father down and told him Madison was sabotaging me, lying about me to everyone, and something was very wrong. He looked at me like I'd gone crazy. "You're just jealous of your sister," stated. "She's helping this family. You should be grateful." I stopped talking after that. Stay little, quiet, and alive till I could escape. My father remarried 3 years after my mother died. Vanessa started out well. She laughed often, created casseroles, and tried hard to join our family. Madison instantly called her parents. I suppose it was purposeful to establish her status as the nice, devoted daughter. I couldn't. When my own mother had been gone 3 years, I couldn't call this stranger mom. Vanessa wasn't mentioned. My heart wasn't ready. But my silent rebellion cost me. Vanessa made me feel like an alien in my home after that. She and Madison started a club. I wasn't invited. At 16, the lines were apparent. Madison was the favored, golden child who could do no wrong. I was the problematic daughter who couldn't get it together. Money came next. Before her death, my mother established trust funds for us, $50,000 apiece, available at 19. Though not rich, it was something. Our mother gave us a safety net, knowing she wouldn't help us become adults. Madison received her share at 19 inches 2011. Within 10 months, it was gone. An pricey sports car, fancy clothes, gifts for her boyfriend Tyler Kane, a smooth-talking guy with huge intentions, and no real income. Madison was broke when I left 3 years later. Her trust fund was a distant memory, and Tyler Kane was always talking about his next big investment scheme, the one that would make them rich. My $50,000 was safe until 2015, when I turned 19, unless something happened to me first. See, my mother's trust had a clause she presumably felt would safeguard us. If either daughter was legally incompetent or institutionalized before 22, a court-appointed family guardian would handle her share until she recovered. Madison and Tyler Kane understood. If my father found drugs, cash, and drug dealing proof in my room and I was committed for substance abuse, someone would have to manage my trust fund. Responsible, trustworthy, like a caring elder sister who wants my best. $50,000. Madison valued me that way, so she priced her sister. She began her plot the week before she destroyed my life. My father's ATM card withdrawals of small amounts. She knew his PIN because she managed household finances. Saved Tyler Kane's empty medication bottles. Prepaid burner phone from a convenience store with bogus texts. Madison entered my room and planted everything on the 19th of October 2013, as I was eating breakfast and worrying about my math test. Cash in my dresser drawer, pills in my closet, and a burner phone number paper as proof of drug dealer contact. She then told our father his youngest daughter had a dreadful secret with tears in her eyes. Each word was believed. Why not? Madison was a perfect, responsible, and truthful daughter for 9 years. I was depicted as the disturbed one for 9 years before I saw the image. My trial was ended when I entered the front door after school. The conviction was guilty, and exile followed. So I was walking toward my grandmother's house on Route 11 inches October rain like it was the only light. However, Madison had made one minor blunder in her immaculate plan. She overlooked Diane Harlow. Collapsed, I just remember gravel cutting my palms and then nothing, like turning off a TV mid-show. Waking up is what I recall. Fluorescent lights, antiseptic and industrial floor cleaner fragrance, scratchy hospital blanket wrapped over me like I was vulnerable and worth preserving. I hadn't felt that in years. A woman sat by my bed. She had silver hair in a bun, reading glasses on her nose, and a paperback novel in her lap. She looked like a granny who baked cookies and carried Kleenex. But her keen eyes recorded everything they saw. She was Diane Harlow. She retired at 65 from Child Protective Services after 32 years. She has witnessed every form of child abuse, neglect, and cruelty directed by adults. On a cool October night, her headlights caught something by the roadside on her way home from book group. Teenage girl, unconscious, drenched, alone. Diane's tire squealed as she stopped. Her trunk held an emergency blanket. She wrapped me like a tortilla while calling 911, a CPS practice. She waited with me for the paramedics. She followed the ambulance to the hospital, and was there when I woke up 5 hours later. That woman may have rescued me. She discovered me before the hypothermia finished what the storm started, but she was the right person at the right time. She gave me coffee when I woke up. Cafeteria hospital coffee. It tastes like 195 degrees regret. This is awful, she remarked. The weather is warm. A laugh. He chuckled, and she smiled for the first time in hours or days. Her knowing, kind smile told me she understood more than I thought. There she is, she said. Please explain why a 16-year-old was strolling alone on Route 11 inches of storm without a coat or phone. I told her everything. The charges, fabricated proof, and Madison's years of manipulation. I told her things no one had heard before since no one had listened. Diane nodded occasionally, never interrupting or doubting. She was silent when I finished. She said, I believe you, and I'm going to help you prove it. 7 words changed my life. I was unconscious when things happened. The hospital called police after finding a youngster in danger. Police sought my relative. My father had to be called. I wanted to see his face when Officer Brooks broke the news. It went like this, apparently. Your 16-year-old daughter was found unconscious on Route 11, Mr. Walker. She claims you forbade her from your home tonight during a storm. Hypothermia. County General has her. You must enter. Sir. CPS was notified. A caseworker is present. Show your proof. Around 10:50 that night, my father and Madison arrived at the hospital. Now awake, I sat in my hospital bed with Diane. Sophia Ramirez, a CPS caseworker, and a uniformed officer were there. Not the welcome committee my father expected. He seemed frightened, not guilty quite yet. I was furious and puzzled, like this was a major hassle. Madison was behind him, and I saw her nervous for the first time. The smirk she had as I left was gone. They expected a fearful, sorry girl to confess her misdeeds and beg to return home. Instead, they discovered a room full of professionals asking tough questions about why a youngster was traveling alone in adverse conditions without communication or protection. Madison sensed the power shift. She tried her script. Worried elder sister, younger sibling. The best for her is our goal. Sophia Ramirez didn't agree. Madison was setting off every alarm since 27 years of social work had sharpened her dishonesty radar. Next came my granny. Evelyn Reeves, 67, 5'1", and determined, was not in the mood for bullshit. As her only daughter and granddaughter, my mother never trusted my father or his new family. She lived 45 minutes from hospital. In 28, she arrived. I heard her before I saw her, that click of sensible heels moving quickly down the hallway. She stormed into my room like a silver-haired hurricane and put herself between me and my father. That's my granddaughter, she told everyone. What has this fool done now? My father explained, justified, and discussed the stealing, pills, and evidence. Evelyn held up one hand after 45 seconds of listening. I've known Richard for 12 years, and you've never been the smartest tool in the shed, but this could be your dumbest moment. You threw a child into a storm because? Suddenly appearing pills. Suddenly available cash. Did you inquire about her side? He opened, closed, and reopened his mouth. Evelyn nodded. I thought so. One thing about my grandmother. She defended me as well as loved me. I was fatigued and hypothermic in a hospital bed when Evelyn Reeves went to war that night. An emergency custody hearing was requested. Right then, it was nearly midnight, but she didn't care. She contacted a family court judge who owed her. Evelyn got him on the phone after 12 years on the PTA with his wife. Hospital social worker gave details. A little child thrown into bad weather. No pre-expulsion investigation. Not verifying accusations. Unconscious child with early-stage hypothermia. No professional evaluated father's evidence. A new home was mine at 1:05 a.m. Emergency temporary guardianship was given to Evelyn Reeves immediately. My father was told to stay away from me until the investigation was complete. Everyone would be interviewed by CPS. Madison, my father, Vanessa, and I would closely examine the evidence. My father tried again as we left the hospital. He grabbed for me and spoke. Evelyn moved between us without stopping. She stated, you can't touch her. You can't talk to her. You blew your chance to be her father. It was thrown into a storm. We're leaving. She led me to her ancient Buick, which she'd driven since before I was born, assisted me into the passenger seat, and put another blanket around me despite the vehicle heater's roar. I gazed at her while crying. I have no clean clothes, Grandma. I have nothing. Her eyes were ferocious and tender as she patted my hand. You have me in a Target card, honey. Tomorrow we shop. Tonight you eat soup and sleep in a bed nobody will ever throw out. My new life began that night. Grandma Evelyn's house has 3 rules. Breakfast at 8, homework before TV, and no nonsense before her second coffee. Though small and unassuming, it was warm, cozy, and full of love. I breathed for the first time in years. But the tale continued. Not even close. The CPS inspector called my grandmother 2 weeks later. Sophia Ramirez told Mrs. Reeves. You might want to sit down. We've been examining the evidence Mr. Walker provided. The timeline doesn't add up, and we found some security footage that tells a very different story. Madison's perfect plan was about to fail, and she had no idea why. The investigation altered everything. Sophia Ramirez went beyond box checking. She was a cardigan detective. She tracked evidence, not simply examined it. Every receipt, timestamp, thread. Madison's ideal story disintegrated as she pulled. It started with money. $900 was in my dresser drawer. My father said it proved I stole from him for months. Clear cut, right? But Sophia Ramirez investigated bank records. This $900 came from a single ATM withdrawal on October 19, the day I was expelled. Bank gave machine surveillance film. Afternoon 3:12. It wasn't me on camera, it was Madison, clear as day. A jacket she wore that morning, same ponytail. Same background automobile. Her white vehicle with the bumper dent from backing into a mailbox last summer. Something regarding alibis. Mine was airtight. At 3:12 p.m., I was studying molecular bonds in 5th period chemistry on October 19. My school attendance showed me present until 3:40. My teacher recalled my colon-electron question. I couldn't withdraw that. Physically impossible. I was 14 miles away in a classroom with 28 witnesses and an electronic check-in. Madison felt she was smart. Criminal masterminds have this drawback. You must be smart. She used our father's ATM card without considering bank cameras. She withdrew in the afternoon without checking my alibi. Her automobile was visible in the parking lot when she bought the burner phone at a convenience store 3 blocks from her gym in her yoga pants. Certain masterminds wear capes. Madison wore Lululemon and got caught because she couldn't drive 10 minutes more. Pills followed. Bottles in my closet were linked to Tyler Kane prescriptions. Madison's lover, the idea man with no job. Oak Street drugstore filled his doctor-prescribed anxiety medication. Sophia Ramirez contacted that pharmacy. Found anything intriguing. Tyler reported the drugs stolen, filed a police report, and claimed someone broke into his car and stole them, worried about citizen conduct. That report was filed on October 23, 4 days after I was expelled. Why did Tyler wait 4 days to report the drug theft if it was stolen and hidden in my room on October 19? The solution was clear. Since they weren't stolen, he planted them with Madison's permission and then reported them missing to hide their tracks and acquire a refill. The delayed theft report was like a neon sign saying, "We planned this." If this story hits home, stay tuned because what occurs next is worth every second. Please like if you support me. The planet matters. Burner phone was the true evidence. A convenience store bought prepaid phone from October 13, 6 days before everything went down, sent bogus drug dealer texts. Sophia Ramirez found the store and requested security footage. A young woman with brown hair and a ponytail and athletic build paid cash, but her car was visible through the window. White automobile with bumper dent, the same automobile, woman, and breadcrumbs led back to my sister. As the investigation progressed, the picture got worse. Sophia Ramirez investigated my father's account checks from the past 3 years. Her discovery made $900 seem like pennies. My father's checks were forged for approximately 3 years. Starting little, 60 here, 120 there, they added up. The signatures were close but off. Tyler Kane's company accounts received the funds, just under $21,000 stolen. Madison did more than frame me. For years, she'd robbed our father blind, and she needed me gone before anyone knew. My grandmother Evelyn wouldn't tolerate this. She recruited 27-year family law veteran Michael Grant, a family friend. He knew my mother, Elaine, since grade school. He looked hard when Evelyn told me what occurred, making me glad he was on my side. Michael applied for permanent guardianship immediately. He sued Madison civilly for fraud, emotional distress, and whatever else he could get. He added monitoring to my trust fund so no one could touch it till I reached 19. That year taught me something I still use. Record everything. Record all receipts, messages, and promises. My grandmother stored all her critical documents in a folder. Letters, taxes, warranties, bills. She called it paper insurance. After everything, I repeated it. I got my first filing cabinet at 17. Keep and use it. Some habits are life-saving. Living with Grandma Evelyn was like breathing again after years of holding my breath. Her residence wasn't big or fancy. They had 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a kitchen that smelled like coffee and cinnamon, but it was warm, safe, and nobody was scheming against me. She put me at a new school where no one understood my history. This was my first meaningful friendship. My fans liked me for me, not because they'd been told who I was. I finally saw a counselor to handle years of unknowingly accepted influence. Grandma Evelyn had few rules, but one was stringent: dinner at 6, no exclusions. Chaos can wait till after meatloaf, she added. It was the best advice ever. Meanwhile, my father's world fell apart. The CPS probed the entire Walker family. Richard was repeatedly questioned, becoming fatigued and bewildered. How had he missed so much? How had he been blind? Vanessa slept in the guest room. Their conversations grew hostile and full of accusations they didn't want to voice. Madison was enraged. Never remorseful, only mad her plan failed. She blamed others. Biased CPS investigator. The bank footage misled. Tyler's prescriptions were misread. She couldn't take the golden child's crown sliding. Michael Grant spent months making a solid case. Bank records, surveillance footage, medication records, phone receipts. He took testimonies from Diane Harlow, my teachers, and neighbors who saw Madison's automobile at unusual hours. Even Madison's ex-friends came out. She had burned many bridges, and people were glad to talk about her falsehoods, manipulation, and casual brutality. Court was scheduled for March 2014, a month before the hearing. Something unexpected happened. Nevada arrested Tyler Cain. Federal marshals arrested him for running the same investment scam in 4 states. He stole about $520,000 from victims' funds. He faced federal charges that could lead to 18 years in jail. His lawyer called the next day. Tyler was willing to negotiate and tell the truth about everything, including his fiancée Madison's treatment of her younger sister. Madison had nowhere to run as the walls closed in. Tyler Cain had numerous identities: a scam artist, liar, and man who lived off others' trust and money. He wasn't loyal. He sang like a record deal canary when federal prosecutors offered him a reduced sentence for cooperation. His statement was 14 pages. He verified everything. Madison planned to frame me from the start. She stole from our father for nearly 3 years, giving Tyler money for his investments. When she discovered her theft was tougher to disguise, she sought a scapegoat. That scapegoat was me. Madison considered me the ideal prey, the problematic younger sister who never fit in and nobody believed. She advised Tyler to institutionalize me to tackle 2 issues. Someone would be responsible for the money. My guardian would have access to my trust fund, $50,000. She wanted to steal something from me while I was drugged, discredited, and alone in a facility. Tyler documented everything. Planning sessions, pill bottles he provided, Madison's burner phone, the morning she put evidence in my room. He included their pre-October 19th text messages. Proof that this wasn't rash. It was planned and frigid. I remembered his last line. Madison said her sister was hopeless and wouldn't fight. She erred. March 2014, Family Court. I'd lived with Grandma Evelyn for 6 months. I'd acquired healthy weight. The sort from eating and sleeping. I made my new school's honor roll. The feeling of being a regular teenager returned. But entering that courtroom made me feel 16 again, afraid and little, and wondering whether anybody would believe me. Grandmother Evelyn grabbed my hand. Michael Grant nodded reassuringly, and Diane Harlow was in the gallery with the same reading glasses and stern attitude as when she found me. Simple guardianship, making Evelyn's interim custody permanent, and support requirements were the hearing's topics. It grew much bigger. District Attorney intervened. Tyler's confession and Sofia Ramirez's stack of evidence made this more than a family court case. Criminal charges were pending. Madison and a public defender she met an hour earlier sat across the courtroom. She was paler and smaller. The confident, golden child who'd run our household for almost a decade suddenly appeared like a scared young woman whose falsehoods had caught up with her. Our father sat alone in the gallery. Vanessa declined. He appeared to be 12 years older and 6 months. Systematically, professionally, devastating proof was presented. ATM footage of Madison withdrawing at 3 to 12 p.m. School attendance records show I was in chemistry class then. Pharmacy records indicate Tyler's neatly delayed theft report. Security footage from the convenience store shows Madison buying the burner phone. Forged checks totaling $21,000 over 3 years. Read Tyler's confession word for word. Madison attempted to appear puzzled, naive, and concerned about her troublesome sister when she testified. The prosecutor wasn't having it. "Miss Walker," she called, displaying the ATM photo. "Is this you at First National Bank on October 19th at 3:12 p.m.? Miss Madison gulped. She viewed herself as clear as day. I was getting money for groceries." "Groceries?" The prosecutor nodded slowly. $900 cash for food. You didn't tell your father about this withdrawal when you accused your sister of taking that amount later that day. Silence. Where this ATM is? Your sister's school is 14 miles away, and attendance records show she was there until 3:40 p.m. How could she have left chemistry class? More silence. The Madison public defender objected, but there was no issue. Evidence was evidence. Facts didn't care about her sentiments. They rang Vanessa. My stepmother seemed to want to be somewhere else. She'd spent years avoiding conflict. She was under oath in court. It was no longer possible to remain silent. The prosecutor inquired about October 19th morning. Did she notice anything odd? Vanessa said barely above a whisper. Around 7 a.m. Madison entered Claire's room. A hair tie was borrowed. Did she exit with hair tie? She was empty-handed. Anything else in the days before the incident? Vanessa closed her eyes. She appeared to be preparing for impact. Madison was on the phone with Tyler 4 days prior. She said, "Everything is in place." She chuckled. The court was silent. When they called our father to testify, I nearly felt terrible for him. He had to explain why he threw his 6-year-old daughter into a storm without investigating the allegations. He admitted to not checking bank records. Never wondered why Madison found this proof abruptly. Never requested my explanation. I trusted her. She's my firstborn. She was always the responsible one. I thought he couldn't finish. Judge Eleanor Morrison served 27 years from the bench. She'd witnessed ugly custody battles, harsh divorces, and families torn apart by lies, money, and pride. She was probably disturbed by what she heard. She slashed the courtroom with her remarks. "Mr. Walker, trust does not justify negligence. Unverified claims caused you to expel a minor into dangerous weather. You didn't explore. You picked one daughter above another without proof, justification, or parental judgment. That's not parenting. Yes, abandonment." My father sat gray-faced as she spoke. "Your older daughter plotted to kill her sister. She cheated, deceived, and tricked you into her brutality. You indulged her because it was easier to believe the daughter who made you feel wonderful than to parent the daughter who needed you." Madison's sentencing was harsh. Fraud, theft, lying to police, child endangerment. Her public defender struck a plea deal to avoid trial. She received 3 years suspended, 6 years of supervised probation, 240 hours of community service, complete restitution of all stolen funds, the $21,000 from our father, and the $900 she planted to frame me. The judge granted a permanent restraining order. Madison could not reach me directly or indirectly. She would go to jail if she came within 600 feet of me. This part would follow her forever. Her felony conviction is permanent. Avoid finance, money, trust, and working with children or vulnerable persons. The golden child's scarlet letter wouldn't come off. My father lost guardianship forever. He had to pay for my rehabilitation and education until I became 22. He was also ordered to start a college fund with reparations. The community learned everything. Small towns chat. In weeks, everyone knew what Richard Walker did to his younger daughter. Friends stopped calling. Nearby residents ignored. His church group started scheduling conflicts when he tried to attend. Vanessa divorced 7 weeks later. She realized she'd contributed to my pain and couldn't face seeing her spouse reminding her of it. Judge turned to me at the conclusion. "Miss Walker," said, "you've shown remarkable resilience in the face of extraordinary cruelty. The court grants full permanent custody to your grandmother, Evelyn Reeves. Your trust fund will remain protected until you reach 19. And I sincerely hope you have a better future than your past." I wanted to say something creative and memorable. I wanted to remark, "Your Honor, you should see me parallel park. That's the real test of character, but some jokes are for yourself." Humor was inappropriate at that moment. I just answered, "Thank you." My father tried to approach me one more time as we left the courthouse. He began, "Sweetheart." Evelyn moved between us without stopping. Her voice froze. "No more calling her that. You lost that when you flung her into a storm." Continued walking. Not looking back. Sun shone that day. March in our region is unpredictable. However, that afternoon was sunny and promising. A grandmother loved me, a lawyer battled for me, a caseworker, and a retired CPS supervisor believed me when no one else would. Finally, I had a future. Some stories continue beyond court. Some stories have additional chapters. A letter arrived 12 years later. October 2025. I'm 29 and my life is nothing like I expected at 16. Walking through a storm with a school backpack and damp sneakers. I live in Boston. Beautiful Harborview apartment. Morning window light. It was my choice. Marketing director in a tech company. Good pay, perks, and people. I rose from an internship, and each advancement felt like a departure from my past. I'm engaged. His name is Ethan. You can tell a lot about his heart from his pediatric nursing career. We met at a charity event 3 years ago. Work brought me there. He cared and was there. After spilling wine over my dress, he apologized for 12 minutes and made me laugh so hard I forgot to be annoyed. Spring wedding. Life's good. Life is amazing. Then came the letter. It arrived to my grandmother's. Evelyn, 82, still follows her 3 rules and lives in the same house. Breakfast at 8, homework before TV, no bullshit before coffee. Some things never change. She called to tell me something important had come. She spoke carefully and neutrally, as if to avoid influencing my decisions. I drove down the weekend. The envelope was white. Cheap paper with sloppy handwriting I barely recognized. The return address was Maple Grove Care Center, a nursing home 45 minutes from my hometown. My coffee went cold as I opened it at Evelyn's kitchen table. Dear Claire, it started. I know my requests are unworthy. You have every reason to discard this letter without reading it. I'm asking nonetheless since I'm running out of time and need to say this. Now in Maple Grove. My stroke was 3 years ago. Less effective left side. Vanessa no longer exists. Transferred half her assets to Florida with an internet accountant. Sale of house. The life I thought I had is gone. Madison visited me last week. I barred her from the room. Can't look at her. I remember what I did do of her lies whenever I hear her voice. You're the only one I want to see and apologize to. I failed you as your father in the worst way. I trusted falsehoods. I chose comfort over justice. I discarded you like garbage. You owe me nothing. If you can find it in your heart to come once, I'd like to apologize in person before it's too late. Your dad, Richard. Sat there for a while. The coffee cooled. Afternoon light crossed the table. Evelyn remained silent. As usual, she waited and let me find my path. 12 years of silence and living without him. Did I owe him? I didn't, but my mother sprang to mind. I considered the person Mom raised me to be before her death. I considered ending cycles. I went. For me, not him. The nursing home was expected. Fluorescent lighting, industrial floors, disinfectant masking endings, aroma. My father's room was small. 1 bed, 1 window, a wall-mounted TV playing something nobody was watching. Despite being 75, he looked 22 years older. He could have passed for 92. The stroke had left him crumpled, gray, and little like I'd never seen before. He cried as I entered. He couldn't speak for the first several minutes, sitting with tears in his eyes while I stood by the door, wondering whether I'd made a mistake. He found his voice eventually. He apologized repeatedly, stumbling over words because the stroke had also robbed his language. He admitted to being blind, dumb, and harsh. He called losing me his worst mistake. He recalled that October night daily. Every night, when rained, I let him continue. Didn't interrupt or soothe him. I said what I came to say. I pardon you. His face shriveled in relief. But please grasp that. I sat on a chair near his bed. Made sure he saw me. I forgive without forgetting. It indicates I'm letting go of this rage. I'm tired of your weight on my heart. I was tossed into a maelstrom because you believed a lie. Convincing evidence made you doubt it. You trusted it because it was simpler. Madison boosted your self-esteem, so I reminded you of everything you lost when Mom died. You picked comfort over your daughter. I built my life without you. I self-financed college, built a career. My groom would never throw me out in a rain, never alone a hurricane. My happiness, but you must accept your actions. I no longer shoulder that load. I guess he had no words left. He nodded, still crying. I know. He finished. I know, I just needed to apologize. I had to see you again. I stayed for 25 minutes. We didn't talk much. What else could I say? I told him about my job, my apartment, Ethan, surface things, and safe things. He listened like it was the most important conversation of his life. I left when he stretched out with his good hand, not clutching, and touched my fingers. A nurse stopped me in the corridor. "You're his daughter, right? The young one?" I nodded. She looked around his chamber and then at me. "Last week, your sister visited. He refused to see her and told us to send her away." I stood still. The nurse shook her head and said he could only stomach apologizing to one daughter, and it wasn't her. He got so upset that he couldn't look at her face without seeing what she'd done. I didn't know what to say. After years of being the rejected daughter, the throwaway daughter, the one who wasn't good enough, my father finally rejected Madison, the golden child. The favorite, the one he'd believed without question. Too late to matter, too late to heal. But something shifted in my chest. Not forgiveness. I'd already given that. I left that nursing home into October sunshine. 12 years ago, October meant rain, betrayal, and hypothermia. Now it means falling leaves and pumpkin spice everything. I'm basic. I don't care. That October night 12 years ago, I lost a house, but I found my home. I lost a father who didn't deserve me, and I found a grandmother who did. I lost a sister who never loved me, and I found myself. Ethan was waiting for me in Boston. Takeout containers on the counter, bad movie on TV, and his patient face when I need processing time. He asked. I set my keys on the table and leaned into him. "I think I'm finally done," I murmured. "I think I can let it go now." Ethan never asked again. He knows when to push and when to be there. Which is one of 1,000 reasons I'm marrying him. Next spring, we're having a small ceremony at my grandmother's house with close friends and good food. Evelyn is planning the menu, and meatloaf is on it. Madison is working night shifts and wondering where her life went wrong. My father is in a nursing home with his regrets. Vanessa is in Florida pretending we never existed, but I'm in Boston with a career, a partner who loves me, and a grandmother who will probably outlive us all due to obstinacy. I finally framed that band poster. I bought it with my allowance the week before everything came apart and discovered the same one online a few years ago. Paid too much and hung it in my workplace where I can see it every day. Some things are worth waiting for. My parents helped my golden child sister hijack my wedding and share the altar, so I cut them from the guest list 24 hours before the ceremony. Bliss. My sister Vanessa has been my parents' golden child since birth. If she accused me of stealing her toilet paper, I'd get grounded. If I had proof she stole my clothes, they'd say I was overreacting. My birthday cakes were always her favorite flavor. Family vacations went where she wanted. When I got straight A's, silence. When she got a B+. Celebration dinner. In high school, she had no friends. My parents had spoiled her into a social nightmare. I was popular, which she found unacceptable. She told our parents all my friends were drug dealers. They banned me from seeing anyone. When she changed schools and finally made friends, they'd come over and bully me. My parents called it teasing. The worst part, every boyfriend I brought home, she'd try to seduce. She'd wear revealing clothes, tell them she was better at sex, suggest I was cheating, then she'd tell my parents they hit on her. They believed her every time, banned me from dating these terrible boys. I was labeled the school because of her lies. Meanwhile, when she brought home her first boyfriend, my parents worshipped him. He dumped her after 4 days. Couldn't handle the weight, physically or metaphorically. I escaped at 19, went to college 5 states away, built my own life, met Lucas, got engaged, planned a small wedding. I only invited my parents and sister out of obligation. 4 weeks before my wedding, Mom called. "We need to discuss Vanessa's role in the ceremony. She doesn't have one. She's a guest. She's your sister. She should be maid of honor. My best friend is maid of honor. Then she'll be a bridesmaid. All positions are filled. This is unacceptable. She's buying a bridesmaid dress. Make room." I hung up. The week before my wedding, Vanessa texted. "Mom says I'm walking down the aisle before you. Send me the music list." I responded. "You're not in the wedding party." "We'll see about that." Wedding day arrived. I was in the bridal suite when my cousin burst in. "Your sister's here in a wedding dress." "What?" "A full white ball gown. She's telling everyone she's sharing the ceremony with you. Joint wedding." I ran to the venue entrance. There was Vanessa, in a dress nicer than mine, holding a bouquet, posing for photos with my photographer. "What are you doing?" Mom said. "Since you were selfish about the wedding party, I could share your ceremony. Travis is proposing during your vows." Travis was her boyfriend of 3 months. "Absolutely not. It's already arranged. Mom paid the officiant extra." After Lucas says, "I do," Travis proposes and we get married right after. My parents appeared, Mom beaming. "Isn't this wonderful? 2 daughters married on the same day. You planned this without telling me. You've always been selfish about sharing with your sister." I was about to scream when Lucas appeared with his groomsmen. He saw Vanessa in white and his face went dark. What's happening? They're hijacking our wedding. No, Lucas said firmly. Security. The 2 off-duty cops we'd hired approached. This woman, Lucas pointed at Vanessa, is trespassing. Remove her. She's my daughter, Mom shrieked. And she's not on the approved guest list. Lucas pulled out a paper. We submitted a final list to security. Vanessa Collins isn't on it. I stared at him. She's not? I had a feeling they'd try something. I submitted a revised list yesterday. Your parents are on it, but only as guests. Vanessa and Travis aren't. The security guards moved toward Vanessa. This is illegal, Dad shouted. It's a private venue, the officer said. If you're not on the list, you have to leave. Vanessa started crying. You can't do this, Mom promised. I bought this dress. Travis is going to propose. Then go get married somewhere else, I said. As security escorted her out, she screamed, I'll ruin you. I'll tell everyone what you did. I'll destroy your marriage like you destroyed mine. Mom turned on me. If she goes, we go. Okay, leave. They stood frozen, not expecting me to call their bluff. You're uninviting us from your wedding? Dad asked. You tried to hijack it, so yes. They left, screaming about disowning me. I didn't care, the wedding was perfect without them. But during our reception, my phone exploded. Vanessa had posted on Facebook that I'd stolen her wedding, that this was supposed to be her day, that I'd always been jealous of her. She claimed Lucas was originally her boyfriend who I seduced. The post went viral in our hometown, then the comments started rolling in. My cousins, armed with years of receipts, began posting screenshots, every lie she'd told, every boyfriend she'd tried to steal. Photos of her in the wedding dress at my venue. The best comment came from Travis, her supposed boyfriend. We broke up 3 weeks ago. I never agreed to propose. She said we were attending her sister's wedding as guests. But the real bomb dropped when Lucas's sister commented, funny how you claimed Lucas was yours first. Here's the restraining order he filed against you last year for stalking him at his gym. A year before he even met my sister-in-law. I stared at my new husband. Restraining order? Lucas looked guilty. She followed me to my gym for months, made up a fake name, said she was single. When I found out who she was, I ended it and filed the order. I never told you because, well, she's your sister. My phone rang. Unknown number. Hello. Is this Mrs. Pent? A man's voice. Yes. I'm calling from the psychiatric unit at North Valley Medical Center. Your sister Vanessa has been admitted after a breakdown. She's requesting visitors, but there's something you need to know. She's been off her medication for 8 months. What medication? You didn't know? Your sister has been treated for delusional disorder for 4 years. She creates elaborate false narratives and believes them completely. Your parents have been hiding it, enabling her instead of getting her proper treatment. I stood there holding my phone, watching Lucas cut our wedding cake while guests laughed and clinked glasses around us. The man from North Valley Medical Center was still talking, explaining something about treatment protocols and family involvement, but the music from the DJ booth made it hard to hear every word. My hand shook as I pressed the phone closer to my ear. Delusional disorder, 4 years of treatment, 8 months off medication. My parents knew the entire time and never told me. They let Vanessa show up at my wedding in a white dress. Let her try to hijack my ceremony, all while knowing she was mentally ill and untreated. The hospital man asked if I was still there, and I managed to say, yes, I'm here. Then told him I needed to call him back tomorrow. Lucas glanced over from the cake table, and his smile faded when he saw my face. He said something to his groomsmen and walked toward me, weaving between dancing couples and relatives taking photos. I shoved my phone in the small pocket of my dress and tried to look normal, but my face wouldn't cooperate. Lucas reached me and touched my elbow, guiding me toward a quieter corner near the venue's back hallway where the bathrooms were. He asked what was wrong, and I just stared at him for a second, trying to figure out how to say it. The hospital called, I told him. Vanessa's there. She had some kind of breakdown after they kicked her out. Lucas's jaw tightened, but he didn't look surprised, which made sense given the restraining order I just learned about earlier. I kept talking, the words tumbling out faster now. She has delusional disorder. She's been in treatment for 4 years. My parents knew and never told me. They took her off her medication 8 months ago and just let her get worse. Lucas pulled me further down the hallway away from the music and voices. He asked if the hospital said she was okay and I nodded. Said they have her stable now, but she's asking for visitors. His hand was warm on my arm and I realized I was shaking. All those years, I said. All the lies about my boyfriends, the accusations, the drama, some of it might have been her illness. My parents knew and they still let her torture me. They still blamed me for everything. Lucas asked what I wanted to do and I looked back toward the reception hall where our friends were celebrating, where Monica was probably wondering where I went. "We're finishing our reception," I said. "We're not letting my family ruin one more second of this day." He asked if I was sure and I pulled out my phone, switched it to silent, and dropped it back in my pocket. "I'm sure." We walked back into the reception hall, and I grabbed a glass of champagne from a passing waiter. Monica spotted me and rushed over asking if everything was okay, and I told her everything was fine. Just some family drama that could wait until tomorrow. She hugged me hard and whispered that she was proud of me for not letting them win. The DJ announced the bouquet toss, and I kicked off my heels, gathered up my skirt, and joined the group of single women on the dance floor. I threw that bouquet as hard as I could and watched my cousin catch it with both hands, laughing and jumping. Lucas spun me around the dance floor during our last slow song, and I focused on his face, his hands, the way he looked at me like I was the only person in the room. The reception ended just after midnight when the venue staff started cleaning up tables and stacking chairs. Lucas and I said goodbye to the last guests, thanked them for coming, accepted final hugs and congratulations. We drove to our honeymoon suite at a hotel downtown, the one with the big windows overlooking the city. I didn't check my phone until we got inside, and I saw the screen light up with notification after notification. 53 messages. I sat on the edge of the bed and started scrolling. Most were from relatives asking what happened, if Vanessa was okay, if I knew she was in the hospital. A few were from cousins I barely talked to, saying they saw the Facebook drama and wanted to make sure I was all right. 3 were from my aunt asking me to call her as soon as possible. Lucas came out of the bathroom and sat next to me, reading over my shoulder. My phone started ringing, and Elaine's name flashed on the screen. I answered, and she didn't even say hello, just launched into an explanation about why she posted all those receipts online. She said she'd been collecting evidence of Vanessa's lies for years. Screenshots and photos and messages. Because she was sick of watching my sister torture me while my parents acted like I was the problem. She said at least 8 other cousins had similar collections, stories of Vanessa lying about them or manipulating situations or causing drama at family events. I asked why no one ever said anything before. And Elaine got quiet for a second. She said everyone was scared of my parents, scared of causing family conflict, scared of being the one to call out the golden child. But watching Vanessa show up at my wedding in a white dress was the last straw. She said she wasn't going to let my sister rewrite history on Facebook and make me look like the villain. I thanked her, and we talked for another 10 minutes about the hospital call, about the diagnosis I never knew existed, about how my parents had hidden everything. Elaine said it explained so much, but didn't excuse it, and I agreed. When I hung up, Lucas was already in bed with his eyes half closed. I plugged my phone into charge and climbed under the covers next to him. He pulled me close and I tried to sleep, but my brain wouldn't shut off. Every memory from childhood played on repeat with this new information attached to it. Was Vanessa delusional when she told my parents my friends were drug dealers, or was that just regular manipulation? Did she really believe my boyfriends hit on her? Or did her illness make her think that was true? How much of her cruelty came from sickness, and how much was just her being cruel? Lucas's breathing got slow and steady. But I stared at the ceiling for hours, my mind spinning between anger at my parents and this weird unexpected sympathy for Vanessa. If she was genuinely mentally ill, if her brain was creating false realities she actually believed, then maybe she needed help more than she needed blame. But that didn't erase the years of pain she caused me. Lucas must have felt me tense up because he pulled me closer and mumbled something about mental illness, explaining behavior, but not excusing it. I whispered that I knew, that I was trying to figure out how to feel about all of it. He said I didn't have to figure it out tonight, that we could deal with it tomorrow. And eventually I fell into a restless sleep full of dreams about white wedding dresses and hospital rooms. The next morning, my phone rang at 9:15, and I grabbed it off the nightstand, still half asleep. The caller ID showed a number I didn't recognize, but I answered anyway. A man's voice said, "This was Dr. Alan Morris calling from North Valley Medical Center," and I sat up fast, suddenly wide awake. He said Vanessa was stable and doing better on medication, but they needed to discuss her treatment plan with family members. He said my parents had listed me as her emergency contact, and Vanessa was specifically asking to see me. I felt my anger spike hot and immediate. They listed me as emergency contact. After years of choosing Vanessa over me, years of letting her get away with everything while I got blamed. But Dr. Morris kept talking, explaining that Vanessa claimed I was the only family member who tells the truth. She needed someone who wouldn't just agree with whatever she said. I looked at Lucas, who was sitting up now, watching my face. I told Dr. Morris we'd come to the hospital this afternoon, and he gave me visiting hours and directions to the psychiatric unit. When I hung up, Lucas asked what I wanted to do, and I realized I was crying without meaning to. "We're canceling Hawaii," I said. "The honeymoon we'd planned for next week, the resort we'd booked 8 months ago." Lucas didn't argue, just pulled me into a hug and said we could go in 2 months instead. That this needed to be handled first. I hated that my family was stealing our honeymoon, too, but I couldn't just ignore Vanessa in a hospital bed. We got dressed and drove to North Valley Medical Center through morning traffic. The psychiatric unit was on the 5th floor with locked doors and a receptionist who checked our IDs before buzzing us through. Dr. Morris met us in a small consultation room with bland artwork on the walls and chairs that looked like they came from a yard sale. He was maybe 52, with gray hair and tired eyes, and he shook both our hands before sitting down. He explained that delusional disorder was different from other mental illnesses because the delusions were so specific and so real to the person experiencing them. Vanessa truly believed Lucas had been her boyfriend first, that I'd stolen him from her, that yesterday was supposed to be her wedding day to him. Her brain had built a complete false world around those ideas, and she'd been living in it for months while my parents pretended nothing was wrong. I felt sick hearing Dr. Morris explain how her mind had created detailed memories of events that never happened, conversations that never existed, a relationship that was only real inside her head. Lucas squeezed my hand and I realized mine was shaking. Dr. Morris kept talking about how delusional disorder worked differently than other mental illnesses because the person experiencing it couldn't tell their false beliefs from reality. Their brain constructed elaborate stories and filled in every detail until the delusion felt more real than actual memories. Vanessa had genuinely believed she was planning a wedding with Lucas, that we were having a joint ceremony, that I was the one destroying her happiness instead of the other way around. I interrupted Dr. Morris and asked why my parents never told me about her diagnosis. He looked uncomfortable and explained they'd refused to accept it from the start. They kept insisting Vanessa was just dramatic, just seeking attention, just going through a phase. They'd brought her to appointments for the first 18 months, but fought the diagnosis every session. 8 months ago, they stopped bringing her completely and took her off the medication because they said it changed her personality too much. Dr. Morris said they wanted their old daughter back and didn't understand that without treatment, the daughter they remembered was disappearing into the illness. My hands clenched into fists, thinking about how they'd chosen denial over getting Vanessa actual help. How they'd let her spiral into complete breaks from reality because accepting she was mentally ill felt like admitting they'd failed as parents. Lucas spoke up then and admitted he'd known something was wrong when Vanessa stalked him at the gym. He said she'd shown up every day for 4 months, always timing her arrival to match his, always positioning herself near his equipment, always trying to start conversations. He'd thought she was just entitled and obsessive, just a spoiled woman who couldn't handle rejection. He'd never imagined she had a clinical disorder making her actually believe they were dating. When he'd found out through mutual friends that she was my sister, he'd ended all contact and filed the restraining order to protect himself. He looked at me with guilt in his eyes and said he should have told me earlier, but he didn't want to cause family problems. He'd hoped the restraining order would be enough to keep her away and I'd never need to know about it. Dr. Morris asked if we wanted to see Vanessa. My stomach dropped and I felt panic rise in my chest. I didn't know if I could face her after everything that happened yesterday, after years of her lies and manipulations, after learning her brain had been constructing false realities about my life. But I heard myself saying yes because I needed to understand what was real and what had been her illness talking all these years. I needed to know which of my memories were true and which were distorted by her delusions. Standing, Dr. Alan Morris led us down a barred door white hallway. He unlocked each with his badge, and I felt like I'd never left. Vanessa's small room had a parking lot facing window and single bed. She sat on the bed in broad hospital clothes. Unlike yesterday's shouting bride, she was small, tired, and pale. She cried when I entered. This sweet, sad voice apologized for ruining my lovely day with Lucas. Vanessa wasn't like this, so the doorway captivated me. This sister didn't abuse me for years, steal my boyfriends, or lie to get me punished. The person looked confused, scared, and sorry. Got on her bedside chair. She was asked about yesterday. She wiped her eyes and said she remembered wearing a wedding dress and being removed from our wedding, but otherwise was fuzzy. What she said and why she was angry and screaming were forgotten. She kept calling our wedding a party. Lucas stood at the door with his arms crossed, looking uneasy. Vanessa rushed to say Lucas proposed. He might propose after a gym session, she thought. She said they spent months choosing her wedding shop outfit and honeymoon spots. She vividly recalls missed conversations, his comments, and her satisfaction. Our parents suggested the joint ceremony, and Lucas liked it because it would make the day special. She spoke confidently, as if recounting experiences rather than intellectual fantasies. Her confident portrayal of fabricated memories worried me. As she spoke, I saw her face and realized she couldn't tell fact from imagination. My parents separated her from us. They stopped their child's medication, which worsened her delusions because they couldn't accept her mental illness. I was angry but didn't know who to blame. Vanessa for years of cruelty, my parents for not treating her, or the illness for stealing my sister's reality. I inquired about other childhood events. Whom she claimed hit her were questioned. Our parents were told I did things I never did and my friends were drug dealers. She appeared confused and denied saying that. She inquired because that didn't sound like her. She seemed confused and might forget. Her brain had rewritten so much of her history that she couldn't tell fact from fiction. Dr. Alan Morris returned after Vanessa's exam. He informed Lucas and me in a separate meeting room that her memories were unreliable. Delusions may have caused her childhood misdeeds. Some may have been organized manipulation before her problem grew. Vanessa presumably couldn't tell anymore. Her brain mixed real and fake memories to distort history. He said we may never know which of her actions were caused by illness and which by our parents' indulgence. Years had merged the items. My 20-minute consultation with Dr. Alan Morris felt like hours. I tried to understand what he said about Vanessa's defective memories and her brain blending real and artificial events until she couldn't tell them apart. Lucas watched me walk down the hospital hallway with his hand on my back. Lacking words. We sat in a quiet waiting room with awful plastic chairs while I rested. Mom texted me they'll arrive at the hospital in an hour. I felt sick seeing that message because I knew this talk would be terrible. I agreed to coffee when Lucas asked despite not wanting it. I needed him to act normally while I thought. Since I needed my hands, I drank his 2 cups of burnt hospital cafeteria water. The hour flew by too fast and slow. I kept checking my phone and watching people pass us in the waiting area, trying not to think about telling my parents. Lucas showed Vanessa's Facebook comments on his phone. At least half our community discussed family issues. My old high school teacher checked on me. My 3 cousins planned to distribute more receipts exposing Vanessa's lies. Having my upbringing examined in public didn't appeal. Mom and Dad entered the waiting area at 7, crying. Mom's makeup was smudged and Dad's eyes were red and swollen. They looked 10 years older than at the wedding yesterday. Not ready, I rejected Mom's hug. She appeared hurt but didn't argue. Dad questioned Vanessa's safety while standing with his hands in his pockets. I said she was stable and on medication and they could visit soon, but first we talked. Before any family saw Vanessa, Dr. Alan Morris wanted to talk. I agreed because my parents needed a doctor to tell them they didn't do well. Dr. Alan Morris was waiting in another consultation room with a folder of documents and a harsh demeanor that made my dad defensive. Dr. Alan Morris invited my parents to sit. Mom immediately said they were helping Vanessa through a terrible time and didn't realize she needed medical help. She talked like she was telling a principal her child didn't do homework. The mistake was simple for anyone. I tightened my jaw because she was making excuses before Dr. Alan Morris started. After she finished, Dr. Alan Morris removed medical records from his folder. He said Vanessa was diagnosed with delusional disorder 4 years earlier after a work breakdown and accusing her company of stealing her ideas and ruining her career. A 52-year-old boss barely remembered Vanessa. Vanessa fabricated it. She received helpful medication in the hospital. Therapy and drug control worked for 3 years. Dad said the medication had soulless and flattened her personality, and they wanted their real daughter back. Dr. Alan Morris looked at him with a patient expression like he'd heard this 1,000 times and said that was a common fear. But the medication was helping Vanessa tell fact from fiction. Her brain started telling intricate, fully believed lies without it. He claimed that delaying medicine 8 months earlier had deteriorated her health until my wedding, when she was away from reality. Mom cried and said the doctors were drugging her into another person. Their reasons made me snap because I couldn't do it. Vanessa wasn't assisted. Because they didn't realize their perfect baby was mentally ill, they let her get sicker. Lucas patted my leg as I spoke louder than intended, but I kept going. I told them they let Vanessa harass me for years, believed her lies, and blamed me for things I didn't do, but now I know she was sick and they knew. Because Vanessa refused treatment, I let her ruin my childhood. Dad tried to say the drugs had made her not herself and they wanted their real daughter back, but I told him her real daughter was sick and needed care and they had played it down for convenience. Dr. Alan Morris said untreated delusional disorder worsens. He said the brain creates new explanations for sensations when this illness stops treatment. More complex and distant delusions make reality harder to discern. My parents let Vanessa's illness get so bad that she thought Lucas was her boyfriend. She was getting married, and I stole her life after removing her medication. Medication and therapy may have prevented her complete delusions. Parents actually cried. She shivered when Mom grabbed her face. Hunched Dad covered his eyes. Mom cried as she said they didn't want their daughter diagnosed with mental illness. Accepting the diagnosis felt like parental failure. They believed love and support would help her recover without brain drugs. I couldn't control my emotions watching them cry. The rejection ruined my childhood and nearly my wedding, so I was furious. Not knowing what they were doing, sad. This situation was more complicated than expected, which exhausted me. Lucas grabbed my fingers, and I left before saying something regrettable. Lucas and I left the hospital at 8:45 and stayed at a nearby motel to avoid the long drive home. We sat silently on the third-floor bed overlooking the parking lot. To avoid waiting, Lucas ordered local pizza and we ate it cold. We discussed the event, its meaning, and my future all night. Lucas consulted Vanessa. Over years, she seemed cruel, spoiled, and trying to hurt me. That may be her illness talking. Dr. Alan Morris said we may never know which behaviors were caused by her illness and which by my parents' entitlement. Not sure if that helped or hurt. Lucas blamed mental illness for her behavior, but I had a right to be hurt. To help Vanessa recover, we talked. Lucas said he'd support my repair or breakup decision. After much consideration, I decided to show sympathy for her illness while setting boundaries for her past actions. I could admit she was sick and needed care without denying 22 years. I could help her recover without fixing her, our parents, or this disaster. I knew what to do next morning. Dr. Alan Morris and I discussed Vanessa's treatment plan without my parents. I got into his hospital office at 10:45. Lucas offered to help, but I insisted on doing it alone. He kissed me and promised to be in the hotel room when I returned. Dr. Alan Morris's small office had medical supplies and diplomas on one wall. I took his coffee despite the bad hospital coffee because I needed something to hold. He suggested Vanessa needed intensive inpatient therapy for at least 7 weeks, possibly longer depending on medication responses on another page. After that, she may need weekly outpatient therapy and lifelong medication. He suggested I join Vanessa's family therapy. I tried, but he needed to know I wasn't responsible for my parents' enabling or Vanessa's recovery. I promised to attend classes and be honest about our history to understand her illness, but I wouldn't pretend everything was fine or we could continue. Dr. Alan Morris said honest boundaries will help Vanessa more than fake reconciliation. After leaving his office, I walked across the hospital, thinking about how much had changed since yesterday. I had family drama at my wedding yesterday. I tried to help my mentally ill sister today without hurting her. When I returned to the motel, Lucas was watching TV and eating leftover pizza for breakfast. Sitting near him, I rested my head on his shoulder. A hospital administrator informed me that my parents were meeting with social services about Vanessa's treatment. They didn't need me, but they asked if I could come because they didn't understand the insurance. Insurance paperwork bothered me, so I almost declined. I couldn't leave Vanessa after everything because I thought of her confused and terrified in the hospital. Lucas and I returned to the hospital and found my parents in a small office with a tired social worker. Vanessa's social worker said Dr. Alan Morris's intensive inpatient program cost thousands and her insurance had few mental health benefits. My parents were appalled and demanded cheaper or outpatient care. Social worker patiently explained Vanessa's illness required hospitalization and monitoring. Mom requested assistance with cost calculations and treatment facility comparisons. I was resentful because they wanted me to fix this after making me the issue for years. I saw Dad struggle with insurance paperwork. I could tell his confusion overwhelmed them. The social worker and I discussed payment options and cost coverage schemes while reviewing the files. The next hour with the social worker we reviewed insurance data to assess treatment costs and my parents' coverage. The numbers hurt. Dr. Alan Morris intensive 7-week inpatient therapy costs $45,000, and insurance reimburses $18,000. My parents were appalled by my gap payment description. Dad frequently inquired about payment options and subsidies. My phone looked for sliding scale or superior insurance mental health centers. A social worker received 3 120-mile contact addresses I typed. Mum squeezed my hand, embarrassing me after years of choosing Vanessa over me for everything. I withdrew my hand and told them I'd helped with the study but they should make arrangements since I wasn't solving their problem. The social worker agreed and said she'd call these places tomorrow for availability and prices. Insurance paperwork and my parents' stress exhausted me as we left the appointment. Lucas and I returned to our hotel room around 7. I stared at the ceiling in bed, feeling like I'd wasted my honeymoon week on someone else. Monica phoned. She quickly asked if I was okay after answering. So I told her I was in a hospital for Vanessa's psychiatric care, not on a Hawaiian beach. Monica was quiet, then said she was calling to remind me that I got married 6 days earlier and shouldn't waste my honeymoon week on family issues. She asked why I felt responsible for fixing my parents' problems when they made me miserable my whole life. My response was poor. She said I should enjoy my marriage and be happy instead of drowning in family strife. Her words hurt because she was right and I had been causing Lucas pain when we could have celebrated. Monica required 1 day off hospital visits for our honeymoon. Accepting and appreciating her reality check. I looked at Lucas and apologized for disrupting our honeymoon after hanging up. While sitting on the bed, Lucas told me he married me knowing my family was complicated. He expected family strife because security had taken my sister from our wedding. He told me marriage is about overcoming challenges, not just pleasure. He would rather help me than pretend everything was fine on a Hawaiian beach while I worried about my sister. I asked if he was sure because honeymoons shouldn't be like this. He kissed my forehead and said our honeymoon could wait months but my family needed attention now. He suggested we follow Monica's advice and have fun tomorrow instead of going to the hospital. That was nice, and I'm glad I married someone who didn't run away when things got messy. We drove to a cute town with cute shops and restaurants the next morning after sleeping late. Had lunch at an outdoor cafe, tried on ridiculous headgear at a vintage store, and held hands. I preferred enjoying my partner to managing family crises. We had ice cream and watched parkgoers walk their dogs after an hour at a bookstore. Hospital, Vanessa, and my parents' support were forgotten for hours. Lucas and I discussed our bedroom color, next year's destination, and other newlywed issues. At a great Italian restaurant, Lucas ordered wine and we toast family drama breaks. This day reminded me why I married him and to rejoice, not just survive. Back at the hotel that night, I felt more relaxed than after the ceremony. I had my first hospital family therapy appointment 3 days later. Dr. Alan Morris arranged it to show Vanessa's unhealthy family patterns. My parents were worried when I entered the consultation room. Vanessa arrived minutes later with a calmer nurse than years. Lucas, sitting next, supported me. The 52-year-old therapist said this session would identify family issues in her introduction. In a circle, she asked us to explain our purpose. My parents immediately said they didn't understand Vanessa's health was bad and thought stopping her prescription helped. The therapist looked at me after silently listening. Vanessa grumbled that her brain was making up memories and ideas. She apologized for ruining my wedding and wondered if it was real or a dream. She looked distressed as she assessed reality. She apologized for other childhood memories but stopped herself and said she wasn't sure they happened. Watching her fight her disorder's lies was awful. She remembered me being unhappy as a child, but she wasn't sure if she did it or if her brain was imagining it. The therapist noted that delusional disorder patients restarting medication after months off often felt disoriented. Vanessa apologized despite not remembering. The therapist noted my parents' treatment of Vanessa's behavior over time. She said they ignored doctors, professors, and family members who suspected trouble. Mom quickly claimed they were protecting their daughter from mental illness. Dad said Vanessa appeared healthy. The therapist immediately asked why they stopped seeing Vanessa and stopping her medication 8 months ago. Vanessa was soulless and personalityless after taking the medicine, said Mom. Dad preferred an honest daughter to a drugged one. The therapist said Vanessa's personality was deteriorating and the drug helped her function. Parents said they didn't understand the severity and wanted to please Vanessa. I told them guarding Vanessa destroyed my childhood after sitting silently. Years of being accused, called a liar when I told the truth, and losing friends and boyfriends because Vanessa believed her charges. Vanessa's lies called us school. Annual birthday cakes and customized family trips in her favorite flavor. They called me emotional or overreacted when I said Vanessa lied. Vanessa hijacked my wedding while they treated me like a troublemaker. By the end, my voice was shaking, but I had said everything I needed to say for years. Mom immediately said I exaggerated. She said they loved us equally and tried their best as parents. Vanessa spoke before me. Despite not knowing the truth, she mumbled about being unfairly blamed. She said her parents automatically supported her without hearing my story. Vanessa stopped complaining about being victimized after accepting reality. Mom was upset Vanessa didn't confirm our childhood. Dad silently examined his hands. The therapist hesitated before speaking. My parents must accept their role in family issues to move forward, the therapist said. She said Vanessa's illness couldn't be blamed without responsibility. My parents would punish me if Vanessa lied because of her problem. She said they blamed their second daughter for family issues and didn't treat Vanessa's illness. She wondered if they realized their choices affected both kids. My dad held my crying mom. The therapist said this was just the start of a long family healing process that requires honesty about who caused the dysfunction. She suggested a meeting the following week to resolve these issues. I was uneasy after treatment, but I wasn't sure why. Lucas took us back to our hotel, where we ordered room service to avoid people. Vanessa's inpatient appointments were scheduled by the hospital administrator the next morning via text. I'll think after 10 minutes of staring at the message. Lucas asked what I was going to do, and I said, honestly, I didn't know. Half of me wanted to never see Vanessa again, but the other half kept thinking about her scared expression in that hospital bed when she couldn't tell what was. After a week of debating, I visited her. Tuesday after Tuesday, I was sick the whole way. The hospital's psychiatric unit visiting area has comfortable chairs and covered windows. Vanessa wore sweatpants and a t-shirt instead of her expensive clothes. I didn't know what to say as we sat down, so I asked how she felt. She said the medication helped but had trouble recalling. She said she remembered but felt weird, like watching a life on film. After 30 minutes of tension, she apologized for the wedding disaster. I left confused because I expected to be upset but was sad. Since we knew what to expect, our second visit the following week went better. Vanessa said her therapist made her write and fact-check memories. The number of mistakes she remembered frightened her. She told me about a family trip to Disney World when she was 10 and I was harsh. Mom said we'd never visited Disney World as kids. She cried, doubting her head. Vanessa was calmer, less upset, and less confused at her third visit 3 weeks later. Lucas was abruptly mentioned and she apologized for stalking. She saw him at the gym and liked him, but dating memories were dreamlike. Tightened. Her therapist said her brain fabricated a desire relationship. She understood why Lucas wanted the restraining order, but she thought we were dating and I was stealing him. She stared me down and said she was afraid of her mind, of not knowing what was true in her situation. I warned her that without medication and therapy, her brain would keep lying. She never wanted to return to her crazy state of not knowing fact from fiction. Therapy helped my parents admit fault. Father spoke to me one night. Dad told Lucas on speaker that he'd seen Vanessa's symptoms years earlier but thought she was acting because it was easier to accept than being sick. After her delusional disorder diagnosis 4 years ago, he and Mom argued for weeks because Mom thought the doctors were wrong. He stopped fighting by accepting Mom's medicine reduction. Why didn't they tell me? He said they were ashamed and didn't want me to criticize Vanessa. Because I hated Vanessa for years, I almost laughed but let him rant. He apologized for always supporting Vanessa and said he knew they'd hurt us by making me the scapegoat and Vanessa, by not helping her. The following week, Mother confessed, although the medicine helped Vanessa, she hated how it made her less active and effervescent. Vanessa was quieter and less funny on medicine, and Mom missed her pre-diagnosis daughter. Vanessa said the drug flattened her 8 months ago. Mom said stop taking it. Mom thought Vanessa could skip meds if doctors were wrong. Vanessa declined until her wedding day crash. Mom sobbed that stopping medication destroyed her child. I didn't know what to say since she was right. Mom and Dad should help Vanessa stay on her medicine and get good therapy, I told her. 7 weeks after the wedding, Lucas and I took a delayed honeymoon. We drove 4 hours to a beach town for a long weekend without family. We walked on the beach, ate at great restaurants, slept late, and had sex without family drama on my phone every few hours. It was great to remember being newlyweds without a mental health crisis. Lucas liked how I handled everything, and understood it was hard to show sympathy to those who hurt me so much. Not for my family. I wanted Vanessa to improve, so I tried before ending them. We considered frontiers on the beach one night. If my parents continued therapy and realized we wouldn't allow Vanessa's condition, they could join us. If Vanessa stayed in therapy, we could reconnect gently. We wouldn't ignore history. Lucas asked if we would ever have a regular family relationship, and I said, probably not. But maybe we could have an honest one. Vanessa finished her 7-week inpatient program and transferred to outpatient care while we were at the beach. The hospital informed her of her discharge and psychiatrists wished to visit family. I called to schedule it for the following week after we got home. The psychiatrist reported that Vanessa was taking her medication well and showing insight at our meeting. He said insight meant she knew her disease, and her impressions were unreliable. He stressed its importance because patients without insight often stop taking medication, thinking they were fine. Vanessa saw him 3 times a week to monitor her medication. He asked me to contact her and set limits. Vanessa texted to meet for coffee after the hospital meeting. The meeting outside the hospital was more nerve-wracking, so I checked my phone. Lucas promised to support me when we discussed it. He offered to sit at a nearby table so Vanessa and I could talk discreetly, but he was available. I replied and we agreed to meet Saturday morning at a coffee shop halfway between us. On Saturday, driving was scary. I ordered a latte and sat at a corner table facing the door at the coffee shop. Vanessa arrived 5 minutes later and I barely recognized her. She was healthier than years. Calmer, less excited. Her weight gain looked good, and she wore jeans and a sweater instead of flashy costumes. Behind her, Lucas sat 4 tables away with coffee and a book. Vanessa sat opposite me and thanked me for sticking with her despite her misdeeds. She expected most people in her situation to lose family, which was reasonable. I watched her discuss her treatments while swirling my latte. She said doctors showed her how much of her childhood was in her head, her parents treated her well, so she thought she deserved it for years. She admitted to manipulating people by using their sorrow and favoritism to get what she wanted, even though her condition made her believe lies. Her responsibility was admirable, but years of damage were impossible to ignore. Before her health declined, some of her actions seemed deliberate and unpleasant, so I needed time to decide what to forgive. She nodded and said she didn't expect me to shop and share secrets like sisters. She suggested we start as nice family members who had coffee occasionally. Maybe expand if it worked. Lucas gave me a quick thumbs up from his table across the room when I tried because she seemed genuine. My mom called 4 days later to reschedule family dinner. My gut nodded because I knew what she meant by fresh pretending nothing happened and continuing as usual. I told her I would come to dinner, but only at a restaurant where I could leave if things got weird, not at their house where I'd feel trapped. I promised we wouldn't ignore history or pretend everything was fine. Mom was quiet before booking Saturday night at a nearby Italian restaurant. After hanging up, I told Lucas about my anxiety during dinner. While I appreciated his promise to protect me, I said I needed to do this alone with my family. I drove to the restaurant sick on Saturday. I sat at their table first. This corner booth was too cozy for shame. My parents arrived next, looking older and worn than at the wedding, and Vanessa arrived last in jeans and a plain shirt instead of her usual look-at-me clothes. Though nervous, we ordered drinks and appetizers while discussing the weather in my new apartment. Dad said they apologized for our upbringing. Mom cried and called supporting Vanessa stupid. I was wrong to ignore my feelings for years. Don't make me feel inferior to my sister. Treatment showed they hurt us both, Dad said. By hiding me and Vanessa by never holding her accountable. It didn't fix everything, but it exceeded expectations. Vanessa pushed noodles around her plate without looking up. She answered basic questions about my job and flat without promoting herself. Though uncomfortable, she seemed to be trying to stand out. Dad paid and requested a repeat a few weeks later when the check arrived. Maybe I should process tonight and see how I feel. Vanessa awkwardly half embraced me in the parking lot before driving off. Mom muttered she loved and was sorry as my parents held me. I returned home exhausted, confused, and hopeful. My family received clear instructions for 3 weeks. They knew I'd meet Vanessa and answer her texts to help her heal, not as her therapist or best friend. I agreed to occasional dinners with my parents but not holidays or family gatherings. I threatened to leave if Vanessa was favored or ignored again. My demands were met, but I could tell they struggled with my limits. Lucas supported my every decision and never made me forgive or give them another chance. Lucas and I honeymooned in Hawaii 3 months after our chaotic wedding. A week at a Maui beachfront resort included swimming, hiking, and eating well. Resting and focusing on marriage rather than family issues was nice. We considered buying a house and having kids later. I could breathe and be happy knowing my family was stronger, even if it was imperfect. Lucas grabbed my hand on the beach one evening and said he was impressed with how I handled everything, that many would have cut off their family or let them cross lines again. Vanessa texted me on our 4th Hawaii day. She was in a circle with notebooks, focusing on her photo. She said it was her outpatient therapy group and thanked me again for helping her. I showed Lucas the photo and liked her genuine smile. I told her I was proud of her therapy progress and would meet her for coffee when I got home. With her heart emoji and thanks, she seemed sisterly. After putting my phone down, I looked out at the lake with Lucas's arm around my shoulders and the sun on my face. I was glad Vanessa recovered but knew we'd never be close or talk often. A new, beneficial sisterhood emerged. Truth and boundaries, not childish misbehavior, not our fairy tale ending. It was real and manageable. I and Lucas watched coastal waves crash. Grateful for a life without dysfunction and hopeful my family will change. 3 missed Elaine calls greeted me from Hawaii. She requested family discussions via voicemail. Important, but not urgent. She said our relatives were talking after seeing my wedding's Facebook drama when I called her that night. They regretted remaining silent while Vanessa treated me like garbage for years. Elaine said 8 wanted to meet and apologized for not speaking up when they saw what was happening. No apologies, but I hope to see everyone. Next Saturday, we booked lunch at a restaurant near my apartment. Lucas helped but sat at another table to make room. We sat at a long table with 8 cousins. We heard Vanessa tales. My cousin Courtney told us about a summer when Vanessa accused her of stealing and our aunt made her show her pockets and bags at a family barbecue. Vanessa's chamber had jewelry but no apology. My cousin Dylan says Vanessa told his parents he sold drugs in high school, grounding him for 4 months and nearly costing him college. Vanessa spread rumors that she was pregnant at 16, damaging her school reputation and forcing her parents to educate her for a year, according to my cousin Rebecca. Each tale reflected. There were lies, false accusations, and our family blindly believing Vanessa. At several family gatherings, Elaine wanted to speak but was afraid of offending me. I said I understood but wasted years thinking I was the issue. Maybe I was as bad as Vanessa said. Hearing others saw the same patterns and received the same treatment loosens my chest after 22 years. Our perspective made us laugh at the ridiculousness after 4 hours of restaurant storytelling. Mom called a few weeks after lunch to arrange a coffee shop meeting. She wanted to share mental illness family support group experiences. I agreed, but told Lucas where I'd be and asked him to call me in an hour because I might leave. I imagined my parents as old and aged looking. Our dad brought coffee and Mom brought a support group notebook. She said their group leader told them hiding Vanessa's diagnosis was worse. They hoped keeping her off medication would protect her identity, but her illness took over. Dad said they'd seen signs for years before diagnosis. Vanessa's slanders, elaborate lies, and friendshiplessness. Instead of helping her, they blamed drama or envy. Mom cried and apologized for making me feel insignificant my whole life. Choosing Vanessa didn't help, said the support group. Thank you for apologizing, but trust takes time. To indicate comprehension, we nodded. Father said they worked with Vanessa's doctors to keep her on medication and therapy, learning to control her behavior. Though imperfect, it was a start. Vanessa texted me a bookshop uniform photo 4 months after the wedding. She stacked books and served clients 18 hours a week, but it was her first meaningful job in 3 years. In her monitored apartment, a caseworker checked on her twice a week and helped with medicine and tasks. Was she pleased with the work? I texted back. She said strangers and schedules were harder than expected, but her therapist said structure helped her recover. In subsequent weeks, she texted me about work successes and funny group therapy situations. The sisterly texts were dull and unmanipulated. Waiting for her response was fun. I was never so interested in her. Lucas and I hosted a dinner party to thank our friends and celebrate surviving the chaos. We invited Monica, Lucas's sister Sloane, and 3 close friends. Lucas cleaned the apartment and set up our small dining table with wedding gifts of candles and beautiful china while I prepared in the afternoon. Wine and a kitchen gathering awaited everyone at 7. Finished last dishes. Monica recounted the wedding fiasco, and we laughed at Vanessa wearing a wedding dress and my parents forcing a joint ceremony. Sloane reported the Facebook restraining order and backlash. Friends said they checked the Facebook post every 5 minutes during our reception to see what would happen. Lucas raised his glass and said he married me knowing my family was troubled, but seeing me handle things well made him love me more. Everyone drank and chatted. They helped us when my family couldn't, so I appreciated them. My relationship with my parents improved over time. A photo album of my childhood photos they thought I might like was brought to dinner. Even though it felt like it, Mom showed me birthday and school event photos to show they didn't ignore me. I appreciated the gesture, even though the photos reminded me of being second to Vanessa at every event. They discussed Vanessa after hearing my work and life stories. Calling every 2 weeks was natural. Some families contacted their mom about everything and visited every weekend, but I knew we would never be that close. We created something honest where they took responsibility for their mistakes and I set future boundaries. It was flawed but healthier. Vanessa joined me monthly for coffee. In nice weather, she took the bus to a cafe near my apartment and sat outside. We talked about safe topics like her career, mine, and TV. Her treatment homework and coping skills were discussed. She heard about Lucas, my trip, and apartment renovation. Nobody mentioned the wedding or our years of suffering. Although the conversation was difficult and I ran out of words, we connected. I praised her improvement despite recalling what happened. Each coffee date eased my mind about seeing my sister next month. I woke up next to Lucas in our apartment 5 months after our wedding and loved everything. Instead of denying problems, my family sought therapy. Medically stable, Vanessa became independent. My parents were learning accountability. This challenge united Lucas and me. The best ending wasn't always reconciliation and happiness. Sharing reality, setting boundaries, and making something real, even if it wasn't perfect, was best. I still struggled with childhood and being treated less than Vanessa. I created my life. Kind friends and a progressing family were mine. Dad spent $18,000 on my golden siblings but said to me, "You're not my son," over one failure. 4 years later, he called begging as their fraud hit court. The day the results of the bar exam were announced, my father called me into his office. He was aware of my failure before I was. He was informed early by people he knew at the state board. He didn't inquire about my well-being or the circumstances. All he did was slide a typewritten letter across his mahogany desk. It stated that I had 10 days to leave his home because I was no longer his son. He claimed that after he had paid for 6 years of education, I had damaged the family name's reputation in the legal community by failing the bar. He actually said that we were like silverware that needed to be polished by using the word tarnished. Evan, my brother, was already a partner in Dad's business. 4 years prior, he had passed the bar on his first attempt. Dad spent $18,000 on a party for him. He invited all of the state's judges and attorneys. He spoke about Evan continuing the family's tradition of excellence in law. Dad referred to Evan as the son who made everything worthwhile as he stood there grinning in his custom suit. 3 years after Evan's death, my sister Claire passed away. One more big celebration. One more speech about pride and family. Dad got her a Mercedes with the words Lawyer 1 on the vanity plate. She wasn't even a lawyer. She played tennis at the country club and married the son of a senator. Nevertheless, she was still deserving of family because she had passed the test. I spent 9 months studying, taking all the practice exams, and paying for tutors out of pocket because my father insisted that I should do it on my own like Evan did. Evan, however, had all of Dad's old materials and his personal coach. Dad covered Evan's expenses, allowing him to pursue his studies full-time. Dad charged me to live at home after graduation, so I worked nights at a warehouse to pay the rent. My father changed the locks the day I failed. Mom cried as she stood behind him, but she remained silent. Evan suggested that trade school might be a better fit for me and assisted me in packing. Claire shared on social media that it was acceptable for not everyone to be destined for greatness. In fact, she used my failure as inspiration for her post about celebrating victories. I got into my vehicle. Dad was unable to accept it because it was in my name even though he had co-signed it during college. I used the coffee shop Wi-Fi to apply for jobs after taking a shower at the gym. A law school graduate who failed the bar would never be hired. They all thought I was having some sort of problem. At last, I was hired to review documents for a title company. It was mindless labor for minimum wage, but it was worth it. I met Michael there. He needed someone who understood contracts because he owned a real estate investment company. The bar exam didn't matter to him. He was concerned that I was able to identify problems with purchase agreements. I was overseeing his business acquisitions in just 7 months. He gave me business-oriented instruction on real estate law. It turns out that understanding real estate transactions doesn't require passing the bar. You simply cannot appear in court on behalf of clients. I did it well. Excellent. Michael served as my mentor when I launched my own real estate investment business. I used my legal expertise to identify zoning law loopholes that allowed us to purchase inexpensive land and turn it into a commercial development. My first transaction brought in $235,000. I kept my family in the dark. Meanwhile, Evan was having trouble. He had been funding his gambling addiction by skimming from client trust accounts. For years, Dad had filled in for him by substituting funds prior to audits. However, a client complaint prompted the state bar to begin an investigation. Evan needed $2.7 million to stay out of trouble. The house, the business, and his retirement were all mortgaged by Dad. He referred to it as safeguarding the family name, which I had damaged by failing an exam. After learning that Claire had been having affairs with both her personal trainer and her tennis instructor, her husband filed for divorce. She was discovered when she attempted to conceal assets during the divorce. She was punished by the judge for fraud. An ethics investigation was launched by the state bar. Dad also spent a lot of money on her attorneys. She lost everything in the divorce and was suspended for 3 years. Dad's business began to lose clients. Everyone was anxious when they learned about Claire's fraud and Evan's theft. Junior employees leave their jobs. Partners took their money out. Dad called to ask for my assistance with a loan. Blood was blood, he said. I reminded him of my disownment letter. You're not going to let me down for the 3rd time, are you? He said, laughing. After hanging up, I sat in my car outside the strip mall that I had just closed. The sound of Dad's laugh replayed itself in my mind. He seemed to be playing a joke on me, as evidenced by the way he asked for money. I gripped the steering wheel with trembling hands. He threw me out with a typewritten letter 4 years ago. He then asked me to rescue his ideal kids from their own mess. Before I could convince myself otherwise, I took out my phone and called Michael. On the 2nd ring, he answered. I spoke quickly and angrily as I told him everything. Dad needed the money to pay Claire's legal bills and Evan's theft. In fact, he had the audacity to inquire as to whether I would let him down a 3rd time. As usual, Michael listened to me without saying anything. He said something that stayed with me after I was done. He claimed that I owed nothing to those who treated me like trash. That I wouldn't get the apology I deserved or change who they were if I helped them. Even though he was correct, it didn't make the choice any simpler. The following 3 days were agony. I made an effort to concentrate on my work, but my thoughts kept returning to Dad's phone call. His entitlement and the fact that he could reject me one moment and then beg for money the next infuriated a part of me. However, there was a pitiful, hopeful side of me that questioned whether this crisis could actually result in a genuine relationship between us. Perhaps if I assisted them, they would realize that I wasn't the failure they had accused me of being. I detested the fact that I had such a thought. I made the decision to conduct some research on the 4th day before making any choices. I needed to know the full extent of the situation, not just Dad's version, in which everything was a straightforward error. I began with Evan's situation. I read through the public complaint files on the State Bar website for hours. My stomach turned at what I discovered. Dad had mentioned that Evan borrowed money from a client account during a difficult time. That was untrue. Over the course of 4 years, Evan had stolen from at least 9 different client accounts. To conceal it, he had put up a whole system. In order to keep one step ahead of the audits, he would transfer funds from one client's trust account to another. The sums continued to increase. Here, $65,000. There, $120,000. Everything was in black and white in the complaint file. Client names, dates, and amounts. Evan was trusted with the life savings of some of these elderly clients. Evan pretended to be in charge of one woman's estate while stealing her money because she had dementia. That made me feel ill to read. This was not a gambling problem gone haywire. Dad had known this was years of calculated theft. Before the State Bar caught on, Dad had covered shortfalls several times, according to the documents. I then investigated Claire's situation. Dad had given the impression that she had simply concealed some assets during her divorce, which is something that many people attempt to do. Once more, incorrect. I read every page of the judge's written order, which was made public. Claire had more than just concealed resources. On financial documents, she had falsified her husband's signature. During depositions, she had lied under oath about her property and bank accounts. She had moved funds to fictitious businesses that she had created in order to conceal them from the divorce proceedings. The judge used phrases like pattern of deception and deliberate fraud. Claire had demonstrated a total disregard for the truth in the legal quad system, he wrote. Even more was discovered by the State Bar investigation. For 4 years, she had submitted phony certificates while falsifying continuing education credits by never attending the necessary training sessions. While she claimed to be attending legal seminars, she had been playing tennis at the country club. Dad, however, continued to dismiss it all as a misunderstanding, as if she had simply made a careless error. Dad called again 5 days after the initial call. His voice had changed, and I could hear it immediately. The haughtiness had vanished, to be replaced by a near panic. He claimed that the company was losing clients more quickly than he had anticipated. The money had been taken out by 2 more partners. He required a response regarding the loan. I informed him that I had to first fully comprehend the circumstances. That triggered him. He began screaming that I was being petty and harboring resentment when family members should support one another during difficult times. I brought up the fact that 4 years ago he decided I wasn't family. He claimed that I had embarrassed him and that Evan and Claire were dealing with serious repercussions, such as losing my house and having to sleep in my car. He demanded an answer by the end of the week as the call came to an end. The following morning, Michael and I met at our office. On the conference table, I laid out every document I had discovered. The court orders, the investigation reports, and the bar complaints. Michael read them carefully, taking in every detail. When he was done, he turned to face me and said something I will never forget. Dad was asking me to pay for the consequences of choices he'd enabled for years. He said. He asked me what I thought would happen if I gave Dad the money. And I replied that the same man who called me a failure for one test result was now pleading with that failure to save his legacy. Would Evan be honest all of a sudden? Would Claire give up lying? Would Dad say he was sorry for ejecting me? Both of us were aware of the solutions. According to Michael, they would remain the same individuals they always were, and the only thing that would change is that I would be broke. As we sat there, my phone rang. The number is unknown. Something forced me to answer when I nearly didn't. Mom was there. At first, I could hardly understand her because of how trembling her voice was. She apologized and said that when Dad threw me out, she ought to have defended me. That her silence had been a mistake. She claimed to have heard about my business through mutual friends and had been observing my success from a distance. She expressed her pride in what I had accomplished without their assistance or name. I was at a loss for words. I had dismissed her for 4 years as just another enabler, someone who put Dad's brutality ahead of her own son. She was apologizing now, and I felt totally unsteady. We spoke for more than an hour. Mom revealed to me details I was unaware of, such as how Dad dominated their marriage and how she had lost herself in an attempt to maintain harmony. Then she made a statement that startled me. Dad was unaware that she had a savings account of her own. For years, she had been saving money in tiny amounts that he wouldn't notice. She claimed that after witnessing what happened to me, she was no longer afraid to leave. For the first time, she could clearly see how Dad destroyed anyone who didn't fit his ideal. She said that although she wasn't sure if she would have the guts to leave, at least she was aware that she had the choice. If she needed the money, it was there. I assured her that if she chose to leave, I would support her and that she could stay with me until she was able to support herself. She thanked me and began to cry. The following week, we decided to get together for coffee alone. Evan sent me an email that evening. It was lengthy and filled with justifications about his addiction to gambling and the strain of meeting Dad's expectations. He claimed that he had no intention of harming anyone and that Dad's mortgage on the house and business would reimburse the clients. He continued by saying that addiction was a disease and that he was now receiving treatment. However, he never apologized to me in that entire email. He never once acknowledged telling me to try trade school or helping me load my belongings into my car. He simply assumed that since we were brothers and brothers do that, I would assist. As if the previous 4 years had never occurred. As if he hadn't watched as Dad actively stole from weak clients and ruined me over a test result. I read that email 3 times in an attempt to find any indication of genuine regret or recognition of the way they had handled me. There were only presumptions and excuses that I had rushed to their aid. I opened my laptop and sent Evan a single line. After Dad changed the locks, do you recall assisting me with packing my belongings into my car? Before I could second guess myself, I hit send. Within minutes, the message was marked as read, but no response was received. Nothing changed after several hours. For the remainder of the day, I couldn't stop checking my phone, but Evan said nothing. That silence indicated that my point had been received exactly where I wanted it to be, and it felt better than any apology he could have written. He was aware of what he had done, but he was at a loss for words. My chest felt hard and cold with satisfaction. 3 days later, a black SUV pulled up to the construction fence while I was strolling around the edge of a commercial lot we had recently purchased. It appeared to be a high-end car, one of those luxury models with big wheels and chrome trim. Wearing expensive workout attire with subdued logos that cost more than most people's monthly rent, Claire climbed out. She wore sunglasses that likely cost as much as I used to earn in a week at the title company, and her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail. Temporary dealer plates were on the SUV. She approached me with a smile as if we were getting together for lunch as old friends. She began inquiring about my company while pretending to be interested in the property. She claimed to have learned about my success in real estate from mutual acquaintances. She continued to laugh at unfunny things and touch my arm. She continued by saying that she always knew I would succeed because I was too intelligent and motivated to let a single setback stop me. She spoke as though she had been supporting me the entire time. As if she hadn't shared on social media how my failure served as a lesson in recognizing and celebrating the winners. As if those remarks hadn't stuck with me during the darkest time of my life, when I was living in my car and taking gym showers, I withdrew my arm from her contact. As I sat in a coffee shop using their Wi-Fi to apply for jobs that wouldn't hire me, I told her that I could remember every word of her social media post. I asked her if she recalled using my darkest moment as material for her followers and if she recalled writing that not everyone was destined for greatness and that was acceptable. Her smile wavered as she took a step back. She claimed that I was taking it personally, that I was being overly sensitive, and that she was merely attempting to be inspirational. We were family, she said, and she was going through a very difficult moment because of the divorce and the bar suspension. Since she had always stood by me, she asked if I couldn't just put the past behind me and assist her. That last part nearly made me laugh. Rather, I told her to get off my land and never return. She looked shocked for a moment before getting into her SUV and leaving. Michael summoned me to the conference room that afternoon. Financial projections and site plans for a large commercial development downtown, a medical complex with retail and office buildings, were among the papers he had strewn across the table. The figures were astounding. For at least 7 months, we would have to devote all of our attention and every dollar of available funds. I was guided through the analysis by Michael. If we did it correctly, the profit potential could triple the value of our business. But it needed complete concentration. I can make important decisions without being sidetracked, distracted by family drama. I knew this was the decision as we sat there examining those figures. Continue getting sucked into my family's issues or make a commitment to creating something genuine that was truly mine. 4 days later, a man I knew who worked in the prosecutor's office called me. We had remained in contact after attending law school together. He inquired as to whether I was aware that my brother was being charged with serious crimes. I only mentioned that I was aware of the bar investigation. He informed me that Evan's theft exceeded the threshold for felony embezzlement. On several counts, in an attempt to reach an agreement, Dad had been phoning the prosecutor's office every day. He offered complete restitution, character references, and anything else to keep Evan out of jail. According to my contact, Evan had stolen from vulnerable clients for several years, which is why the prosecutor wasn't interested. It wasn't just one error, it demonstrated intent and preparation. The government wished to use him as an example. That evening, when my phone rang, Dad's name came up on the screen. Curiosity won out, and I nearly didn't respond. Before I could say hello, he began to yell. He claimed to be aware that I had been investigating Evan's case, making inquiries, and reviewing official documents. He said that rather than assisting the family in need, I was attempting to undermine my own brother. After allowing him to finish his tirade, I questioned why he was upset with me for perusing public records rather than Evan for defrauding customers. I suggested that perhaps things wouldn't have gotten this bad if he had held Evan responsible when the issue first arose, rather than substituting stolen funds for him. Dad claimed that I was unaware of the pressure Evan was under or the significance of upholding the family name. In the middle of his sentence, I hung up. 3 weeks later, the official notice arrived. Evan was suspended by the state bar while the criminal case was being handled. He was no longer able to work at Dad's firm or practice law. All of Evan's clients had to receive letters from Dad informing them that their cases were being transferred to other lawyers. I've heard from the legal community that after receiving those letters, a number of clients completely fired the firm. No one wanted their case to be handled by a firm where a partner had been embezzling money from client trust accounts. Everything was being lost as the company's reputation collapsed. Evan's preliminary hearing was the day I drove to the courthouse. I promised myself that I would witness it firsthand and see the golden child finally face the consequences. Dad and Evan's pricey attorney made their case for leniency while I sat in the back row of the courtroom. Evan kept his head down while wearing a suit that most likely cost $4,800. A woman in her 40s, the prosecutor appeared worn out and irate. She produced loan documents, credit card statements, casino records, and proof of Evan's gambling debts. The sum exceeded $460,000, which was significantly more than the $2.7 million Dad had informed me of. She demonstrated how, over the course of 4 years, Evan had methodically embezzled money from 9 distinct client accounts, always taking small amounts that he believed would go unnoticed. With every new piece of evidence, the judge's expression grew more difficult. I stood in the courthouse hallway after the hearing to admire the wood paneling and marble floors. When Dad emerged from the courtroom, he saw me right away. His face was red as he walked quickly over. If I wasn't going to assist, he questioned why I was there. I informed him that I was witnessing his golden child come to terms with reality. That perhaps we wouldn't be standing here today if he had held Evan responsible years ago rather than shielding him and encouraging his worst tendencies. Dad accused me of being spiteful and cruel. While he was still speaking, I said I was being truthful and turned to leave. A week later, Claire's story was revealed through official channels. She had been permanently suspended from her bar. She had been fabricating continuing education credits for 4 years in a row, the investigators discovered. She never showed up for the mandatory training sessions. While she was at the country club with her personal trainer and tennis instructor, she simply turned in phony certificates. She displayed a pattern of dishonesty that rendered her unfit to practice law, according to the Bar Association's report. I wondered if she still had her Mercedes with the lawyer vanity plate, or if it had been lost along with everything else. 5 days later, Mom texted to ask if we could grab coffee. It was her first time texting me. She must have gotten my number from someone because she didn't even have it until recently. I consented and chose a tiny cafe on the other side of town where we wouldn't be noticed by anyone in Dad's legal circles. Instead of the pricey clothes Dad always insisted she wear to keep up appearances, she wore jeans and a simple sweater and walked in looking smaller than I remembered. Lack of sleep had nothing to do with the weariness on her face. It was deeper, the kind that results from too much weight bearing down on you. I was shocked when she ordered black coffee without sugar when we sat down because she usually drank it with cream and 1 sugar. She laughed when I asked how she was doing, but it sounded hollow. She claimed that for the past 28 years, she had been imprisoned by her father's expectations and criticisms. Every choice was influenced by his expectations, how his co-workers would perceive it, and whether it adhered to his standards for the family image. She described how she finally lost the ability to act as though nothing was wrong after witnessing him discard his son due to a test result. She had stood by while he ruined relationships and crushed people due to his need for status for decades, allowing his toxic behavior. She apologized once more for choosing his approval over her own child, and for failing to stand up for me when he changed the locks. I explained to her that I knew it wasn't easy, that Dad's dominance was oppressive, and that she had spent more time than anyone else trapped in it. While other patrons pretended not to notice, she sobbed quietly into her coffee. She claimed that her father was unaware of her savings. Money that she had been saving for years in case she ever had the guts to go. She cited fear, habit, and the fear of starting over at her age after basing her entire identity on being his wife when I asked her what was stopping her now. After our nearly 2-hour conversation, she gave me a tight hug and thanked me for not turning her away. Sitting in my apartment that evening and examining the commercial development contract that was strewn across my desk, I made up my mind. The following morning, Dad called, and I waited for it to ring twice before picking up. I assured him that if Mom chose to leave him, I would support her even though I wouldn't be giving him any money. I thought he had hung up because the line went silent for so long. Then he claimed that I was exactly what he had always believed, self-centered and spiteful, ready to let my own family suffer in order to stroke my ego. On the day he gave me the letter of disownment, his voice still carried the same icy edge. Despite feeling my jaw tighten, I spoke steadily. I told him that I had just taken him at his word for the previous 4 years and that he was the one who had decided that I was no longer family after I failed his test. He stammered about how that was different and how I had made him look foolish in front of his peers and coworkers. How I was being whiny about hurt feelings while Evan and Claire were dealing with actual repercussions. I let him finish his tirade and then said that I wasn't responsible for fixing his company's shortcomings or his golden children's legal issues. Mom was the only family member I would be willing to assist if she wanted to leave. He began shouting about family responsibilities, loyalty, and blood. I informed him that those remarks were meaningless coming from someone who spent more than $500,000 shielding liars and thieves because they passed a test. While discarding his son's exam results, I felt lighter than I had in years as I sat there with my phone after Dad hung up. My need for his validation and approval, which had been weighing heavily on me, simply vanished. He was no longer necessary to me. 8 weeks later, Evan's plea hearing took place. Michael persuaded me that I would regret not attending even though I had no intention of going. While Evan stood before the judge in an ostentatious suit that most likely cost more than most people's monthly rent, we sat in the back row. The plea deal for felony embezzlement, which included 4 years of probation and 20 months in county jail, was presented by his attorney. Dad, who was seated in the front row, appeared to have aged 10 years since I had last seen him. His face had turned gray, and the assured stance he always maintained had vanished, leaving behind shaky hands and hunched shoulders. Evan sobbed as he apologized to the judge for his gambling addiction, as if that somehow justified robbing vulnerable clients of their money. Standing up, the prosecutor named each victim and explained how Evan had used their settlement money and divorce settlements to fund poker tables and slot machines. An elderly woman's whole divorce settlement was lost. A disabled veteran was denied compensation for his injuries. Dad refused to look at anyone and just stared straight ahead, while Evan kept his head down the entire time, tears streaming down his face. While accepting the plea, the judge made it apparent that she thought Evan's actions were abhorrent and that his regret was dubious. Although she pointed out that other people's restitution didn't show true accountability, she claimed that the only reason she accepted the deal was because full restitution had been made. Evan had 3 weeks to report to the county jail. After that, Dad made an attempt to talk to me in the hallway, but I continued walking straight past him. 3 weeks following Evan's sentencing, the firm closure notice was sent out. Because of the criminal conviction and ethical transgressions, the malpractice insurance company canceled coverage. Because they didn't want their cases linked to a firm where the partner embezzled from trust accounts, the remaining clients left the scandal. In an attempt to salvage something, Dad sent emails to everyone on his contact list, but no one wanted to get in touch with him. Because Dad prioritized the appearance of success over true integrity or accountability, 28 years of developing a legal reputation were ruined. In order to preserve the family name, he had allowed Evan to gamble for years, concealed the thefts, and replaced the stolen funds prior to audits. However, keeping the name intact while ignoring the underlying corruption only made things fall apart more forcefully when the truth was eventually revealed. I was informed by former co-workers that Dad was attempting to sell the house in order to pay off his outstanding debts. Due to the firm's closure, he had no income to service the mortgage he had taken out to pay Evan's restitution, which was crushing him. With the exception of 2 children who were facing ethical and criminal penalties and a 3rd child who had no interest in interacting with him, everything he had worked so hard to create had vanished. On a Tuesday morning, his mother called me to inform me that she had filed for divorce. Her voice sounded more confident and powerful than it had at the coffee shop. Using her hidden savings, she had moved into a tiny apartment and informed Dad that she was tired of supporting his poisonous fixation with status and seeing him ruin everyone in his path. He made an effort to persuade her to stay by promising that things would change, but she claimed that after 28 years of hearing those assurances, nothing had changed. She thanked me for showing her that there was life beyond Dad's shadow and for giving her the confidence to finally leave. We began dining together once a week at her apartment, re-establishing the bond we ought to have had all along. She spoke about enrolling in community college courses, meeting people who weren't concerned with her husband's legal standing, and finding her identity outside of Mrs. Whitmore. She appeared lighter and younger in some way, as if she had been carrying a burden that had finally been lifted. I watched her laugh at things that weren't even funny while I helped her furnish her apartment, simply taking pleasure in the ability to laugh without concern for appearance or audience. After 7 months, the commercial development agreement was finalized. When Michael called me into his office, he showed me Letterhead, the new business, which had our names on it. He claimed that because of my efforts and the sales I made, I had earned full partnership. Now, my true name, not some legacy I had inherited or a reputation I had to uphold, was on the door. Instead of relying on status and family ties, I was creating something genuine based on merit. For the first time in years, Mom appeared truly joyful when she attended the small celebration dinner Michael had planned. In addition to making friends with other women going through divorces and other life transitions, she had begun taking art classes. She shared tales about the book club she had joined, the coffee shop she had found, and her painting instructor. It was lovely to watch as she found her identity outside of Dad's shadow. Sitting there, I came to the realization that failing the bar exam was the best thing that had ever happened to me because it had released me from a deeply flawed legacy. Evan was serving his sentence in the county jail. Dad was living alone in a rental apartment, still resentful of his children for failing him. And Claire was working at a retail store because no one would hire a disbarred lawyer. In the meantime, I had a prosperous business, a genuine relationship with my mother, and the understanding that everything I had created was mine because I had earned it rather than because it was given to me or because I passed the right test at the right moment. My arm was badly broken, but my sister said I was faking it and my parents chose her party over the hospital. Now, they have been convicted. I was lying on the kitchen floor, my arm bent at an angle that arms should never bend, when my elder sister Veronica stepped in and told me I was faking it for attention. Mom dropped the ice pack she was grabbing for and turned to Veronica, her face filled with desperate relief. "Are you certain, honey? It does not seem good." Veronica took a quick peek at me before pulling out her phone and scanning through things. She does this every time I have a critical task. My college acceptance celebration is in 3 hours. She probably bent it incorrectly on purpose. The pain pouring through my forearm was making me dizzy, but I knew I shouldn't argue. The rule had been in place since I was 9, when I allegedly spoiled Veronica's 13th birthday by having a pretend seizure at her party. It was genuine. The hospital confirmed that I had experienced a serious allergic response to something in the cake. But Veronica persuaded my parents that despite being aware of the allergen, I had eaten it nevertheless in order to steal her attention. After that, every accident or illness required approval from my older sister before I could see a doctor. Dad walked in from the garage and found me on the floor, my arm visibly broken. The bone caused a nasty bulge under the skin that made my stomach turn when I looked at it. "What is your assessment, Veronica?" he asked in the same clinical, objective tone he used when making business judgments. My sister eventually looked up from her phone and stepped over to examine my arm from about 3 feet away. She crouched down but did not touch it, instead tilting her head and making a contemplating sound, probably just a severe sprain. "She's being theatrical because Logan is coming to my party tonight, and she has a terrible crush on him." My face burned from humiliation since the crush was genuine, but this had nothing to do with it. When Mrs. Whitaker's dog raced into the street, I fell off my bike, trying not to hit it. The fall had been hard and fast, and I could hear the crack as my arm hit the concrete. "Veronica, please." My voice came out weaker than I hoped. I heard it break. "I really should go to the hospital." Mom exchanged looks with Dad, and I noticed the typical calculation taking place. Taking me to the emergency room meant missing setup time for Veronica's party. It prompted queries from the crew about why they had delayed so long. It meant Veronica was upset about the attention being drawn to me. "Let's wrap it up and see how you feel tomorrow." Mom had already chosen to get the first aid box from the cabinet. If Veronica is correct and it is merely a sprain, we will have wasted 4 hours in the ER for nothing. Dad nodded in agreement, and they both began gathering goods as I lay on the cold tile floor, my arm throbbing in waves that caused black spots to dance over my eyes. Veronica returned to her phone, having resolved the matter. She called over her shoulder as she exited the kitchen. "Make sure she remains in her room throughout the celebration. I don't want her limping about, looking for pity." They wrapped my arm so tightly that I couldn't feel my fingers after 10 minutes. Then they sent me upstairs with 2 ibuprofen and ordered me to relax. I could hear them setting up for the party downstairs, hanging decorations and arranging food, while I sat on my bed staring at my arm, which was already becoming purple and swelling so much that the bandage was ripping into my skin. My phone vibrated with a text from my closest friend Avery, who asked if I was coming to the party because my parents had invited half the neighborhood. I replied back with my left hand, saying I couldn't make it. I fell off my bike, and my arm is sore. She instantly asked if I had been to the hospital. When I replied no, she called rather than texting me back. What do you mean, you did not go to the hospital? Your arm is broken, right? Her voice was keen with concern, and I could hear traffic in the background, indicating that she was already in her mother's car somewhere. Veronica said, it's just a sprain, and my parents believed her. I have to wait until tomorrow to see how it feels. Even speaking it out loud made it sound absurd, but this was how things worked in my house. Avery had known me since 3rd grade and was familiar with the rule, having seen it in operation several times over the years. There was a long lull during which I could hear her breathing and some garbled talk with her mother. We're coming to get you. My mother screams, you need an X-ray right now. That's not normal parenting. That's medical neglect. I wanted to argue that if I left, my parents would be furious. Veronica would make my life much worse than it already was, but the agony was becoming intolerable, and I was concerned about how my arm looked. The celebration begins in 1 hour. Everyone will notice you taking me. Veronica is about to lose it. Avery's voice became harsher. I don't care about Veronica's party. You could sustain a complex fracture or nerve damage. We're 2 minutes away. She hung up before I could complain further. And I sat there, feeling a terrible mix of relief and fear about what would happen if my parents found out. I managed to put on a hoodie over my wrapped arm, which drove new waves of agony through me and caused me to bite my lip so hard that I could taste blood. With my good hand, I grabbed my wallet and phone and descended the stairs just as the doorbell began to ring with early partygoers. Mom was in the dining room arranging a cheese tray, and didn't notice me sneaking out the front door, where Avery and her mother were waiting in their car, the engine running. When Mrs. Park saw my arm, her face turned white. She started to say something, but then shook her head and beckoned me to come in. She was taking me directly to the emergency room. The ER doctor took one glance at my arm and instantly requested X-rays. Her countenance becoming increasingly anxious, as she slowly removed the bandages my parents had applied. How long ago did this occur? She was Filipino, probably in her 40s, with gentle eyes that kept darting between my face and my arm. About 3 hours ago, I tumbled off my bike. She scrawled something on her chart, and I noticed her jaw clench. And you're just arriving now? Who bandaged this arm? I didn't want to lie, but I also didn't want to throw my parents into trouble. So I just explained that my folks had wrapped it and assumed it was a sprain. The doctor stared at Avery's mother, and something happened between them. Some adult understanding made me feel even more terrified. This is a complete fracture of the radius and ulna. This required rapid medical intervention. The swelling alone may have resulted in irreparable damage. She began unwrapping my arm more slowly, her hands kind, but her voice harsher. Did your parents notice the injury before wrapping it? Avery spoke out before I could figure out what to say. Her sister claimed it was not serious enough for the hospital. Her parents always asked her sister first before taking her to the doctor. The doctor stopped unwrapping and gazed at me with such intensity that I wanted to cry. Your sister? Not a medical professional. Your brother makes these decisions. I nodded, and she quickly took out her phone and moved away to make a call while a nurse arrived to continue removing the bandages. Mrs. Park squeezed my good shoulder and assured me that I had done the right thing by coming here, and that my parents were wrong to leave me in anguish for hours. The X-rays confirmed what the doctor had already determined. Both bones in my forearm were fully broken, and the way they were wrapped had exacerbated the situation by compressing the fractures. I needed surgery to correctly set the bones because waiting 3 hours had caused everything to shift and expand to the point where a simple cast would not suffice. They admitted me right away and arranged surgery for that evening, and that's when 2 police officers arrived, seeking to meet with me privately. Officer Marisol Vega, who was older, had gray streaks in her dark hair and talked in a calm, professional tone that added to the gravity of the situation. We need to comprehend the situation at home. The hospital is compelled to report suspected medical negligence, particularly in cases involving minors. Can you tell us about the rule in which your sister decides on your medical care? I was hooked up to an IV for pain relief and felt hazy around the edges. However, I attempted to describe how everything began after Veronica's birthday party when I was 9. How she persuaded our parents that I faked illnesses and injuries for attention. So they made her the gatekeeper for all of my medical decisions. Officer Vega jotted down everything in a little notebook, while her partner, a younger man called Officer Ethan Reyes, Photographed my arm with a camera bearing an official-looking department stamp. How often has your sister denied you medical care? Officer Vega asked this in such a straightforward manner that I didn't even consider lying. I began recording instances, beginning with the seizure that triggered the whole thing and progressing through 6 years of denied treatment. I had strep throat for 2 weeks during Veronica's junior prom because she accused me of faking to spoil her dress shopping. When I hurt my ankle so badly that I couldn't walk during her debate tournament, she believed I was overreacting. I endured food illness for 4 days because she had college interviews and did not want our parents distracted. Officer Vega's look grew more intense with each story, until she eventually raised her hand to halt me. That's enough for now. We'll need you to give an official statement, but first you need surgery. We will contact your parents and Child Protective Services. The way she phrased it made it apparent that this was neither optional nor negotiable. My phone started ringing around the time they were getting me ready for surgery. My mother's name repeatedly flashed across the screen. The nurse asked if I wanted to answer it, and I shook my head, sending it to voicemail. Mrs. Park had stayed with me the entire time, and she told the nurse that she would take any calls from my parents while I focused on getting my arm healed. In the operation room, the anesthesiologist was outlining what would happen when my phone rang with a text from Mrs. Chen read aloud upon my request. It was from Veronica, all uppercase, and she said I had ruined everything by leaving and causing a scene. That the cops had arrived at the party, asking inquiries, and half of the people had left. She would never forgive me for being so selfish and theatrical. Mrs. Park's face hardened into stone as she read it, and she took a screenshot before I could stop her. She stated gently, "This is evidence. I awoke from surgery with my arm in a cast from fingers to above my elbow, metal pins holding everything in place, and a thick bandage wrapped around the entire thing. The surgeon, Dr. Priya Chandran, came in to explain that the breaks were worse than the x-rays showed. Your sister just proved that she is more concerned with her party than with your broken bones. You were extremely fortunate that your friend brought you in when she did, as both bones had fractured completely and began to splinter. If I had waited until tomorrow, as my parents had planned, I might have lost permanent use of my hand." She used terms like nerve damage, vascular compromise, and permanent disability, while my head was swimming with medication and fear. My parents arrived around midnight. The hospital had already filed a report with CPS, and someone would be there to speak with you in the morning. In another 6 hours, we'd be discussing much more serious interventions. She looked at the notes on her tablet, her expression shifting between anger and sadness. Mom had been crying, her makeup was smeared, and Dad's face was tight with barely controlled anger. They weren't allowed in my room at first because Officer Vega was still finishing her report, but I could hear them arguing with the nurses in the hallway. Mom's voice kept rising, insisting that this was all a misunderstanding, that they'd planned to take me to the doctor in the morning, and that Avery's mother had overreacted and poisoned everyone against them. Dad's voice was lower but more threatening, talking about lawyers and false accusations, and how this would ruin his reputation. Officer Vega finally let them in, but remained in the room, and Mom's first words were, "How could you do this to your sister?" Dad stood at the foot of my bed, arms crossed, not asking how I was doing or if I was okay, but instead bringing up Veronica and how I had embarrassed them. "We trusted Veronica's judgment. She'd never been wrong about your exaggerations before." Officer Vega cleared her throat loudly. "Mr. and Mrs. Brennan, your daughter had both bones in her forearm completely fractured, requiring emergency surgery with pins and plates. There is no universe in which that qualifies as exaggeration. Your daughter, who is 19 years old and has no medical training, is not qualified to diagnose anything, let alone deny her sister emergency care. Our older daughter, who is a pre-med student at Stanford, has excellent judgment, and we were following her expertise." The officer's laugh was sharp and humorless. "You've been allowing a teenager to play doctor with life-threatening consequences." She gestured to my arm in its heavy cast, which needed immediate treatment. "Your daughter was in agony for 3 hours because you prioritized a party over her welfare." The argument lasted another 20 minutes, with my parents becoming increasingly defensive and Officer Vega becoming increasingly impatient with them. Mrs. finally advised them that they needed to leave because visiting hours had ended and I needed to rest. She also reminded them that CPS would begin a complete investigation tomorrow morning and that they should expect house visits and interviews with both girls. Mrs. Chen returned and sat beside my bed, having been in the waiting room giving her own statement to the police detailing everything she'd witnessed over the years of knowing my family. She pulled out her phone and showed me photos she'd taken of Veronica's text messages, screenshots of similar messages going back months in which Veronica mocked me for being dramatic about injuries. Mrs. Chen had been quietly documenting everything, waiting for a moment like this where the evidence might actually matter. Avery stayed with me that night, sleeping in the uncomfortable chair by my bed and waking up every time I made a sound. at around 3 a.m. When the pain medication was wearing off and I was waiting for the nurse to bring more, she said something that stuck with me. "You know this isn't normal, right? Like you know your parents are abusive and your sister is basically torturing you with their permission." I'd never let myself think of it in those terms before. I'd always told myself that Veronica was just protecting me or that my parents trusted her judgment. But lying there with pins in my arm from an ignored break for hours, I couldn't pretend anymore. "I know," I whispered, and saying it out loud felt like breaking something open inside my chest that had been locked tight for years. Avery reached over and took my good hand, and we sat there in the dark hospital room while machines beeped and nurses did rounds. And my entire understanding of my family crumbled into something ugly and true. The CPS caseworker, Stephanie Okonkwo, arrived at 8 a.m., dressed professionally and carrying a leather folder stuffed with papers. She pulled a chair close to my bed and explained that the hospital report, combined with the police statements, had triggered an emergency investigation. She asked me to walk her through the rules about Veronica, and I told her everything about the first time I had an allergic reaction when I was 9 years old. Stephanie wrote everything down in neat handwriting, occasionally asking clarifying questions about specific incidents or timelines. She described how my parents had delegated all medical authority to my sister because they trusted her judgment more than they trusted my reports of my own body, and how Veronica denied me care for increasingly serious problems. After an hour of questions, Stephanie closed her folder and looked directly at me, saying, "I'm placing you in temporary protective custody pending the investigation. You won't be going home until we determine whether it's safe." Her face remained professional, but I noticed her grip her pen tighter when I described waiting 4 days with food poisoning. "Do you have any relatives or family friends who could take you in?" I immediately thought of Mrs. Park and Avery, and Stephanie made a note to contact them for a placement evaluation. She also told me that Veronica would be interviewed separately, and my parents would have to attend mandatory counseling sessions about appropriate medical care for minors. The investigation would last at least a few weeks, if not months, depending on what they discovered. I'd be able to have supervised visits with my parents if I wanted, but Veronica wouldn't be able to see me until the investigation was finished. Stephanie handed me tissues and explained that my safety was the top priority, no matter what my family thought. Chen was approved as my temporary guardian within 48 hours, passing all of the background checks and home inspections. She moved me into their guest room, which Avery had already decorated with posters, a reading lamp, and a basket of my favorite snacks. The first night there, I couldn't sleep because I kept expecting my parents to come in and demand I come home, or Veronica, to text me about how I'd destroyed everything. But my phone remained silent because Stephanie had told my parents not to contact me except through official channels. And Officer Vega had told Veronica that any attempts to contact me would be considered witness tampering. As I lay in the comfortable bed, listening to the normal sounds of a house where people weren't constantly walking on eggshells around one person's mood, I felt something tight in my chest start to loosen just slightly. The following week, I had my first follow-up appointment with Dr. Chandra Sektaran, and she brought along another doctor, Dr. Neil Kozlovsky, who specialized in pediatric orthopedics. After examining my arm, he began asking questions about my medical history, and I told him about the various injuries and illnesses that had gone untreated or undertreated due to Veronica's decisions. And he requested copies of all my medical records going back to when I was 9. 3 days later, he called Mrs. Park and asked us to come to his office for a consultation. He had printouts spread across his desk showing gaps in my medical care that corresponded with important events in Veronica's life, including a broken finger that healed incorrectly because I couldn't see a doctor during her SAT testing week. Dr. Kozlowski had compiled everything into a timeline that showed a clear pattern of systematic medical neglect enabled by my parents and orchestrated by my sister, including repeated untreated respiratory infections during her college application season that left scarring on my lungs and a severe burn that became infected because she homecoming and didn't want our parents to be preoccupied with me at urgent care. He'd written a detailed report for CPS documenting each instance, the medical consequences, and his professional opinion that this constituted severe abuse. His hands shook slightly as he showed us the chest x-rays from my respiratory infections, pointing out areas where my lung tissue had suffered permanent damage from untreated pneumonia that I'd had during Veronica's freshman year of college. He slid copies of the report across the desk, one for Mrs. Park, one for me, and one he said he'd already sent to Stephanie and the police detective assigned to my case. This should never have happened. A child with pneumonia doesn't just have to tough it out because her sister has finals. This level of neglect could have killed you multiple times. Stephanie called the next day to inform me that the district attorney wanted to prosecute my parents for child endangerment and medical neglect, as well as Veronica for her role in denying necessary care. They were not just looking into the case for CPS purposes. Stephanie asked if I'd be willing to testify in court if it came to that, and I said yes without hesitation. The evidence from Dr. Kozowski, along with the police reports and witness statements, painted a picture of systematic abuse over a 6-year period. I was tired of protecting them, of pretending the rule was normal or acceptable, and of bearing the weight of their dysfunction. My parents requested a supervised visit through official channels, and Stephanie arranged it at the CPS office with her present. She informed me that the preliminary hearing was scheduled in 3 weeks, and that I should prepare myself for my parents to fight this aggressively. They'd already hired a high-priced lawyer, who claimed the whole thing was a misunderstanding blown out of proportion by an inexperienced CPS worker. They came in looking smaller, less commanding than they'd always seemed. Mom had lost weight, and Dad's hair appeared grayer. They sat across from me at a conference table, and Mom immediately began crying, reaching for my hand. I pulled back, keeping both hands in my lap where she couldn't touch me. "We never meant for you to be hurt, sweetheart. We thought Veronica knew best. She's so smart, and we trusted her medical knowledge." Dad nodded along, his voice pleading. "We were just trying to teach you not to be dramatic about everything. We had no idea how serious your injuries were." I looked at both of them and felt nothing but cold anger. "I told you my arm was broken. I told you I heard it crack. You chose to believe Veronica over me because it was more convenient for her party." Mom's face crumpled. "That's not fair. We've always loved you just as much as your sister. We were just trying to balance both of your needs." Stephanie cut in before I could respond. "Mrs. Brennan, medical neglect isn't about love or balance. It's about failing to provide necessary care to your child. Your daughter needed emergency surgery because you waited 3 hours to seek treatment, and she has permanent lung damage from untreated pneumonia. These aren't minor oversights. They're patterns of serious neglect. We're being persecuted for trusting our older daughter's judgment. Veronica has never steered us wrong before. She got into Stanford for pre-med and knows medical things." Stephanie's voice remained level but firm. "She's a 19-year-old college freshman who isn't qualified to diagnose anything. Even if she were, the appropriate response to a potential fracture is immediate medical evaluation, not wrapping it and hoping for the best." The visit ended early because my parents kept trying to defend themselves instead of admitting what they'd done. As they were leaving, Mom turned back once more and said, "Please come home. We miss you. Veronica misses you." The mention of Veronica made my stomach turn, so I told Mom I wasn't coming home, that I felt safer with Avery and Mrs. Park than I had ever felt in their house. Dad's face hardened, and he said something about me being manipulated by outside influences, that CPS was poisoning me against my own family. Stephanie ended the visit completely, escorting my parents out while they protested. After they left, she sat down with me and asked how I was feeling. I told her that seeing them made me angry and sad, and that I didn't want to fix things with people who couldn't admit they'd done anything wrong. The criminal hearing took place on a Friday morning in a courthouse that smelled like old wood and anxiety. The prosecutor, Assistant DA Jerome Wallace, was a black man in his 50s who specialized in child abuse cases. He'd reviewed all the evidence and told me before we went in that he had a strong case. But juries could be unpredictable when it came to parents who seemed otherwise respectable. My parents' lawyer was this sharp-suited woman named Vanessa Kohler, who immediately began arguing that this was a private family matter, that CPS had overstepped, that my parents were. Dr. Kozowski testified about the permanent damage to my lungs and the improperly healed bones from previous untreated fractures, while Officer Vega testified about the witness statements and the pattern she'd noticed while investigating the case. The evidence was presented in a systematic manner, beginning with the broken arm and working backward through 6 years of documented neglect. When it was my turn to testify, the defense attorney grilled me, asking if I'd ever been dramatic about my injuries, if I'd ever exaggerated symptoms to get attention, and if I had a difficult relationship with Veronica that made me want to undermine her. I answered each question honestly, admitting that yes, I'd been concerned about minor things that turned out to be nothing. But I also pointed out that children don't have medical training, that it's normal to be unsure about symptoms, and that's exactly why parents are supposed to err on the side of caution. Vanessa tried to trip me up by asking about specific incidents that Veronica claimed were exaggerated. But Jerome objected every time she attempted to use Veronica's assessments as if they were medical fact. The judge overruled most of his objections, and the defense attorney eventually sat down, frustrated. Veronica was the next witness, and watching her on the stand made me realize how much she had always controlled everything. She was poised and articulate, explaining how she had been protecting our parents from my attention-seeking behavior for years. I'd learned that getting hurt or sick would get me sympathy and focus, so I'd started faking or exaggerating symptoms whenever she had something important going on. She talked about the allergic reaction at her 13th birthday, claiming I'd eaten the cake despite knowing it would make me sick just to ruin her party. The prosecutor let her talk herself into a corner, then pulled out medical records showing that I'd had no idea about the allergen, that it was a new karma. The judge took 2 weeks to make a decision, and by the end of his cross-examination, Veronica was in tears, insisting that she had only been trying to help and that she had never intended for me to be seriously hurt. He dismantled every example she gave, displaying hospital records or doctor's notes to prove that my injuries and illnesses were genuine. When we returned to the courtroom for the ruling, it was packed with people from both sides, my parents' friends and colleagues, Mrs. Park and Avery, Stephanie from CPS, Jerome and his team, and the judge, an older white man named Douglas McNeil, who read from his notes for 10 minutes before delivering his verdict. He found my parents guilty of child endangerment and medical neglect and sentenced them to 2 years probation, mandatory parenting classes, and regular CPS monitoring. He also issued a protective order stating that Veronica would not have any medical decision-making authority over me until I reached the age of 18. And that any future medical decisions would be made by my legal guardian in consultation with actual medical professionals. My parents' friends protested the sentence in the courtroom, while Mrs. Park squeezed my shoulder in support. My parents sat frozen at their table, their lawyer already discussing appeals. They would only be allowed supervised visitation, and any attempts to violate the protective order would result in immediate jail time. Veronica was crying in the front row, her Stanford sweatshirt standing out against the dark clothing everyone else wore. I felt a strange combination of relief and grief, glad for the protection, but sad that it had taken a broken arm and a court case to get there. Outside the courthouse, reporters attempted to ask questions, but Stephanie and Mrs. Chen rushed me to the car before I could say anything. Jerome caught up with us in the parking lot and told me I'd been extremely brave, that cases like this were difficult to prove, and that my testimony had been critical. He gave me his card and told me that if I ever needed anything, I should call him directly. I went to school, had physical therapy for my arm twice a week, and saw a therapist named Dr. Amina Bashir, who specialized in trauma from family abuse. She helped me understand that the rule my parents had imposed was more than just neglectful. It was a form of psychological torture. She taught me that my body and pain were not reliable, that someone else's opinion was more important than my own, and that I deserved immediate care without having to prove I was sick enough. She also gave me exercises to help me recognize when I was minimizing my own needs, to trust my instincts about my health, and to understand that I deserved immediate care. Dr. Chandra Sekuran documented everything for the ongoing CPS case, noting that the delays in initial treatment had hampered the healing process and would most likely result in permanent. She wrote letters to my school explaining the accommodations I'd require, and worked with physical therapy to maximize what function I could recover. 6 months after the break, I still couldn't bend my wrist fully, couldn't grip things as strongly as before, and had constant aching when the weather changed. Dr. Chandra Sekuran told me that this was the best outcome we could hope for, given how badly the bones had been damaged. She said it gently, but I heard the unspoken message that this permanent disability was avoidable, that 3 hours of delay had changed my life forever. My parents finished parenting classes, but didn't seem to internalize anything they'd learned. At supervised visits, they still defended their decisions, claimed they'd just been trusting Veronica's judgment, and acted like victims of an unfair system. Stephanie asked if I was sure, and I told her I couldn't keep hoping they'd change, so she marked it in the case file, and my parents' lawyer threatened to sue for alienation of affection. They never apologized for the pain they'd caused, or admitted that their rule was abusive. Jerome responded with documentation of everything they'd done, and the letters stopped. I was officially done with them, free to build a life that didn't include people who'd let me suffer for 6 years just to inconvenience my sister. Veronica tried to contact me several times, sending emails and letters through my old school address. Mrs. Chen screened everything and saved it for Stephanie, who documented the contact as a violation of the protective order. The emails were all variations of the same theme, with Veronica claiming she was trying to protect me from myself, that she had never intended for things to escalate, and that I was destroying our family by refusing to forgive her. After the third email, Stephanie reported it to the court, and Veronica received an official warning that any further contact could result in criminal charges. The email stopped, but I occasionally saw her posts on social media through mutual friends, always playing the victim and clears throat positioned as the wrong parent. I finished high school with Mrs. Park and Avery, who'd become more of a sister to me than Veronica ever was. She helped me with college applications and celebrated when I got accepted to 6 different schools, all far enough from home that I'd never have to worry about running into my parents or Veronica. I chose a university in another state with a strong pre-law program, deciding I wanted to work in family law, protecting children from situations similar to what I'd. Mrs. Park cried proud tears when I told her about my plans, and she said she'd always known I'd turn my pain into purpose. On the day I left for college, she gave me a folder containing all of the medical records, court documents, and evidence from the case, saying that having everything organized would make it easier to access if questions arose. My wrist still bothered me, especially during the winter, and I had to take notes on a laptop because handwriting for too long made it ache. Living in a dorm with people who didn't know my history, who saw me as just another student rather than the girl who'd been neglected by her family, allowed me to make friends, join clubs, and discover my talent for debate and advocacy. In my family law classes, I wrote papers about medical neglect and sibling abuse that my professors said were some of the most insightful work they'd ever read. But I adapted, found workarounds, and gradually stopped seeing it as a disability and more as a part of who I was. I turned my experience into expertise, which felt powerful rather than painful. During my sophomore year, my parents forwarded a typed letter to the university, stating that they had completed all of the requirements of their probation and wanted to rebuild our relationship. The letter included a check for my college expenses and a handwritten note from my mother saying she missed me. I stared at the check for a long time, tempted by the money, but knowing that accepting it would mean opening a door I'd worked hard to close. I sent everything back with a brief note saying I appreciated their reaching out, but wasn't ready for contact. They never tried again after that, and I learned from distant relatives that they'd moved to another state where no one knew about the case, starting over somewhere new. Veronica graduated from Stanford and went to medical school, which felt like the universe's cruelest joke. I occasionally tracked her down on LinkedIn, where she posted about her clinical rotations and patient care experiences. She had specialized in emergency medicine, and I wondered if she saw the irony in her choice. The woman who had denied me emergency care for 6 years was now in charge of making life or death medical decisions, and I hoped she was better at it with strangers than she had been with her sister. I also hoped that every patient who came in with a broken bone made her think of me, made her remember what she'd done. I knew it was petty, but I couldn't stop myself from wanting her to feel something, even if it was just guilt. I graduated with honors and was accepted to law school on a full scholarship, writing my personal statement about how my lived experience with systemic family abuse had shaped my understanding of justice. My recommenders were professors who had seen me transform trauma into academic excellence. Mrs. Park and Avery came to my graduation, bringing flowers and taking hundreds of photos. Later, the admissions committee told me that my application stood out for its raw honesty combined with clear professional goals. That night, Mrs. Park told me that she had always seen me as a second daughter and that taking me in had been one of the best decisions of her life. I cried and thanked her for saving me, not just from that one night with the broken arm, but from years more of abuse if she hadn't intervened. 10 years later, I was working as a family law attorney specializing in medical neglect cases when I received a call from Stephanie, with whom I had maintained contact over the years. She said she had a case that reminded her of mine, a teenage boy whose older brother had been given medical veto power by their parents. Would I be willing to consult? I said yes right away and spent 3 hours reviewing case files that could have been my story with different names. The pattern was identical, and the justifications were the same. The abuse was wrapped in the same language of trust and judgment, and I helped build the case that eventually resulted in the boy's removal from his home and criminal charges against his parents. Afterward, his guardian thanked me and said my expertise had made all the difference. I drove home that night thinking about a 15-year-old me lying on the kitchen floor with a broken arm, and I felt grateful that I had survived to help others in similar situations. My wrist still aches when it rains, and I still have scars on my lungs from untreated pneumonia. These physical reminders of what happened never completely go away, but they've become part of my story rather than the definition of it. I'm not just the girl whose sister controlled her medical care. I'm an attorney who fights for children who can't fight for themselves. I'm the survivor who turned pain into purpose, and every case I win, every child I help safeguard, is like reclaiming power that was taken away from me years ago when my parents decided that my sister's judgment was more important than my broken bones. Thank you for sticking with me till the end. I left my son with my family while I worked overseas, sending $4,200 a month to support them. But when I came home, I found my 6-year-old son sick with a 103 degrees Fahrenheit fever on the floor, eating 3-day-old leftovers, while my sister was downstairs, drinking wine with friends. But that wasn't even the worst part. I went upstairs to check on my daughter Chloe's room, and it was empty. Not a single trace of her belongings remained. Her bed, her toys, her bookshelf, all gone. In their place were new things, all for Vanessa's child. My parents were standing there, totally unfazed, and my dad, a retired attorney, pulled out legal papers I didn't even remember signing. He told me that I no longer had full custody of my own son. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They'd been planning this for months while I was thousands of miles away, sending money to support the very people who were stealing my children. In that moment, I knew. My entire family had come together to take everything from me. But they didn't know who they were dealing with. I wasn't going to walk away. What I found out in the next 3 weeks would expose a 17-year web of lies, destroy my father's reputation, and make every single one of them face federal charges. But first, I'll tell you how it all started. My name is Natalie Harper. I'm 36 years old, and up until that night, I thought I understood what family meant. For 9 years, I worked as a project coordinator for an international logistics company. Then, I got an offer for a 4-month contract in Dubai with double my usual salary. I took it. I needed the money to support my son and help my family. I never thought that decision would cost me everything. The flight from Dubai to Philadelphia took 15 hours, and I didn't sleep a wink. For 4 days, every time I tried to video call Noah, my sister Vanessa had some excuse. He's sleeping, Natalie. You know how kids are. Or, Mom took him to the park. They'll be back late. By the 4th day, something felt off. I couldn't shake it. I stopped asking questions and just decided to come home. I changed my return flight, landed at 9:30 p.m., and drove straight to my parents' house in the suburbs, where I had left my son, Noah, thinking he was safe with them. I used my key to open the front door quietly. The lights were on, and I could hear music loud enough to rattle the picture frames. I walked toward the sound, and that's when I saw them. My 30-year-old sister Vanessa, always the family favorite, was sitting on the couch with 3 of her friends. Wine bottles covered the coffee table. They were laughing, scrolling through their phones, oblivious to everything around them. Then I looked to my right, towards the corner of the room near the heating vent. Noah was lying on the floor on a thin blanket. No pillow. No real bedding. His cheeks were flushed bright red. And I could see sweat on his forehead from across the room. Next to him was a paper plate with the dried out macaroni and cheese that looked 3 days old. A plastic cup of water had tipped over, making a mess on the hardwood floor. I didn't say anything. I walked straight over to Noah, knelt down, and placed my hand on his forehead. He was burning up. His eyes fluttered open, unfocused, and glazed. "Mama," he whispered. His voice, so small and confused, nearly shattered me. I scooped him into my arms, and that's when Vanessa finally noticed me. She looked up from her phone, wine glass still in hand, and for a split second, I saw something flash across her face. Not fear. Not guilt. Just annoyance. "Oh, Natalie, you're back early," she said, flatly, like I had interrupted her favorite TV show. One of her friends giggled nervously. I didn't respond. I carried Noah out the front door, buckled him into my rental car, and drove him to the nearest emergency room. He had a 103 degrees fever. The ER doctor asked how long he'd been sick, and I had to admit, I didn't know. "He's been sick for at least 60 hours, the doctor said, looking at me with that look, the one healthcare workers get when they're deciding if they should ask more questions. Didn't someone notice? I explained I'd been overseas and that family was watching him. The doctor nodded slowly, made some notes, and then said, "I'm required by law to file a report with Child Protective Services. This is mandatory when we see possible neglect." I understood. I didn't argue, but my hands shook as I signed the discharge papers 3 hours later. By the time I got back to my parents' house, it was after 1:30 a.m. Vanessa's friends were gone. The house was quiet. I carried Noah inside, laid him on the couch, covered him with a clean blanket I found in the linen closet, and then I walked upstairs to check on Chloe's room. She was staying with her father for the month, but I had left all her things there, her bed, her toys, her little bookshelf full of picture books. I opened the door and stopped dead in my tracks. The room was completely different. Chloe's white bed frame with butterfly decals was gone. In its place was a toddler bed with a pink canopy. New toys filled the shelves. A framed photo on the wall showed Vanessa holding a little girl I didn't recognize. Every trace of my daughter was gone. I heard footsteps behind me. My mother was standing in the hallway in her bathrobe, arms crossed. "Natalie, honey, you're home," she said, softly, but with no warmth. "We thought you wouldn't be back until next week." "Where is Chloe's stuff?" I asked, barely above a whisper. "Where's everything?" I asked, barely able to keep my voice steady. My mother sighed like I was being unreasonable. "We talked about this, sweetie. Don't you remember? You said Vanessa could use the room while you were gone. She needed space for Madison." I was shocked. I never said that. I'd never say that. You must have forgotten. You were so busy with work. She turned and called down the stairs. Thomas. Please come up here. My father appeared at the top of the stairs, still wearing his reading glasses, holding a folder. Thomas Harper, 69, retired attorney, the man who taught me to ride a bike and helped me with my college applications. He looked at me with an expression I'd never seen before, calm, detached, almost clinical. Natalie, we should not do this tonight, he said, voice quiet but firm. You're tired. What's the point? I didn't back down. I want to know. What happened to my daughter's room? He opened the folder and pulled out a stack of papers. You signed an authorization form when you went to Dubai. Emergency medical authorization and temporary guardianship extension. It allowed your mother and me to make decisions for the children while you were away. Look. Here's your notarized signature. I stared at the document. The first page looked familiar. I remembered signing something when Noah got sick 3 years ago, and I had to travel for work. But the second page? The one that had all the legal language about extended guardianship and authority to modify living arrangements? I had never seen that before in my life. I didn't sign page 2. I said, frustration rising in my chest. It's the same document. My father replied, voice calm. One continuous form. Your signature covers the entire agreement. That's not true, and you know it. He didn't argue. He just pulled out another paper, this time with a court seal at the top. This is a temporary guardianship order given by the family court 7 months ago. It grants your mother and me joint legal custody of Noah, based on your voluntary consent while working overseas. I felt like the floor had been pulled out from under me. I never went to court. I never consented to any of this. The court treated your written authorization as consent, my father said, almost matter-of-factly. Everything was done legally, Natalie. We're not the enemy here. We're trying to provide stability for that boy. He continued, his voice still steady. I looked at my mother, then back at him, then back down at the paper in his hands. Noah was downstairs, still sick and weak. My daughter's room had been wiped clean. And now, I was being told I didn't have full custody of my own child. I'm taking him home with me, I said, turning toward the stairs. Natalie, stop. My father's voice was soft but firm. If you remove Noah from this residence without court approval, that's contempt of court. Do you have a lawyer? Do you have a long-term child care plan, or are you acting out of emotion right now? I stood frozen, my hand on the banister. My son was 18 feet away, and I couldn't move. My father stepped closer, speaking in that same measured, almost gentle tone. The court order also requires you to maintain the current living arrangement until a custody review hearing. Of course, you're welcome to visit anytime, daughter. We're not hiding him from you. We're just following the law. I left my parents' house that night without Noah. I had no choice. The moment my father showed me that court order, I realized I was trapped. If I took Noah, I'd be arrested for contempt of court. If I didn't, I was leaving him with the same people who had left him sick on the floor. I drove to a motel near the highway and sat in the parking lot until dawn, staring at my phone, trying to figure out my next move. By 6:30 a.m. I had compiled a list of every family law attorney within 60 miles. The first call I made was to Morrison & Associates, the largest family law firm in the county. The receptionist was polite but firm. I'm sorry, we don't currently have availability for new custody cases. Our calendar is full for the next quarter. I asked if they could recommend anyone else. She hesitated, then said, you might try Hamilton Legal Group. I called Hamilton Legal Group. They told me they didn't specialize in custody disputes. I pointed out that their website listed family law as a primary practice area. The man on the phone cleared his throat and said, we're restructuring that division. I can't take your case. He hung up before I could ask anything further. By the end of the first day, I had called 5 firms. Every single one had a reason why they couldn't help me. The caseload is too heavy. Or, it's not our specialty. Some even claimed conflict of interest. But none could explain why. On the third day, I expanded my search to firms an hour outside the city. 2 more refusals. One attorney started the consultation, asked my name, then abruptly realized he had a scheduling conflict and ended the call. By the 8th attempt, I was calling a small firm I had found on a legal directory website. The phone rang 5 times before a young woman answered. Hello, this is Emily from Brennan Law Office. I briefly explained my situation. Emily listened, took notes, and said that Mr. Cooper was in court but would call me back. 3 hours later, my phone rang. It was Emily again, but this time her voice was quieter, almost a whisper. Miss Harper, I'm calling from my personal cell. I'm not supposed to do this, but I think you should know something. My stomach nodded as she continued. When I told Mr. Cooper about your case and mentioned your father's name, he looked it up in our system. Then he told me to decline the case. When I asked why, he said he didn't want to explain, but I noticed him open the State Bar Association directory. Your father, Thomas Harper, is listed as a former senior partner at one of the largest firms in the state. He worked with half the judges in family court before retiring. Mr. Cooper said, and I quote, I'm not touching that case with an 18-FF pole. She paused. Miss Harper, I doubt you'll be able to find a lawyer willing to represent you against your father. I'm very sorry. I thanked her before hanging up. I sat in that motel room, staring at the wall for what felt like hours. My father didn't need to threaten anyone. He didn't need to bribe anyone. His reputation alone was enough to shut every door in my face. If I wanted to fight back, I'd have to do it alone. I opened my laptop and started digging. I logged into my bank account and pulled up 20 months of transaction history. Every month, like clockwork, I transferred $4,200 to my mother's account with the note family support. I clicked through each transfer to see where the money went next. Within 36 hours of each deposit, the full amount was transferred from my mother's account to my father's. A day or two later, the money was transferred again, this time to Vanessa's account. I opened a spreadsheet and mapped it all out. Over the course of 20 months, $84,000 was transferred across 3 accounts. Then I checked Vanessa's social media to see what she had been spending it on. New furniture, a used SUV she posted about 7 months ago. Pictures of my parents' remodeled kitchen. A birthday party for Vanessa's daughter with a bounce house and catered food. I searched for anything at all, about Noah. There wasn't a single picture of him in 20 months. I pulled up the County Child Services website and submitted a records request for any reports filed at my address. 4 days later, I got a PDF with 6 separate reports, all filed anonymously. The first one was from 16 months ago. A caller reported concerns about a child living at the property. The mother was frequently absent, and it was unclear who was providing primary care. The second report, filed 13 months ago, came from an anonymous caller worried about a child crying late at night, unsure if the child was being properly supervised. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth reports were similar. Vague observations, no direct accusations, just enough to create a pattern. I read through each one carefully, and then I realized what my father had done. He'd been building a paper trail for over a year, documenting that I was an absent, unreliable mother. And because the reports were anonymous and unclear, there was nothing I could disprove. I looked at the bank transfers again, hoping to find something, anything, that crossed the line into real fraud. But the truth was, the money had been sent for family support. There was no contract that said the money was only for Noah. Legally, my parents could argue they used it to maintain Noah's living situation. I had no case. Not yet. Desperate, I opened a new browser tab and searched for Thomas Harper custody cases. I scrolled through pages of results, old legal blogs, court records, and then I found it. A 2016 post on a legal ethics forum titled, "Attorney Wins Unusual Custody Battle, Raises Questions About Legal System Manipulation." The article was vague, but it mentioned a family court case where a retired attorney had consulted on a custody plan that resulted in a woman losing her parental rights. The opposing attorney in that case was named Grant Caldwell. I wrote the name down in my notepad, underlined it twice, and was about to search for his contact information when I heard a knock on my motel room door. I peeked through the peephole. A woman in a gray pantsuit stood outside, holding a clipboard. I opened the door halfway. "I'm Diane Parker, a caseworker with Child Protective Services. We need to talk about some concerns that have been raised regarding your child." My blood ran cold. I stepped outside and slammed the door behind me. Diane didn't smile. She motioned to the parking lot. "Can we sit in my car and talk?" I followed her, and as we walked across the lot, I glanced toward the street. On the opposite side, a dark blue car was parked with its engine running. I immediately recognized it. It was my father's car, and I could see him sitting in the driver's seat, watching us. Diane opened her folder, took out a printed form, and started reading. "Several reports have been submitted showing that your son is experiencing withdrawal symptoms and signs of anxiety, especially in your presence. Given your recent extended absence and the concerns raised, we urge a psychological evaluation for the child before making any custody adjustments. We propose you continue the current guardianship agreement with your parents until the evaluation is complete. Diane scheduled the formal interview 4 days later at my parents' home. She said it would be less traumatic for Noah to do it in a familiar setting. I knew what that meant. She wanted to see Noah where he felt safe, which was not with me. I arrived at 9:30 a.m. and my mother opened the door with a forced smile. "Natalie, honey, come inside. Diane's already here." She led me to the living room where Diane sat on the couch with her clipboard, and Noah was on the floor with his back to me, playing with wooden blocks. I sat down in the chair Diane pointed to, about 8 feet away from my son. Diane looked at Noah and softly said, "Noah, your mom is here. Would you like to say hello?" Diane asked, looking at Noah. He glanced over his shoulder at me, then turned back to his blocks. He didn't say anything. Diane jotted down a note. My chest tightened, but I forced myself to stay calm. "Hey, buddy," I said softly. "I missed you." Noah didn't answer, just kept stacking another block on his tower. Diane wrote something else down. The interview went on for 50 minutes. She asked about my work schedule, my plans for long-term daycare, and where I was living. I told her I was staying in a motel temporarily while I looked for an apartment. She asked if I had a job lined up now that I was back from Dubai. I told her I was talking to my company about a local position. She asked how often I'd communicated with Noah while I was gone. I said, every day by video call, except for the last 4 days when my sister said he was unavailable. Diane nodded and made a note, but I could tell she was processing it a certain way. Long absence, temporary housing, no stable work, and the child was distant. Then Diane turned to Noah and asked him directly, "Do you feel comfortable here with Grandma and Grandpa?" He nodded. "Do you like living here?" He nodded again. "Do you miss your mom when she's not here?" Noah looked at me for the first time, his expression unreadable, then turned back to Diane and shrugged. She wrote it down. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell her my son was traumatized, that he'd been neglected, and that, of course, he was withdrawn and confused. But I knew if I showed any emotion, it would be marked as instability. So, I sat there, hands folded in my lap, and answered every question as calmly as I could. When the interview was over, Diane closed her folder and stood up. "Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Harper. I'll recommend Noah get a full psychological evaluation with a licensed child therapist. The process will take about 3 weeks. Once we have the results, we can revisit the custody arrangement." She turned to leave, but then paused. "In the meantime, it's in Noah's best interest to maintain stability. I'm sure you understand." I understood all right. I was being painted as the disruptive force in my own son's life. 4 days later, my father called and asked me to attend a family meeting at St. Mary's Church. He said it would be good for everyone to talk openly, that the pastor had offered to mediate, and that a few close family friends would be there to support us. I should have known better, but a part of me still hoped this was a genuine attempt to fix things. I arrived at the church at 7:30 p.m. and walked into the small conference room next to the chapel. My parents were already there, along with Vanessa, Pastor Jonathan Pierce, 2 longtime neighbors I'd known since childhood, and a local businessman who'd worked with my father years ago. 9 people sat in a circle, waiting for me. Pastor Jonathan Pierce started with a prayer. Then my father stood up. He looked tired, older, and when he spoke, his voice cracked with what sounded like real pain. "First and foremost, I want to say I love my daughter. I've always loved Natalie, and I always will. But right now, my primary concern is my grandson. Natalie has been under an enormous amount of stress. Working overseas, trying to manage everything from thousands of miles away, it's taken a toll. I don't blame her for that. But that little boy needs consistency. He needs to know where he'll sleep at night. Who's going to make him breakfast? Who's going to be there when he wakes up from a nightmare? Carol and I can provide that right now. We're not trying to take Noah away from his mother. We're just trying to give him the stable foundation he deserves." My mom dabbed at her eyes with a tissue. Vanessa sat next to her, arms crossed, staring down at her hands like she was the one suffering. Pastor Jonathan Pierce nodded sympathetically and turned to me. "Natalie, we're all here because we care about you. No one's judging you, but we need to think about what's best for Noah." One of the neighbors, Mrs. Gallagher, spoke up. "Honey, maybe it would help if you took some time to get back on your feet. Find a stable job, get a place to live. When you're ready, you can take him back. The other neighbor agreed. We just want to support you, Natalie. That's all. I looked around the room at these people who'd watched me grow up, and I realized none of them would believe me. My father had framed it perfectly. I wasn't the victim. I was the struggling single mother who needed help, and they were the loving family who was just trying to keep things together. I tried to speak, tried to explain what had really happened. But every word sounded defensive, emotional, and unstable. After 25 minutes, I stopped trying. I stood up, thanked Pastor Jonathan Pierce for his time, and walked out. No one followed me. I sat in my car in the church parking lot, feeling the full weight of my isolation. I had no lawyer, no allies, no credibility. My father had turned the entire community against me without saying a single harsh word. I pulled out my phone and searched for Grant Caldwell's contact information. It took me 25 minutes to find the phone number for his practice. I called and got his voicemail. My voice shook as I left the message. Hello, Mr. Caldwell. My name is Natalie Harper. I am Thomas Harper's daughter. I believe my father is doing to me what he did to your client 17 years ago. I'm not sure who else to call. If you get this message, please call me back. I need help. I didn't expect to hear from him, but 3 hours later, my phone rang. Miss Harper, this is Grant Caldwell. I received your message. His voice was calm, measured, the voice of someone who'd been through this before. I've been waiting for this call for a long time. I burst into tears and told him everything. The court order. The CPS reports. The family meeting. All of it. Grant listened without interrupting. And when I finished, he said, I want you to meet me tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. I'll text you the address. And, Miss Harper, I need to tell you something before we meet. 17 years ago, I represented Elena Ramirez. Your father helped her ex-husband's family take her son using the same tactics he's currently using against you. We lost the case. Elena never got her kid back, but this time we're not going to lose. I wiped my eyes and managed to say, thank you. Then I asked the question I was terrified to hear the answer to. Mr. Caldwell, how many others were there? There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Grant spoke, his voice was quieter. I know of 6 families. Your father doesn't do this for money. He doesn't do it out of malice. He truly believes he's protecting children from women he has determined are unworthy. That's what makes him so dangerous. Miss Harper. He believes he's doing the right thing. I met Grant Caldwell at his office the next morning. He was in his early 60s, with gray hair and piercing eyes, and didn't waste time on small talk. Before we discuss strategy, there's someone I want you to meet, he said, driving me 25 minutes outside the city to a small house with a tidy front yard. A woman answered the door, her face etched with years of exhaustion. This is Elena Ramirez. Grant explained. She invited us in, brewed coffee, and then sat across from me at her kitchen table, telling me her story. Elena's ex-husband's family sought custody of their child 17 years ago. They hired my father as a consultant. Thomas wasn't their primary attorney, but he provided strategic advice. Elena revealed everything, documents she didn't remember signing, anonymous CPS reports claiming she was unstable, and a family meeting at a church where everyone urged her to do what was best for the child. The court granted a temporary guardianship order. Then it became permanent. Elena lost her son when he was 7 years old. She hasn't seen him since. Your father never broke the law, she explained calmly. He just knew exactly how to use it, and he's very good at convincing people he's saving children. Her eyes welled up with tears. I'll testify. Whatever you need, we'll end this now. Grant revealed that Thomas had done this for 6 families over 17 years. He wasn't practicing law anymore, but he offered advice to families who wanted to remove children from moms he thought were unfit. Single mothers. Mothers who worked too much. Mothers who didn't fit his definition of traditional family stability. He truly believes he's doing the right thing. Grant said that's why he's never been caught. He isn't motivated by money or malice. He's motivated by ideology. I left Elena's house with a witness and a timeline, but I wanted something more tangible. Something illegal. 3 days later, I tried to enroll Noah in a state medical assistance program since I'd lost my overseas income. I filled out the online application, entered Noah's details, and hit submit. The screen flashed a red error. This child is already enrolled under another applicant. I stared at the notice before calling the help desk. The representative reviewed the system and said, "It appears Vanessa Reed claimed the child as a dependent. SNAP benefits have been credited to that account for the past 9 months." I hung up and immediately logged into the state benefits portal with the credentials they provided. There it was. Vanessa had applied for food assistance with Noah as her dependent, collecting $420 a month for 9 months, totaling $3,780. Then, I remembered something. Last time I visited my parents' house, I had seen papers on the kitchen table. I drove there when no one was home, let myself in with my key, and found Vanessa's tax return from earlier that year. She'd claimed Noah as a dependent and received the full child tax credit, another $3,500. I snapped photos of every page with my phone, and then checked her bank statements, which were all in the same pile. SNAP deposits were clear as day, going directly into her personal account. I called Grant immediately. He described it as both federal benefit fraud and identity fraud. "This is no longer a family dispute, Natalie. This is a crime." That afternoon, we met with a pro bono attorney. Grant knew a woman named Isabel Torres, who specialized in family law and had no connection to my father. We spent 3 days drafting an emergency motion to restore full custody. The evidence package was extensive, including welfare fraud documentation with a case number from my state report, medical neglect records from the ER, Elena's written witness statement, my bank records showing fund misuse, a timeline of the 6 anonymous CPS reports, and a preliminary analysis of the signature on the guardianship document. We filed on Friday afternoon at 3:30. The clerk confirmed the emergency hearing was scheduled for the following Wednesday, 8 working days away. I left the courthouse, and 45 minutes later, my phone rang. It was my dad. His voice was no longer calm. It was shaking. "Natalie, what are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? You're wrecking the family." I didn't respond. He kept talking, asking me to meet him and stop before I made things worse. I hung up. My phone rang again immediately. This time, Vanessa was sobbing. "Natalie, please. I will fix everything. I will pay it back. Just drop the case. Please don't do this to us." I blocked her number and turned my phone off. The week leading up to the hearing felt like the longest 8 days of my life. My phone rang constantly. Vanessa called from different numbers, crying, begging me to drop the case. My mom left voicemails saying I was tearing the family apart and that I'd regret it forever. But I also started noticing cracks in my father's carefully constructed wall. 4 days before the hearing, Elena Ramirez posted something on a local Facebook page. She didn't mention my father specifically, but she wrote about losing her child 17 years ago to a retired attorney who had manipulated the family court system. The post went viral. Hundreds of people shared it. Pastor Jonathan Pierce, who had mediated that disastrous family meeting, stopped returning my father's calls. Then, the day before the hearing, one of the community leaders who had attended the church meeting messaged me privately. "If you need me to testify about what I saw, I will." Sofia Delgado was the judge assigned to the case. Grant found out she had only been appointed 3 years ago, long after my father retired. She didn't know him. The hearing was held on Wednesday morning in a small courtroom on the 3rd floor of the county courthouse. My father sat across from me, with an expensive attorney he'd hired from Philadelphia. Vanessa sat next to him, hands clasped, eyes swollen from crying. My mom wasn't there. My attorney, Isabel Torres, took the stand and started presenting the facts in order. First, a medical specialist reviewed Noah's emergency room records from the night I brought him in. The doctor testified that he had been sick for at least 60 hours, had a dangerously high fever, and that the delay in treatment was a clear case of medical neglect. Then a financial analyst presented the welfare fraud documents, including $7,280 in illegal benefits, SNAP deposits, tax returns, and government portal records, all showing Vanessa had falsely claimed my son as her dependent. Then Elena Ramirez took the stand. She was calm, composed, and told her story just as it had happened. Manipulated documents, anonymous reports, a court order that took her son, and Thomas Harper guiding the family at every stage. My father's attorney objected twice, but the judge overruled him both times. When Elena finished, I took the stand and walked through the entire timeline. From the moment I came home and found Noah sick to the court order my father used to trap me. Thomas's attorney stood up and claimed this was a family dispute, a misunderstanding, and that Vanessa had made an innocent mistake with the benefits paperwork. But he couldn't explain Elena's testimony. He couldn't explain the pattern. He couldn't explain the criminal fraud. Judge Delgado called for a 90-minute recess. When she returned, the courtroom was silent. She read her decision without looking up. Natalie Harper was granted full custody immediately. Vanessa Reed was ordered to repay $7,280 and was prohibited from having any contact with the child. Thomas Harper was also barred from contact pending further investigation. Child Protective Services was instructed to open an official welfare fraud investigation. The judge closed the folder, looked directly at my father, and said, "Mr. Harper, you used your legal knowledge to harm your own daughter. That behavior has no place in this courtroom or in society." My father stared ahead, his face blank. And for the first time in my life, I saw him utterly powerless. Vanessa's conviction came 4 months later. 16 months probation, 180 hours of community service, and full restitution. Thomas was never charged criminally, but the Bar Association opened an investigation into his past consultancy work. People who once respected him now crossed the street to avoid him. 7 months after the hearing, I moved with Noah to a town 2.5 hours away, where no one knew my family's name. Noah started kindergarten that fall. His teacher told me he was doing well, making friends, smiling more. I found a job with a local supply chain company that offered consistent hours and nice perks. We rented a small house with a backyard just big enough for a swing set. One afternoon, I opened my mailbox to find a card from Elena Ramirez. Inside, she had written just 4 words. "Thank you. You accomplished what I couldn't." I stood in the driveway holding that card, realizing I hadn't only fought for myself. I had fought for her, too. That evening, as I watched Noah play in the backyard, I knelt down beside him and said, "You're safe now, buddy. Nobody will ever steal you from me again." He smiled and returned to his toys. As the sun set, I walked back inside, shut the door to our new home, and said goodbye to the past and my family forever.